Whoa, wait. I wonder if that fan isn't a bit loud. Hold up. Yeah. I thought as much. Sup, ladies and gentlemen. Akalon here. Welcome back to each and every one of you. And if, of course, you're watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit the like button. Also, click the link in the description down below because it's always better when it's live. It's Friday morning, or more importantly, the day before everything gets hectic, because the day before Christmas. So I'm pretty sure most of you are getting ready. If you haven't already, a lot of you are probably doing some last minute Christmas shopping, getting ready for what can only be considered a massive weekend of family and fun and friends and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'm going to be your entertainment for the day. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that you get lots of good presents this year. I will probably be live tomorrow as well. I mean, most likely going to be live on Christmas Day too. Just because I don't really celebrate and my family's only arriving after Christmas. So I don't know yet. We'll see. But yeah, I'm most likely going to spend... Oh, fuck. Can't believe I haven't made any of this public yet. I hope you have a good winter, Vale Echo. New Kittymon, thank you very much. Did really appreciate that. Should do, you know? Should do. Should be fine. Mazel fan from Hal, how you doing, fam? I'm just quickly fixing some stuff here. I'll show you guys what I'm up to, just so you know. Yeah, I'm just, I guess I have to do this. I keep forgetting to update the videos over on the, what the fuck? What is being used that the owner says can't be used? Live on Broadway. When the fuck? Guys, what did we listen to? I have no idea. I guess that's... fuck, it's fine. I mean... definitely inappropriate language. Just fucking go. When did you start doing Broadway shows? I have no idea. Like, I have no idea. I don't know why this would even, like... I don't know what the fuck happened. Apparently... Yeah. Apparently I do Broadway now. Like, at some point we listened to something live on Broadway. I don't know when. It's news to me, but, you know. I guess that's just the nature of the beast, I suppose. Oh, fuck it, we'll check. We'll see. Alden, how you doing? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind Broadway. I don't mind, like, live shows and stuff. They're usually pretty cool. So what's everyone up to? I'm just quickly doing this because I forgot to do it, and I have to do it because that's just how things go. I won't do all of it. I'm just gonna do a little bit of this. Just wanna... Oh, there's a copyright claim on this one too? Wow, who would have fucking guessed? No, this is for Christmas. This is the Christmas stream. Playing some Path of Exile, might have a few cheeky beers later. Oh shit, you're on holiday, aren't you, Van Honkerton? You're on fucking holiday, aren't you? You bastard. A few cheeky beers, just relaxing. I'm freezing my balls off from a bad winter storm we got hitting us. Dude, I wish we had a bad winter storm hitting us. That'd be lovely. I'd actually be happy about that. No holiday yet? Shit. When does your holiday start? How many people here is on holiday already, and how many of you are still waiting for holiday, and how many of you aren't going on holiday at all? Tomorrow is last day for a bit. So after tomorrow, what then? When do you start work again? We need something to watch in between Aram games, guys. What are we gonna watch? It has to be informative. It has to be something that's important and sort of real-worldy. We're not allowed to listen to... Like, we can't watch Warhammer stuff. That's for fun. That's entertainment. We don't do that during ARAMs. During ARAMs, we do hardcore shit. Then be the rules. I'm in the mid-based US and it's minus 20C here. I've never been this cold in my life. RGZ, how you doing, fam? Wait, do the Midwest not get that cold? Back to work in 3 weeks. Nice. Royal Raven, how you doing? Holiday starts in about 6 hours, free until after New Year's. Oh, shit. I don't have holiday. I don't take holidays. I guess because my life's a fucking joke. I can't go on holiday. Like, you can't go on holiday from the circus, you know? So I will not be taking holiday. We'll be streaming tomorrow, and we'll also be streaming on Sunday. I think, though, tomorrow night, it all depends on my load shedding, but I might want to do a bit of a Christmas movie thing on Discord tomorrow, if you guys are up for it. Don't even start with me. I know exactly which movie we're going to watch. If we do it, if my load shedding doesn't interfere with it, it's not Die Hard, bro. It will not be Die Hard. I know Die Hard is like the ultimate Christmas movie, but that's not the movie we'll be watching. In my opinion, Die Hard is a really good Christmas movie, but there is only one. Metal Fan from Hell, you got it, bro. There's only one real Christmas movie, and that's Home Alone. Like, it has to be Home Alone. If you're not watching Home Alone at least once before Christmas, is it even Christmas then? Yeah, we should be able to do that tomorrow. Maybe. If nothing changes with load shedding. Is Nightmare Before Christmas movie a Halloween or Christmas movie? I think it falls more to Halloween, no? I would have guessed it's more of a Halloween movie than a Christmas movie. Although Christmas movies don't always have to be feel-good movies. It's perfectly fine for a Christmas movie to be, like, scary. I just don't like scary movies. But I think it's perfectly fine. I think you can have a very scary Christmas movie and that'd still be fine. I'd vote for Xmas Vacation, great family movie. I've never watched that. Wait, what?
As you say quite correctly, it is an intractable.
Oh, this is 6 months ago. That's so fucking old. Who cares? That makes sense. The Dead Rag, how you doing? Hogfather is a great Christmas movie too. What the fuck is Hogfather? I've never even heard of that. Santa's Sleigh is a horror where a professional wrestler plays Santa, killing people on the naughty list. Jesus. Dude, I will say this. It's usually around Christmas when all the bad B-rated movies come out. Like, all the horrible B-rated movies. Have you heard of that Home Alone theory where the dad wanted Kevin to be left behind? No? Drovers? I have not heard of it. Is it a theory where the dad wanted his son to die? Miracle on 34th Street. I don't know what that is. Another good Christmassy movie would be Serendipity, but there we would be moving more into the rom-com area of things, and I don't know if rom-com is necessarily the thing that you want to do. I like the Netflix Claws movie from a couple of years ago. Never watched that either. Right now on Netflix, I'm watching something. What's it called? It's pretty decent, actually. It's called The Recruit. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. It's pretty cool. This one, The Recruit. It's actually pretty good. I will have to say, I'm not hating on it at all. If you haven't watched it yet, do yourself a favor, watch it. It's pretty cool. Very intriguing. It's a Christmas movie. I don't remember much, but it's supposed to be a classic. It's funny how all the old movies are actually better than any of the new ones. But yeah, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation had Chevy Chase, Randy Quaid, and the guy from Big Bang. What guy from Big Bang? I don't know any of the other two people you just mentioned there. But who's this guy from Big Bang Theory? Boys. What are we watching? The fuck are we watching? What are we reacting to? Before... Oh, my God. Budzoma. How you doing, fam? 2 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. Oh, I should reset the fucking counter for the day, right? Let's do that now. So we can actually track how many new DJs we add to the DJ Nation. Galecki, Sheldon's roommate, married Penny. Johnny Galecki. Is that the guy that's in the movie? Wait, what? In real life? Are you saying that Sheldon's roommate married Penny in real life? Or are you saying that they married in Big Bang Theory? Because that I know. But in real life, I don't think so. Penny is a bit out of his league, no? What you're saying makes no fucking sense. Like, what you're saying makes no fucking sense. Can you explain this? So, Dainrek, listen to what you're saying, right? So you're coming in here. This is how you start. You say, but yeah, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation had Chevy Chase, Randy Quaid, and the guy from Big Bang. I then ask, which guy from Big Bang? You go, Johnny Galecki, Sheldon's roommate, married Penny. All right. Now, I think what you were trying to say is that that's the guy that's in this movie. Right? And then when I say, wait, what are you saying? Did he marry Penny in real life? Or is that in Big Bang? What happened? And then you retort with, yes, he was a kid, the show. Dude, that is very fucking difficult to decipher. Like, that is very difficult to decipher. They were together IRL for a little while. Dude, that's wild to me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that is wild to me. Because Penny is pretty hot. Pretty hot. I do think she's a little out of his league. It's funny how they all fucking... all actors start dating at some point and then just break up again, right? They make him a bit uglier for the show? I wouldn't say that. Let's go Big Bang cast. Okay, so here's the cast for Big Bang. That's Penny, all right? And that's Johnny Galecki. Even IRL, he's not that good looking. I'm not saying that he's ugly. He's obviously, he doesn't look as good in the show as he does in real life. But at no point can you say that he looks as if he belongs in like Penny's sort of orbit for a couple of reasons. One is he's quite short, okay? Quite a bit shorter than her, actually. She is taller than him. And yeah, I don't know. On the face of it, he doesn't look as if he belongs. Good jaw and eyes, just short. You know what he looks like to me? He looks like one of those tortured souls kind of people. Like when you look at him there, the way he sits there, he looks like one of those tortured souls guys. Like he's a tortured artist and no one understands him and the world's fucked. And like that's what he looks like in that picture at least. He's got a very dark sort of fuck the world thing going on. Although I have to say, I didn't like him in Big Bang Theory. He was not one of my favorite characters in that show. I do think that's true. I mean, it's not even a case of... It's not a case of a surprising number of actors are short. A surprising number of people aren't that very tall. Like, it's only girls that somehow believe that every girl should be able to date a guy that's 6'1". When you realize that 6'1" is a very small percentage of the population of all men out there. Like, the vast majority of men are nowhere near 6'1". So it might just be that, you know, it is just what it is. As long as you are close. Close to what, golfer? Yeah, Tom Cruise is very short. Very short. Like, 170 is, like, crazy short. Yeah, that's a little bit better, Dedrick. That is a bit better. I understand that. Who was your favorite people in the show? In Big Bang Theory? Like, your favorite actors in Big Bang Theory? Who was it? Because for me, there really is only two that I loved. It's the only reason I watched the show. The others were fine, but these two guys, Sheldon and Howard. Like, for me, Sheldon and Howard made that show. Everyone else, they were good support actors, but they weren't Sheldon and Howard. 6 foot and up, they look at you like you're an alien. I don't know if I've ever been looked at as an alien. I'm 6'1", but it doesn't. I think if you're like, I think over 6'4" is when you start looking weird, right? Because at that point you're just too tall. Like, now you're just reaching, like, way beyond what is even normal. So that's where people will start looking. But I think under 6'4", 6'4" and under? Actually, no, under 6'3" and under. Most people don't mind. You're a little taller than most people, but it's not such a big problem. Yeah, so 6'4", you're too fucking tall, bro. You should shrink yourself down. Like, just shorten yourself a little. I'm 5'10", and I tell girls I'm 6 feet unless she's taller than me. Dude, 5'10" is tall enough. Look, I don't know. I think it's too much. There's a crazy obsession with girls in their own minds of going, yeah, I wanna date a guy that's 6'1". If a guy is 5'10", chances are he is way taller than any or most girls. And that's really all a girl is looking for. A guy that is taller than her. That's it. Like, most girls just want a guy that is at least taller than her. And tall enough that she can actually wear high heels and be either the same height as him or still be a little shorter than him. And then they're happy with that. Because the only time... kind of makes sense that they don't always want to date very short guys. Because as soon as she wears high heels, she actually towers above him. And that's not fun, right? I don't think that's as fun for them. Or maybe it's the guys, like they're doing it because they know the guys feel insecure about it. I don't know. I've never really given a fuck about that. So as well as my girlfriends have been taller than me. Nice. Putting bricks in my head for the long term, but now my head just looks flat at the top. Lol. I used to be over 6 foot, but I became shorter because my spine collapsed from carrying teams too much. Wow. What a fucking bullshit story to explain. Bro, I sincerely hope that the girl you marry is stupid as fuck. Like, I really hope she buys that. She believes that her children is going to be tall because her husband was tall at one point. Oh, that's funny as shit, bro. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh my god, that's great. I'm 1'3", complete opposite from you. Wait, Bibsy, wait, you're 1'3"? No way. 1'3", so 1 meter 30 centimeters. That is very short. Yeah, like, so you're 130 centimeters. Pibsy. That's very short. I'm 186, so 186 centimeters. So you're basically 50 centimeters shorter than me. You're a girl, right? Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. If you're a guy, that's very short for a guy. That's terribly short for a girl. I feel like it's not really that big of a problem. Guys like short girls. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you have no problem. If you're a girl, the shorter you are, the more it works in your favor. If you're a guy, the shorter you are, the more it works against you. Like, that's just how it goes. If you're a guy, the shorter you are, the more you have to work on your personality. If you're a girl, the shorter you are, the less you have to give a fuck about your personality. Your body's going to take you through it. Guys like short girls. That's just a fact. These most of the guys that I know. 183.5, so about exactly 6 feet. Yeah, 6 feet's fine. 6 feet's good. I'd say anything... Wait. To be fair, though, does it even matter? Is the real question. Does it actually matter? Because if a girl or a guy rejects you purely on the basis of your length or your height, did you not dodge a bullet there? Because I feel like you dodged the bullet. You win every humble contest. Wasn't there a funny song about that? I have no idea. Growfile, how you doing? Dude, I still don't have anything to fucking watch. What are we watching, boys? What are we fucking watching? It has to be something real world. When we're playing League of Legends, we have to share in the salt of what makes up the world. We can't watch good things. That will take us out of the salt. We want to be immersed in the salt when we play League of Legends. There was a meme super long ago with a small chick dating someone tall and muscular. I think I know what you're talking about. There was another meme involving the mountain where he stood next to his girlfriend and his girlfriend's like half his size. And then it has to do with his dick size. Like, I can't really show you guys the meme because it really goes too far. I will get banned off of Twitch. But it basically just shows that there's some splitting in half and shit going on. Which was really funny at the time. Farah, it's a song called I'm So Humble. Destiny's VOD on Rich. Yes, we've reacted to that. I will upload it. That's one of the things we have to do. Amber Heard settled with Johnny Depp after losing the court case, and she's back to talking crap again. So salty. I don't think I care enough, dude. Kirby's, how you doing? Good morning to you. I don't give a shit about Amber Heard. Like, let the woman die, as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a shit. What I do give a shit about is finding a fucking video to watch. Bad Santa with Billy Bob Thornton and Bernie Mac. Dude, didn't Billy Bob Thornton dated a girl at a time that was super fucking out of his league? Who was it? Didn't he date like Halle Berry or something? No. Did he? I'm pretty sure I remember him having a girlfriend, seeing the girlfriend and being like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus, how? How did he get her? Let's do a refresh and see if something new pops up, shall we? Put on anything South African? I'm looking for South African things, but this is one of them. But I don't give a shit about this because this guy is the mayor for Umgeni. I don't give a shit about Umgeni. I don't live in Umgeni, so whatever he has to say about Umgeni does not faze me. So I don't want to watch that. And I don't think Biz News has anything else going on anymore. Like, I think they're on holiday now. Yeah, like 3 days ago was the last video. I like Biz News because they're generally very good, but I've watched all of the good videos from them. The other one that I like watching, but I don't know if we'll Center for Risk Analysis is another one that I like. Checkers 60 ad if you can. That's so funny. Checkers 60 ad. Link it. Let's see. Did you watch the Joe Rogan interview with the Ancient Apocalypse dudes? I don't know. I have no idea. Fuck. That's saying none of my channels have good shit going on, bro. What's this?
We might have thought that the ANC was going to deliver. That was the hope in 1994. For a long time, the jury was out. I think now the verdict is in, and the verdict is ANC cannot deliver. It's not going to deliver.
We'll watch that now. Let's just quickly see this. The Great
Is the
Reset
so-called
already here.
Great Reset coming to South
Chen, how you
Africa?
doing?
Or is it already here? This was a question that was posed to us at a recent CRA client webinar. What follows is a short extract from this webinar featuring CRA Director John Endres. Enjoy. That's a good opportunity for us to address Brett's question. And Brett is talking about the kind of the global economy and governance systems. And he says that
Where did you leave the message?
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni recently called out the
I see
neo-imperialism of France in Africa. This has led to some discussion on the
remember you,
globalist
bro.
agenda, particularly as regards to the Great Reset, which is put forward by the World Economic Forum. To what extent does the panel think that this is driving various political moves in the South African climate? John, do you want to have a go at that?
Not so sure about the Great Reset and the
Yeah, we can
globalist,
talk, bro.
Agenda.
No worries. We can talk.
But I do think that in the sense that, you know, from what little I understand of it, the idea being that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, that I think seems to be something that is quite closely aligned with what we see in South Africa. If you think of the various components of the National Democratic Revolution, the grand plan guiding ANC policy and thinking, which has been around for a lot longer than the...
See, the problem that I have with this idea of you will own nothing and be happy is it doesn't take into consideration human nature. It does the same, it falls into the same trap that the communist movement falls into. If you've ever done this, I highly suggest that you do, because it's an incredible read. It's very interesting. Read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx, okay? It does exactly the same thing that the guys that rely on the Great Reset, the guys from the World Economic Forum, it's the same flawed fallacy or flawed mentality as the Communist Manifesto or the communist viewpoint on things. So the communists believed, right, that they'll take over, the workers will take charge of everything through the government. So the government basically runs everything on behalf of the workers. And then some things will happen. They don't actually say what things will happen, but they basically say that it's going to be very bad for a really long time. Like, it's going to be very bad. The world is going to be horrible. But then humans will just adapt to this new world of only owning whatever you need, not owning more than what you need. Humans will lose all of their greed and everything will just be perfect after a while. Because eventually the government will become superfluous, it wouldn't be needed anymore, and then we can just move on. Pepsi, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then the government can be disbanded, and everyone will just live happily ever after. This obviously didn't happen. Russia, communism was introduced. Lenin tried to basically nationalize everything. There was a famine, millions of people died. Lenin reversed policy, realized, shit, this isn't working. let's go back to the free market. So he gave farmers a lot more incentive to actually make profits and stuff, and things started to go better again. There was food again. And then, of course, Stalin came into power, and he did exactly what Lenin did, thinking this time would be the right time to do it. It led to massive famines, millions started dying. But unlike Lenin, Stalin just went with the fuck it, we'll get there eventually approach. So he just kept nationalizing as much as possible, nationalizing every factory. And the thing is, they sort of very hyper-focused on production of weapons and shit, and not really cared much about anything else. So as the millions of people died, Stalin viewed this as just it's a price to pay. Okay, this is just the natural price to pay, and humans never adapted. Never. This whole human mentality of eventually people will realize that it's fine to just have enough and you don't need more than what you actually need. That never happened for humans. As it turns out, that's not how humans have survived in the past. We are a species that always want more than what we actually need, and we will keep acquiring it, as long as we are allowed to do so. And through doing that, we provide other people with things. So businessmen who want to make a lot of money, even more than what they need, still provide services to people that need it. And so they're making a lot of money, but they're providing services, and that's necessary. The second you tell them you can't make more money than what you actually need, why would they keep providing the service in the first place? So the communists fell into this trap. The Great Reset guys are falling into the same trap. Their argument is that you will own nothing and you will be happy. Their argument there is that we're moving into a world where we have AI-driven cars. We don't need cars as much because we have a lot more public transport. The world is getting to a place where soon AI will provide most of our services. Factories will be mostly AI run. Things will be made by robots. And in that world, people don't need to own things. So you don't need to own a car. It would be far more beneficial for you to just phone an Uber when you need to go somewhere rather than get into your own car. Why would you need to own a home? You can just rent a home from a giant company. Now, the guys at the World Economic Forum, they call this stakeholder capitalism, which is really an ominous fucking term. So the idea here, and this is not conspiracy theories. You can actually go watch the talks and stuff that happen at the World Economic Forum. They speak about this shit openly. They call it stakeholder capitalism. So their viewpoint, it starts from freedom is chaos and true capitalism. So capitalism for everyone provides or creates chaos. Their reasoning here isn't necessarily flawed. They're not actually wrong. Think about all of the bubbles that have been created. Think about the amount of times that the markets all crash and millions of people lose everything. Think about the times where the economy just comes to a fucking halt and everything is just destroyed. They're not wrong. Freedom provides or creates a shit ton of chaos, okay? So their idea here is that rather than give ordinary people access to the markets, what we'll do instead is we'll take a number of very rich, very large companies, and they will control the whole of the economy. So it will be capitalism for capitalism for me, but not for thee. So they will control everything, they'll own everything, and the rest of us will work for these companies, we'll rent from these companies, we'll buy from these companies, and so on and so forth. Because in their estimation, if you have a few companies at the top, let's say 20, I think at the time the guy said about 15 companies. If you have 15 companies at the top that controls everything and makes everything for everyone, those 15 people will be much better situated to ensure that the markets are never volatile, to ensure that there's no crashes, no bubbles, nothing happening. Here's where the first problem comes in. Every bubble that has ever existed in the history of free market capitalism has been created by the government. It's not capitalism that creates the bubbles, it's the government. Whenever the government prints money and gives that money to businesses, those businesses create bubbles because they now have cash that's basically for free, but nothing is ever free. So in the World Economic Forum's idea or mindset, the very people that create the problems are also the very people that will make sure that those problems are never created again. But they create the problems in the first place. And then, of course, you go to the, you will own nothing and be happy about it. I don't think that's possible for human beings. I do not think that humans will work as hard as they do if they know that they can buy nothing of value for themselves. I don't think humans will work as hard. I wouldn't. If I knew tomorrow that I can't buy a home, I can't buy a car, I can't buy a PC, I can buy nothing of value, I will not work. It's as simple as that. Why would I? What would be the point of that? How many of you would work if you knew that you could own nothing? You knew that your paycheck can only be used to buy food and nothing else. How many of you would actually work?
World Economic Forum. I think that is what you're seeing today in South Africa. And if you think back to September last year, the Department of Social Development put out a green paper on a national social security fund. And if you read that green paper, you'll see somewhere on page 4 a very startling.
In addition, there are no provisions to address the plight of individuals who have no income but do not meet the means test criteria to receive social grants. The 18 to 59 age group challenge. The expectation that this group would derive their income primarily from selling their labor has proven to be ineffective in the context of persistent long-term and structural unemployment. This gap also falls short of the constitutional mandate and the social protection floor envisaged in the NDP, the National Development Plan. And this led to the proposal to investigate the feasibility of a basic income grant. The COVID-19 crisis and the fallout has further galvanized the call for a basic income grant to address the fiscal space concerns. The reason that there is mass unemployment and why these individuals, 18 to 59, can't get fucking jobs is twofold. And again, the government will never realize this. The one is minimum wage. The minimum wage in South Africa is absolutely ridiculous. It is incredibly high. So when you're a company, and you guys, I know there's many of you that might believe in a minimum wage, you think it actually works. The truth is actually not, it's not apparent that it does work. Minimum wages tend to work in countries that have incredibly skilled labor. So like your Nordic countries, them having a minimum wage doesn't even matter because the vast majority of people do not enter the workplace at minimum wage. They have degrees. So there's only a few people in the actual economy that needs a job that will pay minimum wage. And most of the companies can afford to pay them that because, you know, most of the workers are very highly skilled and therefore they don't even give a shit about it. So minimum wages are incredibly bad in countries that don't have very high skilled labor or countries that require a lot of unskilled labor like South Africa. So here's the thing that all companies run into. The problem that companies in South Africa run into. You have an 18-year-old, right? The guy just finished high school. You need to employ this guy. You have no idea whether this guy is a good worker, whether this guy knows what the fuck he's doing, or whether he's gonna be a good asset. But you're forced, literally from day one, to pay him way more than what you actually want to pay him. You have to pay him about double what you would actually normally give him as a salary, as a starting salary. Because remember, you don't know anything about this guy. He's just finished high school. So, well, you don't hire him. Because the other problem in South Africa, why these people can't get jobs, is unions. You see, the unions in South Africa have absolute power. Once you've hired someone in South Africa, it is nearly impossible to fire them. And when I say nearly impossible, I mean basically impossible. Let me explain to you how it worked from someone that owned a business. We had a worker that worked for us. One of the worst workers you will ever see. Constantly late, very bad behavior. Just a horrible worker. Everything he touched, we would have to do again because it would just constantly be wrong. So the law in South Africa states that you have to give someone 3 warnings. The first is a verbal warning, then it's a written warning, and then it's a final warning. You cannot fire someone before you've issued those 3 warnings. Then, of course, after you've issued the 3 warnings, you have to have an inquiry. So you have to send them a letter that tells him that you're now having a hearing, and in the inquiry you're going to discuss his punishment for, not doing his job. Also, the warnings lapse after a year. So the guy has to do those 3 things in a year and warrant the warning. This is kind of fine, but still. Then once you've had your hearing and you've now decided you want to fire him, the guy can take you to the place called CCMA, which is the National, basically, Workers' Right Foundation. The CCMA will then request from you all of your company documentation. They want to see your bank accounts, your bank records, everything. Because they will then determine whether or not you are allowed to fire this guy. Even though he's fucked up, even though you've given him 3 warnings, even though at the hearing you've determined that this guy is a bad worker and should be fired, you still can't fire him because the CCMA will decide. If the CCMA decides that you fired him on what they call illegal grounds, he's reinstated immediately and everything starts from scratch. You have to start all over again. Or what happens more often is the CCMA steps in and they say, right, you have to pay this guy 6 months severance. So you have to pay this guy a severance package. You have to pay his salary for the next 6 months or 3 months or however long they determine. You have to pay his salary for. Even though he's no longer working for you, he's fucking off, you have to give him a severance package. Even though you fired him because he was an incredibly bad worker, it's miserable. That's why people aren't getting jobs in this country. Because most companies don't want to hire someone because they know, if this is a bad worker, I'm already paying him too much. But getting rid of him is going to be a fucking nightmare.
Revelation, where they say it used to be our expectation that South Africans would be able to provide for themselves by having jobs and earning an income. We've come to realize that this is not possible, and we will have to therefore support South Africans because they won't be able to earn a living.
You want to know what's really funny? An average study that was done, I think in 2015 or 2017, found that on average, workers that are not unionized get paid more than workers that are unionized. And they usually have better benefits as well. You see, because collective bargaining works really great, but it also means that everyone kind of gets the same. Whereas if you're an individual bargaining on your own behalf, you can kind of get whatever the fuck you want. Because if you're a really good worker, the company doesn't want to lose you. And so they will pay you whatever the fuck you want. I have a friend who has a company now that basically he doubled his salary in the last 2 years. Just because he really made himself they can't lose him. He runs almost the entire company. So when he went to them and he said, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to go find another job. You guys aren't paying me enough. They doubled his fucking salary. I'm like, no, dude, please stay. We need you. That's not true for all jobs, but it is true for a lot of jobs.
For themselves. A startling admission, I think, by any stretch of the imagination, because what they're saying is, people are unable to take care of themselves in South Africa, so the state's got to step in, and it's basically got to give people money.
But
it is reflected across other parts of the policy spectrum as well. If you think of the expropriation without compensation agenda, people mistakenly believe that property or land will be expropriated from one group of people and then given to another group of people who will then own it. That is not the plan. The plan is that recipients of land will become tenants on state-owned land.
Yeah.
They will not own the land. They will be tenants.
This is wild. So for those of you that don't know, is there anyone that don't know what expropriation without compensation means? I think we've discussed this before on the channel, but I'm not sure. So I do want to make sure before I start explaining this that people at least have an idea of what I'm talking about. Or if you already know, then I don't have to go into it. Finland doesn't have a minimum wage set by law. It's set every few years by unions in a collective bargain. I think I get the idea, but I've never heard of it. Okay, so expropriation without compensation effectively. So the government in 1994 came up with a Land Redistribution Act. It was adopted by Parliament, I believe, in 1995 or 1996. And basically what it said was that the government will go to farmers out in rural areas, particularly white farmers, and they will buy the farms from the farmers at a negotiated rate. So the farmer says, listen here, this is what my farm is worth. This is how much I want for it. The government then buys the farm from the farmer and gives it to local tribes, to local communities that have an historical claim to the land. So basically, if you're a tribe and you can prove that you have claim on this land and that the farmer that owns the land doesn't have a claim on the land, you can basically get the government to buy back the land, but then you lease the land from the government. You don't own the land from the government. So this actually created a massive amount of problems, because farming requires a massive amount of input. You need shit tons of money in order to start farming. So you have to get a bank loan. Well, normally, farmers will get bank loans lending against their farms. They'll go to the bank and they'll say, hey, if I can't pay back this loan, I obviously, you can take my farm. But these tribes that get given these farms, they can't go to the bank because the government owns the farm. So if they go to the bank and say, hey, we want to lend money because we want to start farming, the bank's like, well, what do we take when you can't pay the loan back? And they're like, well, we don't own our farm. And the bank's like, yeah, then we won't give you money, because there's nothing we can take back. If you guys waste this money and you don't actually make money back, we're losing money. So the banks won't lend them money, which means most of those farms that were taken back have been completely left to the dogs. They've gone completely to the dogs. And it's not the fault of these communities. It's the fact that they can't actually get farming because there's no money for them to farm, because no one's going to lend you money if you don't at least have some asset attached to your name. And also, it eventually started getting really bullshit with tribes making claims on land that they couldn't even prove that they actually had a claim on the land, but the government doesn't care. As long as you claim that you have a claim to the land, that's usually what the government cares about, and they'll buy the farm. This, of course, became incredibly expensive very quickly, because a lot of these farms are worth millions upon millions of rand. These farmers are massive farmers. They produce a shit ton of food, and so their farms are very, very expensive. So the government quickly started realizing they're running out of cash. And so for the last, let's say 5-6 years, they've been pushing for expropriation without compensation. So they want to change the language of the constitution that basically gives them the right to take the land for null value. So they pay nothing and they can take the land from you. This is what they're trying. So basically, they're destroying private property rights. Now, what I think a lot of people are missing here, because a lot of people think that the government is going to take the farms. I don't think that's what the government is interested in. I think, because this law does not discriminate. It doesn't say farmland or anything like that. It just says expropriation of any land the government deems to be important. Any property that the government deems to be in the interest of national security, or in the national interest, I think it says. Which means they can take businesses. You have a business, the government thinks that this business will be better off being run by them, they can just take it. They can just literally walk in and say, yeah, this is our business now, get the fuck out. We owe you nothing. And then you lose your business. Congratulations. So they've really been pushing for this, which is going to be astronomical. It's going to be an astronomical failure, but, Angstrom said, hey, how you doing, fam?
And will supposedly be happy. But of course, they will be completely dependent on the state. We see that in the national health insurance as well. We're currently, I believe it is about 16% of the population has private medical insurance.
Yep.
And is therefore covering their own medical needs. But the national health insurance will do away with that, and it will put every single South African, into a state health system, which supposedly will supply equal quality of universal healthcare coverage for everyone. It may be that it's an equal standard, but it is going to be a low.
The problem is that they can't even get an electricity company to work. Now, if I asked you, just on the face of it, which do you think is more difficult? Electricity or medicine? Which one would you think is more difficult to make run? Like a national medical aid or national energy generation? If it says land, they can take the business land, but not the actual business. If it says it can take property, period, then yeah, it says property for a Raven, not land. It says very specifically. That's why I corrected myself, because it says that they can claim any property that they deem to be in the national interest to take. Balan, how you doing? Aklon, I just sent you a message on Discord about the Telegraph Rift. Not realizing you were streaming. Would be cool if you can check it out, but it's fine if you're too busy, or rather whenever you aren't busy. Ren the Widow, I'll definitely give it a watch. I don't know when though. Digimark, how you doing, bro? Hey, Akko, I hope you're okay and well. I'm just here for a short stay and just wanted to wish you happy Christmas. Oh, dude, Merry Christmas to you, man. What are you doing for Christmas, fam? People are sleeping on the floor in hospitals. It would take a miracle. Yeah, it would actually.
Standard, that is for sure. And once again, it is another way in which individuals are being disempowered and the state is being empowered. So that, I think, is the similarity that I see with this great reset idea. I'm not so sure whether that idea applies on a global scale, but here in South Africa, I think we certainly do see parallels that are quite concerning and that are intimately and intricately linked to the ANC and its guiding ideology.
Yeah, I think that's very well expressed, and I think it speaks to some of the ideological origins of the party. Sees itself as a vanguard for the people, and that it is the custodian of the popular will. And so that is a very different understanding from the kind of liberal democratic understanding of that, politicians campaign or electioneer for popular support and are the servants of
what went wrong this year?
It's kind of getting the cart before the horse there. All right, well, I see that Patrick has a question and asks, are we witnessing the collapse of the ANC, and how will this affect ordinary communities in South Africa, and should South Africa adopt an enclave system? Because he says that the state is becoming weaker, and then talks about the security
enclave
situation.
System? What is he talking about?
South Africa's townships and so on. A long question, which it's too long perhaps to read now. But our erstwhile director Frans Cronje, in his scenario sets, often used to speak about one scenario as the kind of the enclave society. And
oh yeah, okay, I know what he's talking about now. There is a chance that South Africa will become, in what I can only describe as my favorite future, the world's first ever anarchist nation. I really hope that that's the scenario that does play out.
I remember when I first joined the CRA, I thought, that seems to be quite a remote possibility. But now we are seeing a disaggregation in South Africa, where the middle classes are increasingly disconnecting from the electricity grid. We're seeing the collapse of water reticulation systems and sewage systems, particularly in rural municipalities, and civil society organizations, business groups like Sakeliga, AfriForum, etc., mobilizing on the ground to provide these services. Completely independently of.
Yes, Pepsi. So, anarchism in a political sense is very different to anarchism as most people think of it. Like, most people think of anarchy as chaos, but in a political sense, the anarchist movement is very different. So, in a political sense, anarchism effectively just means no government oversight, and so there is no national government, and every group of people, the sort of mantra of anarchism, or my favorite sort of definition of anarchism, is you do not speak for me. That's the definition that I like to use for anarchism. Insofar as you have these small pockets of communities. So let's say, for example, where I live now, Cape Town. Cape Town decides that it is going completely independent from the rest of South Africa, and so does every other city in the Western Cape decides to go completely independent from the Western Cape even. So Cape Town makes rules only for Cape Town. Cape Town has a government because the people of Cape Town decide we still want a government, and then the people of Cape Town decide what they think this government should be allowed to do. So they want the government maybe to deal with water, maybe they want the government to deal with electricity, but they don't need the government to deal with roads and stuff like that. They'll take care of that themselves. Another town in South Africa might look very differently at the problem. Another town like, let's say, Natal, Durban, Durban decides, well, actually, we don't want a government. We think that every group of people in like every neighborhood should take care of their own shit. And we don't need a government. So everyone just kind of gets together and figures the shit out themselves. So it's basically an every man for themselves. Another town, let's say Johannesburg city, decides, no, actually, we want a government, but we want a government that provides everything. So we want a government that provides healthcare. We want a government that provides education. We want a government that takes care of the roads, the police, the defense, everything. So this government has to be completely overarching. It has to deal with every single thing that we need, and we're willing to pay the taxes that come with it. Pretoria decides, well, actually, we want a bit of both. So we want a government. We want the government to provide most of these services, but we also want the free market involved in it. And so we want the government to guide the free market to provide all of these services, and we'll use the free market stuff through guidance from the government. Dude, with the 5 community subs, ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? Really appreciate that, fam. Thank you. So ultimately, people get to choose where they want to live based on their own ideology. That's what an anarchist nation looks like, because there is no national government. The government is effectively very localized. And so if you're unhappy living in, say, for example, Cape Town, you don't like the way Cape Town is run, you prefer someplace like Durban, you just go to Durban. The idea behind this anarchist movement is to say that if you live in a country with a national government and your national government is doing things that you do not agree with, you don't like what your national government is doing, your path of recourse is incredibly difficult, because you can't go anywhere in the country to escape what your national government is doing. The best you can do is leave the country for another country. So you have to get out of the country, which is obviously incredibly expensive, very difficult, and for some people just near impossible. So the idea here is that you make it as easy as possible for people to move to where they feel they want to live. And that's where the anarchism part comes in. Because on the outside, it looks like anarchy, but at the end of the day, everyone is living where they want to live. Now, you could come up with all sorts of problems and all sorts of things that might not work in that sense. Yes, so when US states had a lot more power than what they have today, but only in the anarchist view that I have, I would centralize, or I would decentralize those powers even more. I would give the US states even less control. I would put all of the control into municipalities. Let the municipalities decide how things are supposed to be run in their town, and then you can have things. So, let's say national defense. Okay, that's something that people usually say, oh, but what are you going to do when you get attacked? Okay, that's not hard. Let's say that every single town has a municipality, and every single one of those municipalities sends a representative to the state level, and at the state level, these guys are in control of defense of the state. So it's up to these guys to make sure that there is a standing army. They don't have any power over the individual cities, so they can't tell individual cities what they can and can't do. What they can do is facilitate the different cities to work together. So let's say 2 cities want to build a new highway between them. Well, they'll discuss that in the state senate, and then from there, they'll be able to, work on who builds what part of the road, and when the road is finished, who gets what part of the income from that road, right? So they all figure that out on the Senate level, the state Senate level, and then maybe every single state sends a representative to a national level, and the only thing that this national government does is, in the event of an attack, their job is to get all of the militaries from all of the different states to work together to actually repel the attack. They don't have any rights of attacking anyone. They can't join any wars, but they can defend the country if needs be. So that is what I would say is my perfect solution to, I think, what the future of governance should look like. But just refusing makes whatever committee completely useless. I wouldn't say that, what do you mean just refusing, Royal Raven? Because in this, I actually think that it should be as difficult as possible for governments to pass any legislation. Sounds a lot like ancient Greece. I think it is very much like ancient Greece, but of course you would be looking at what flawed that system and trying to plug it. So trying to come up with solutions to those flaws. I mean, America what America did, what the founding fathers of America did, wasn't groundbreaking. It wasn't like it's the first time in the history of the world. What they did was just a continuation. If you think about this, the Greeks started with this kind of democracy thing that eventually led to what we have today. The Romans simply bettered on that. So the Romans took that to an actual democracy system where, you know, most of, this is what most of our world today is sort of based on, is what the Romans did. But the Romans just took what the Greeks did further. America simply took what the Romans did further. So they just took that, looked at the problems that democracy creates, and tried to come up with ways of allowing those problems not to surface. Right? Because one of the problems that happened with Rome is that senators became way too powerful and started to become incredibly corrupt. So the idea here for the founding fathers of America was that you move things as close to the public that they're ruling in order to ensure that corruption can be stamped out at a local level rather than allowing it to go to a national level. Further, imperialism. I wouldn't say that America is an imperial nation on the face of it, and I wouldn't say that America was founded in imperialism. That I would not agree with. Facilitate cooperation, assumes easy cooperation. You can't create a national army out of basically city-states with vastly different ideological structures and ideas on pure faith and cooperation alone. Some cities will just refuse to help, and that leads other cities to refuse as well, as they see they can only protect themselves. Royal Raven, so the way you deal with it in that sense is that if a city-state refuses to send a government, that is, or a military, that is perfectly fine, but then of course all of the city-states that don't mind sending a military will punish the city-state that isn't sending a military. Again, it is what we do today. Most countries do this. How do countries deal with each other? Through anarchy. Right? How do we cooperate? Well, we cooperate through sanctions. We cooperate through threats. America wants Germany to do something. Germany doesn't want to do it. America says, okay, no, fine. You don't have to do it. But if you don't want to do it, we're going to impose taxes. We're going to impose sanctions. We're going to impose trade, import taxes. So we're going to make your life a living fucking hell until you do what we want you to do. We want a standing army. You don't want to provide it. So every single one of the city-states around you will now just impose an import tax on all of the goods that you send us to ensure that your goods can actually be sold here. Or maybe, you know, you don't have running water, but we have a lot of running water. You don't want to send them a standing army. Well, then we'll just sell you the water, but at double the price. So the city-states have to figure out what it is that they want to do, and they have to figure it out amongst themselves. So how is that better than what is currently happening on a national level? Would it be better? So in other words, your opinion is that no, it's better to force people to send an army even if they don't want to, with the threat of violence. Would you say that's better then? Because that's what happens at the current level, right? Currently, if you don't want to play by the rules, they'll just lock you up. So which one's better? The freedom to say no, but then also carry the consequences of saying no, or not even really the freedom to say no? Which one would be better?
Of the state. And then also we are seeing organized criminal syndicates that are rushing in to fill the void as well. And that is also having a very disruptive effect on the system. If you think of how mining companies and construction companies are being terrorized in places like
Grenville, how you doing, fam?
And making it very difficult for them to operate. You see violent gangs operating with impunity in places like the Cape Flats, and then now the Western Cape government, the City of Cape Town, is deploying their own policing units, the Law Enforcement Advancement Program. So you're starting to see a real disruption of the institutional matrix that has characterized South Africa since 1994, and basically a spirit of, well, we're...
Yeah, but the problem, Royal Raven, if you have a national army, that creates a bunch of new problems. Because it does not take long for the national government to realize that they can utilize this national army in their favor. They can utilize it for great gains, to make a lot of money for them and their benefactors. And then you have what happens in America, where it declares wars on literally just whatever the fuck is in their way. So again, you have to start asking yourself, is it better to have a system where it is very difficult to get an army together because there has to be a lot of cooperation? There has to be a lot of cooperation because everyone is free to cooperate in whichever way they see fit. Or is it better to have a standing army that can eventually be corrupted into doing the bidding of their betters? Because we see this all the time, right? I'm good, just finishing a robot goal with titties for a commission. Oh shit, Grumfield. Nice. Sexy time.
But full, and we need to solve some of these problems ourselves. John, do you want to respond to that
Snobby, how you
question
doing,
we
man?
received around the Enclave Society?
Sort of add a little bit of an optimistic spin to this, which is the notion that, firstly, following on from Brett's question earlier, what the current political change does is that it makes this kind of NDR, centrally controlled solution, impossible.
The problem with national government, Royal Raven, is it will always, so government will always become corrupt. Always. You cannot stop it. When you have a national government, it will always become corrupt. That's just the nature of it. Switzerland actually runs very similarly to this anarchist model. The Swiss national government has basically no fucking power, which is wild. Most people don't even know this. The provinces of Switzerland have all the power. And if they don't want to go to war, they just don't go to war. Another thing that most people don't know, did you guys know that Switzerland is the country that has more guns per capita than any other nation on Earth? Americans love to believe that they are the gun capital of the world, but it is in fact Switzerland. The Swiss have guns coming out of their assholes. Like, those guys love their guns, and it's completely legal. They can have as many guns as they fucking want. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's not even much of a limitation on the kind of weapons that they can have. It's kind of wild. So the fact is, the Swiss run very similarly on this model, and it works. Because the national government is so limited in what it can do that it can basically do nothing, right? It can basically do nothing. It's kind of fucked. I can't react to that, Banksy. Not allowed to show guns and stuff. You get fucked. That's because conscripts keep their rifles when they leave service. Switzerland is a pretty remarkable place. I think a lot of people don't know about. Because they keep to themselves. They don't join any wars. As far as you know, they're also one of the few countries that didn't join in the sanctions with Russia because they just remain neutral at all times. And they don't remain neutral because they don't remain neutral because, you know, that's just what they do. I was watching this documentary that explained they remain neutral because there's no way for the national government to ever really get involved. Because let's say the national government of Switzerland wanted to join in the sanctions with Russia. It would need every single one of the provinces of Switzerland to agree. Like, they would have to go to the provinces of Switzerland and say, hey, we really want to declare war against Russia, and so we want to impose sanctions on them. Would you guys be okay with that? And then the provinces, most of them just go, no. No, we will not be okay with that. And I believe if even one province says no, the national government can't go ahead with its plans. And since there are provinces that have banks, and there are obviously a lot of Russians that do banking with those provinces will just automatically say no. And so the national government is almost always just at a disadvantage of it can't get anything done, because the only way for it to get anything done would be through the provinces. And most of the provinces don't want to do the things that the national government wants to do. So that's just one example of very close to an anarchist system within the world. Not entirely. Obviously, it doesn't have all of the bells and whistles of an anarchist system, but it's definitely a lot closer to anarchism than any other nation on Earth. And I would say the proof is in the pudding. It's a very stable country. It's a very well-run and well-maintained country. Most people, if they had the money, would love to live there. It's just a very expensive country because people do so well there. But I think I think the problem that I have with national government, and the reason that I'm willing to come up with solutions to problems in another way, is how do you stop the national government from becoming corrupt? Well, if we could answer that, I would have no problem with national governments. But I don't, it seems obvious to me that any government that has power will become corrupted and seek for more power. And slowly over time, you will reach a point where the government is so large and so corrupt that the citizens of the country is just fucked no matter what they do. How do you solve that? How do you solve for that?
So what we've had in South Africa for decades, if not centuries now, is that a single authority exercised almost untrammeled power.
Yeah.
That's been the case for the ANC with its very dominant majorities in the state.
Yeah.
It was the case for the NP before that. South Africa was a colony. So for much of our history, there would be one group calling the shots and making decisions on behalf of South Africans, for better or for worse, very often for worse. And that is a paradigm that's ending now. And the paradigm that we're entering into now is where there's going to be not an untrammeled exercise of power, but rather a negotiated exercise of power with limitations and limits on power, on state power. And that is actually quite a good thing.
Yeah, that is
because it means that South Africans will have far more opportunity to guide and determine the outcomes that they get, be it on a local level, decentralized level, enclave basis, or otherwise through the formal political system, where instead of having one party in power, you might have 5 or 6, and they will have to work together to, express the electorate's concerns and priorities in their policies. This is actually quite a good thing. I think it is going to be messy for a while, and it's very scary what we're experiencing right now in terms of load shedding and problems with water and transport. Everything is looking pretty dire. But if you look a bit further ahead and sort of look at the big picture of where things are changing, how they are changing, this is actually quite an encouraging time. We might have thought that the ANC was going to deliver. That was the hope in 1994. For a long time, the jury was out. I think now the verdict is in, and the verdict is ANC cannot deliver. It's not going to.
Like it was. I don't agree with that, Royal. I don't agree with the automatic, because you're assuming that city-states will just slaughter each other. That is an assumption. There's a massive logical leap that just took place there, because you have not explained to me how that would happen. You've made an assertion, and you're expecting me to accept your assertion based on nothing other than I said so. I don't agree that that is what would happen, because why wouldn't cities just destroy each other now? Why do the people of Cape Town not just walk into Pretoria and start shooting people? They could. There's nothing really stopping them from doing so. You could say, yeah, the police is stopping them. The police of Africa is fucking useless. They still don't do it. So I don't think it's obvious that they would. The point of city-states that makes them a hell of a lot better than national governments is much closer to home. It's much easier to recognize corruption when it's happening very close to you than it is to recognize corruption when it's happening far away. The national government has the ability to be corrupt in ways that you will not realize until it is way too late. Whereas if it happens at local level, you will very quickly start to realize that your roads are falling apart and this isn't fun. You elected a government and a government official to take care of the roads, but they're not taking care of the roads, so something must be wrong here. Something's not exactly happening the way that you want it to happen, and so to get rid of that person wouldn't be too difficult. The other reason it is important is the rulers, the people that is in charge, have to live in the very places that they rule. So they're going to have much more of an incentive to make sure that they rule well. You see, the problem with national governments is that the people that rule the national government do not live in the places that they rule, so therefore they're not affected by the rules that they make. I think America is a very good example of this. The people in government live in Washington, D.C. It's not even a fucking state. It's a singular city that is barely affected by anything that they do. So when they pass laws that destroy entire states, they don't realize, they don't care, because they don't go through it. It's not their price to pay. They don't have to worry about it. So, I don't know. I just feel like it is much better for leaders to actually live where they rule rather than just rule over like vast swaths of areas without even knowing what the fuck their rules will actually do. The other problem that you have at a national level with any sort of rule is that it's not obvious to me that rules passed for one part of a country would necessarily benefit the other part of the country in the same way. So you might need rules in a place like Cape Town. Let me give you an example. Cape Town requires things like bike lanes. We require it. People love riding bicycles here. It's amazing, the scenery as you go for a bike ride, you know, along the coast. It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. So bike lanes here are very important, and the government here really is trying to make that a reality. But if you went on a national level and you said that all cities must have bike lanes, well, there are cities where that would be entirely impractical. You take a city like Joburg. Very few people are riding bicycles in Joburg, nor would they. It's a very large city, and the places where you work is by car like an hour and a half away. It's so many kilometers, you wouldn't drive your bike there. So the only thing the bike is going to do is going to create even more traffic, because now you have fewer lanes for cars because some of the lanes now have to be reserved for bikes. So it will create unnecessary problems that most people don't want to deal with in the first place. So it's not obvious that those would help at all. This is, again, just a small example of why national government is highly inefficient at what it does. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? It's the logical end with no oversight. National militaries keep provinces from killing each other. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that's true. It's the same argument that the Europeans like to make. The Europeans like to believe that the Europe is no longer at war because of the European Union. That's not true. I don't agree with that at all. Even if the European Union didn't exist, Germany and France isn't going to invade each other tomorrow. They're working together. They trade. They buy stuff from each other. They have no incentive to invade each other. I don't agree that you need oversight in order to ensure. I think what's happening from a human perspective is, as our technology has gotten better, the reason war across the world is becoming less and less. Really, we have far fewer wars today, even with Russia invading Ukraine. We have far fewer wars today in the world than we've had at any other point in the history of the Earth, at least when humans finally became the dominant species on Earth. We have barely no wars compared to any other time in history. The reason for that is technology. As we've gotten more and more advanced technologically, it has become more and more expensive to wage war. You see, because we're no longer dealing with swords and spears and shields. We're no longer dealing with, a war leading to maybe 10,000 or 100,000 dead. We're dealing with wars that leave millions dead. It leaves entire cities leveled. We're not just talking about a wall that has a couple of holes in it and a couple of buildings that's collapsed. We're talking about entire cities leveled to the ground, requiring billions to rebuild. War has become far too an expensive game, and so most of us don't wish to engage in those games. I think the appetite around the world for wars have died out, and I don't think it has anything to do with national oversight or a military keeping people in check. I think it has to do... So a good example of this is when you have friends over, what's keeping you from chopping your friends' heads off? Actually, here's a better one. What's keeping you from walking into your neighbor's house and shooting your neighbor? Is it the police? Is it the fact that the police exist that's keeping you from doing so? Or is it the fact that you just don't want to do it? I think it's the fact that you just don't want to do it. Well, during the Viking era, that's exactly what they did. If someone slighted you, you challenged them to a duel to the death. Because he slighted you. How dare he, right? Nowadays, someone slights you and you just give him a middle finger and tell him to fuck himself. And then you leave. You no longer have any interest in challenging him in a duel to the death, right? Because, well, death's kind of final, and you don't know whether your neighbor is a better shot than you. So why would you? It's not the police that's keeping you from doing these terrible things. It's you. You no longer have the stomach for it. And I think that's going to be true even at a city-state level. I don't think people are just going to start randomly invading each other because fuck you. They're not doing it now. Why would they do it then? I don't see that as an obvious thing. It could happen, but I don't see it as obvious. I've been in a deal with sabers. Yeah, but that's a different thing.
To deliver. But that means that the ANC has to leave in order for the outcomes to improve, and the ANC is leaving. I think it is collapsing. It's like you're going down a river, and the river keeps speeding up, and there's a waterfall at the end of the river. At some point, that collapse is going to happen in ANC support, I think.
Chin,
I think that their base support...
You're obviously always going to have the outliers, right? You're always going to have those among our species that are more violent than others. But I think the majority of our species isn't violent, do not want to engage in violence. Let's go to some of the most violent countries in Africa. Right? Let's take Congo. It is an incredibly violent place that's run by warlords. Would it surprise you to know that those warlords make up less than 10% of the entire population? 90% of the Congo, one of the most dangerous countries in the world, is peaceful. Peaceful people just wanting to go along with their lives. They just want to live their lives. Yes, the violent people took control and they're running the place like a fucking mafia would. But the rest of them don't want to do it. So the truth is, all we have to do is make sure that those violent elements never get power. If we can do that, we should be fine. Because the vast majority of people do not want to engage in wars and do not have any interest in it.
Support is probably around 20-25%. That's how far they can drop. That's not going to happen in one stage. It's more like cataracts than a single drop waterfall. But that is where we're heading. The ANC is going to become a 20% party, 25% party.
Oh, that would be
comparable
so
in size
good.
to the DA, with lots and lots of other smaller parties in the spectrum around it.
Thanks for watching. Let's hand over to you, our audience. What do you...
That would be so good if the ANC could fucking lose, bro. Not gonna lie. Anyways, we'll do one Aram, just one, and then we're gonna play. We're gonna quickly do. No, before we do that, we're quickly gonna do some YouTube maintenance, and then we're gonna play Dragonflight. All right, fam. So we'll do one Aram. We kind of got locked in a video here that I wanted to finish watching. Is there anyone that wants to join? If you're EU West, you're welcome to join me for this Aram, by the way. But you have to be EU West. I don't play in any other region. And if you're not playing in EU West, you're playing in the wrong region. Rowan, I don't agree with that. I don't think that local populations are going to be more susceptible. The answer to that would be to arm your citizens. Because the only problem that exists in Africa is most of those governments, prior to falling to warlords, removed the guns from their citizens in a bid to take full control. And then, of course, they didn't realize that those warlords were arming themselves with all of the guns that's been taken. And now the citizenry has no ability to take themselves back. So I do think you need to arm your citizens so that they can stand up. Are you EU or NA for League? EU all the way, baby. EU West. But Roy Raven, I'd love to have this discussion when you have more time, because I saw that you're going to leave soon. Because I always like having discussions like this. I don't want to say... I definitely don't have all of the answers. Like, absolutely not. And there's a good chance that I'm wrong 100% with everything that I just said. But I do find it very interesting to think about. And I find it very interesting to sort of debate about. Because I think the one thing that might be clear to everyone is that our current systems are not working. Whatever the future needs to look like, it needs to not look like what we have currently. What's this? I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is a
Hello,
long ass
it's
video.
December 22nd, and all through the house, not a creature was scurrying, not even a mouse.
Stirring. No.
Whatever.
I'm assuming there's no one that wants to be here. And like no one wants to join.
Now remember, November is going on, so you got some time off, and probably no news next week. We'll probably have regular videos that we've pre-recorded, but next week it's like the holidays and the travel.
Lots of traveling.
Just sorry, but there's gonna be live news the week after that because it's New Year's.
Fuck this. I'm not playing with Robin. There's no way.
Just heads.
Let's see who.
So get building.
drops-
November's also gonna run.
Let's see who drops some of their champions that we can maybe play with. If we played with Jarvan, what's his win rate? Oh, he doesn't have a bad win rate, actually. If I go healthy Jarvan, that should keep me... Yeah, that should actually not be bad. Let's go for Jarvan. Might be a good champion to play with. Do we have anyone else that's going tank? We have Renekton. Not a good tank. He's going to go fighter, most likely. So yeah, let's take Jarvan. Let's see how it goes. Wait, let's try once. No. Muokai is actually good, but I've played him before. Fuck it. Let's play Jarvan, shall we? Let's play Jarvan. Time to head on out. Royal Raven, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Seen the retaliation reacting to Metin rejoining Blizzard? He called Metin cringe. Link it to me, Arabio, but not right now. Let me finish this game first and then link it to me. Because I would like to see it. People have been telling me that Taliesin reacted this way, so I'd like to see exactly why he thinks Metin is cringe. The 40k in the last few days. Do you have any sort of story or book recommendations? I would start with the Horus Heresy book. So get Horus Rising, False Gods, and I don't know what the other one is. Can't remember what the other one is called. But I would start with those. I can't start with them because I don't have them. And I'm still waiting for my bookstore to find them for me. They only just found Galaxy in Flames. That's the one. The only books I've found so far, and I'm going to pick up my other book tomorrow, is the Dark Imperium books. And they just found the 3rd edition for me. So I have all of the Dark Imperium books now. I'm so happy. Can't wait to read the 3rd one. I'm almost done with the 2nd one. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, you could probably borrow them from the internet as well. Just sail the high seas if you really want to. But I really want to own them. I seriously want to own them. I have a dream of filling up 2 of these with physical books. All of my favorite books. Everyone says the Horus Heresy box is fantastic. Everyone says they're absolutely phenomenal.
Welcome to the howling of the minions have spawned.
Now we're in games and taste them out of print. You got a good condition one to sell. Yeah, this is the one thing that I will never not do again. As soon as they bring out a new book, I will absolutely buy it. Oh, fuck you. Man, I hate that I don't have more fucking damage. I don't have more damage, chat. New version Aram. Yeah, there's like some event. I'm not entirely sure. Woo! Good job, fam. Good job, people. Love you, boys. You guys are doing so well. Wow. When I thought you guys were doing well. What the fuck? Wow, I jumped way farther than what I actually planned to there. I did not plan to jump there. Well, that was a bit of a fuck up.
An ally has been slain.
Pain must be felt.
An enemy has been slain.
I fucking hate you guys. Yeah, take him down. Take him down. Good job. All right, let's go. Let's just keep going, boys. Just keep going. We've got this. All right, we've done this. That's good. Okay, let's see. Let's heal a bit. Have a great day. Pipsy, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. And also thanks for the sub. I hope the new cinematic universe stuff starts in 40k rather than jumping in 30k. Didn't he say that he wanted to do 40k? Or am I wrong? I'm pretty sure he said he wanted to do 40k. Although he might do... He might go for 30k. Depends. Wouldn't you want it to start with the Horus Heresy stuff, though?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Oh my god, good job, fam.
Double
You guys are so fucking OP right now. Gives me a fucking semi just thinking about this. Oh, I had no fucking mana. Jesus, that sucks.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double
Wait, did I get killed by that? Oh my god, Morgana actually fucking killed me, bro. That is a little disgusting, but never mind. Okay, we've got some items. Let's get the year. If so, I haven't heard any interviews from him regarding it besides his Instagram account. He plays what he wants to play. Who's that? Who's playing what I want? What he wants to play? Wow, pretty sure that fucking missed me, but never mind. Dude. Man, I needed so much more fucking damage there. I highly doubt it's going to have anything to do with the Primarchs. Would go against the traditional Games Workshop style and how they progress the story universe. Dude, I would love it to be the Horus Heresy stuff. I'm heading to bed and listening to more 40k lore. Ren the Widow, thanks so much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, fam. We're doing just this one game and then we're jumping into other shit. I fucking hate that ad, you bitch. Don't go in now, are you nuts? Wow, you fucking moron. Why would you go in when she has her stun cocked and fucking ready? I don't understand this. Like, what a stupid fucking asshole. Proper Kha'Zix player, man. Renekton player. Don't go so deep. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
enemy is unstoppable.
Why would you do this? Jesus.
Mortality is truly.
Who dares defy my will?
Oh shit, that's a bit much.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy is dominating.
Oh my god. Here we go. Get him, get him, get him. Fucking good job. Wow. That was good. That was good.
Aced.
That was super good.
Father, the king.
Conquers all.
I do need to die actually. Like, not gonna lie, I do need to die.
I'm warm.
Find me greater foes.
Like, could someone kill me? Like, if that's possible, a bit of killing would be good now.
No quarter for the wicked.
What's everyone up to? You know, apart from watching me fucking... I'm running out of mana fast here, boys. Okay. Yeah, that was time. It was time, it was time, it was time. Nothing we can do now. Can't wait for what? You're playing some... Oh, shit. Wait, you guys are back on that?
Has been slain.
Interesting. Morny still plays that. Dude, fucking hell. That's wild.
Today is a good day to die.
I think you're making a mistake there already, oh boy. Yeah, you guys are definitely making fucking mistakes now. Yeah, Riven seems to be doing a good enough job here.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck. I knew I overextended. Bro. I knew I overextended there. I should not have done that. That was a bad move, man. I'm not tanky enough yet.
Rampage.
Play like once a week with an Immortal Empire now. I know I'm getting it. The salt getting to me now. I should calm down. I shouldn't be this angry. Should just accept the fact that they fucking ruined my fucking game. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a problem. Boys, it's not a problem. I've got this. I'm alright. I'll make it work.
I love a challenge.
Ooh, that was close.
Ally has been slain.
That was fucking close.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, kill him, please. Thank fuck. Okay, good job, boys. Right, just kill him.
Kill.
Has Cabal actually said anything about the new media outside of his Instagram announcement? Not that I know of. I saw in interviews before the announcement him discussing some of the things that he really likes and some of the things he really enjoys. So that's sort of what I'm going off of, is the things that he kind of enjoys. King Julian, why are you telling me that the live later is today? What the fuck do you want me to do with that information? I can't watch it, so why does that matter?
Shut down.
I wonder if you guys aren't going too hard there. Yeah, you guys are definitely going too hard.
An ally has been slain.
Yep, this is fun.
Down.
Okay, why did I go in there? I should have just left them to die. Oh my god, that was a stupid move, man. That was such a stupid move. I should have just left them to die. All the lithium salt. Dude, I hate when I do that. When I try to help my team, even though I know that I'm just gonna help myself die here as well.
Rampage.
Find me greater.
Enemy double kill.
Stop. Oh, this was a bad idea. Fuck.
An ally has been slain.
Wow. Fuck. I hate myself so much right now, bro. You have no idea. And this started so well, and now it's just become a fucking nightmare. Oh my god, what are you doing? What the actual fuck are you doing? Why would you go in?
Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Oh my god, my team. Dude, did you guys see how tanky I was? I'm getting there. Token, how you doing? But my team is just standing there fucking looking pretty. Like, oh yeah, you know, look at him. He's fucking fighting. Lol. Let's not help him. No. That's not necessary. Why would we help? And then when they can all die, no one goes in? Yeah, when they can literally all just jump in, I'm fucking tanking it. They're not going in. No, now they'll stand like a little slots.
As expected.
Protect the faithful.
Oh, now's not the time. Now's so not the fucking time, bro. Well, that's annoying.
The Masia, now and forever. Ha! Cha!
Oh shit, get her quick, fuck! Oh my god. Dude, why are you guys so... Why are we not doing damage? Like, what the fuck? Are we seriously this bad?
An enemy has been
Man, they have
slain.
so much fucking damage.
Ally
Wow.
has been slain.
That's... Yeah, okay, never mind.
Has been slain. Shut down.
Hope needs no shield.
Today's episode, Games Workshop released on their YouTube channel. I think it's like a one-shot episode, but it was pretty great. Shocked me. I have not watched it. Maybe we should. Maybe we should watch that. That seems like something I would want to watch. Okay, I have a lot of high health now. I have some... I don't have enough armor. So anything that's dealing like physical damage will fucking wreck me. But I do have some... Man, I'm so low level though. Okay, I need to catch up on levels first before I can go in again. Because I am very far behind.
For my father, the king.
See, I've been dying too much. Oh, my team is just... Yeah, there's no damage. There's no fucking damage whatsoever. I don't know what my team is doing. I don't know why they just all stood back there. Engaging clearly wasn't the right move. And it's the end of the game. What a horrible game. What a horrible game.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your
No, Token, there would be no good news. Like, what good news are you expecting? That will never happen.
killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Yeah, no, I can't do jack shit. These guys have way too much fucking HP. And they do so much damage. There's no way.
Down.
There's no way.
Ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
As you can see there, look at that fucking slot. Just dealing all of the damage, man.
Shut down. Aced.
I needed more time. That's the problem. I needed more time. A little bit more time to get all... I should have gone just straight for tanking items. I should not have wasted gold on damage dealing items yet. Because the tankier you get, the harder it becomes for them to win. Because, yeah, tanks get stupidly overpowered. I'm not... No one was good enough for an honor in this one, I think. There's no point. I also played really badly in this one. Although, this is how you know that things didn't go well. Just please take a look at this. I was the tank, and I dealt 16k. The only 2 people outdamaged me, and that was Riven and Caitlyn. These are the only 2 people that outdamaged me on my team. And then look at their team, 42k from Kha'Zix. It's ridiculous, dude. It is fucking ridiculous. 100%. Blothar, how you doing, fam? Anyways, Chin, what's this? Is this the business you started, Jen? Okay, before we continue, I need to quickly edit today's video. Get it ready. Nice, dude. Jewelry. It's not bad. It's not bad. What's your goal with it? I just thought she was gonna go down. It's not that kind of video. It's not that kind of video, fam. Let's just update the Twitch stream quickly. So we're doing YouTube maintenance now. It is Thos. Though it's what? Thos. No, Chen, you don't understand. You have to have a different goal than just money. Money can't be your only goal. You won't keep going. If your only goal with what you're doing with the jewelry is to make money, you're not gonna stick around long enough. Businesses take a really long time to get off the ground. The general rule of thumb for a business is the first year, you take care of it. The second year, it takes care of itself. And the third year, it starts taking care of you. Now, that's just a general rule. It usually takes far longer than that. So you can look at the first 6 years not making a single cent out of it, other than just making sure that you don't have to pay into it. So if all you care about is making money, you're not making money. You won't stick with it long enough. It's going to take way too long for you to start making the money that you're hoping to make, and you'll give up before then. Is to grow brand awareness first? No, I mean, what is your goal with your business? What is the goal of what you want to achieve with this business that isn't money? So in other words, do you like making jewelry? Do you have a specific goal of the kind of jewelry that you eventually want to start making? Do you have a specific thing that you're aiming for to get better at? Because everyone wants to make money. That's like guaranteed. But it's like on Twitch. Why do I stream? Is making money part of why I stream? Yeah, of course. Of course it is. But that's not my main reason for streaming. I stream because I like to entertain and I want to be better at it. I want to be the best possible entertainer that I can be. I want to know that when I go live, you guys come in and you look forward to being here, because for the next, 6 hours, you escape from all of the shit that's going on in your own life and you feel good for the next 6 hours. If I can do that, if I can achieve that, I've reached my goal with my business, with streaming. I've reached that goal. The money is just, it happens automatically when I reach that goal. That's sort of why I asked you, what is it that you want to achieve with this business? Because if it's only money, you're not going to stick with it. Same as streaming. Streaming is a lot of hard work. It takes hours out of your day. It's a always on kind of thing. If money is your only goal, yeah, you're not doing it. No one has ever become famous on Twitch because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to be famous on Twitch. That's just never happened. Wait, I need to quickly get into my YouTube channel here. Astra1, tier 1 sub, 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate your fam. Thank you. About time I subbed again. Love all your content, dude. Dude, I'm very happy to have you here. And I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the content so much. It makes me happy. We have 2 videos left, and then today we do the Q&A, so that'll give us more videos to do. Today's video is, if Azeroth isn't a Titan, what is she? Interesting, chat. It's interesting to me. Like the Primalists? Robo-God made out of Frankenstein Titans? I don't know. Well, you'll have to watch the video in order to get my answer to that one. There is an answer. But you have to watch the video for that. For it to happen, you would have to watch. Right, there we go. We were supposed to get introduced to God in Shadowlands, right? What happened? No, what? I don't think we were supposed to be introduced to God. What are you talking about, Chin? I'm fairly certain that wasn't supposed to happen. Dude, I'm gonna lose my shit. Why is this changing the whole time? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. Why is it not saving? Okay. Now, Savior. Just fucking lock here. Don't move here. This is what I want. The timeline right where it fucking is meant to be. The Clockmaker is being above the first ones, but no mention of us meeting them. Yeah, they mentioned the Clockmaker, if that's what you're referring to. I'll give you guys a nice picturesque landscape to appreciate while we stand. I want to see if I can boost the sound a little bit more. I'll give you guys a nice picturesque landscape to appreciate while we stand here.
Okay, so the next one is from Sir Mathiel, and his...
Right. Okay, so let's start, shall we? Blur. Gaussian blur. Done. Now, sounds. In. Good. Now, -10. -10 and -10. And now we can start. Should be easy enough. We want the blur on 0. We want this on 0. And then we move into there. We want this suddenly at 150. And the blur suddenly at 60. And then we move the fuck along to this bit over here. And now we're doing something else here. We're doing blocking the scale there. Moving the scale to that, moving to this side. We have the scale go up to 150. We have this go down to 0. And then finally, over here, we do scale lock, blur lock. Blur goes down to 0. This goes down to 0, and this should give us a nice little...
Is a very interesting
Steam sales are on. We'll check the sale out in a minute.
Okay. So, learning about what we know of the Titans and the Old Gods, just their general...
And then at the... Let's do the 3-minute mark, shall we? Let's say around here. around the 3-minute mark, we'll put another one of these bad boys in there. These are always a lot easier to deal with. Goes to -10. -10. Scale at 0. Zoom in a bit. $150. Mark. Fuck. Mark it out. Take this all the way there. We want to do blurriness 0. Right there. Blurriness to 60. And then here, blurriness 60. Right at the end of that, blurriness 0. Just make sure. Nosdormu and the Bronze Dragonflight isn't allowed to visit the
Kill
Days
team?
of the Black Empire.
What's a
for-
kill team? Is it exactly what it sounds like, or
It's an army, right? You mean you want to do a Dark Aldar army? Whoa. Okay, that's definitely not what I wanted to do. Okay, now we can move. Let's move to that mark. Take this with us. This is not going to work. We have to go back even further. Wait, what am I thinking that the Titans are doing to her? I mean, I think we'll move it all the way to there. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. And now all we have to add is a bit of blur. And take out a bit of blur. Yeah, an agony due to something that the
Arkil, how you
Titans
doing,
did
fam?
to her. Something that the Titans are doing to her. I mean, yeah, I mean, you have the sword and you have all that shit. Okay, I think this is good enough. When you blur yourself, it's easier to watch you. Wow. Wow, being fucking called out just like that. Arkil, you know what? You know what, bro? Go fuck yourself, man. How dare you? How dare you say that to me, man? Just like that. Like, fuck, you know? Right in the gut. It's a horrible thing to say, man. How dare you? So, is there any good games in the Steam sale, or is it just, you know, basic bitch games? The one who told us this when we were still thinking that the jailer had a Titan design leaked? Wait, what did Ian tell us, Chin? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna meet the first ones for a very long time. I don't think Blizzard is interested in revealing the first ones. The only reason I think the first ones were introduced to World of Warcraft in the first place is as a plot design, as a plot tool. Because now, whenever you want to make something happen, but you don't quite know how to make it happen with the assets that you have in-game, you can just do it through the first ones. So they're a great plot tool or a plot device, but they're not necessarily used outside of, you know, like tools to move plot lines forward and shit like that. That's my guess, at least. So, you know what the most difficult part of this is going to be now, chat? Making a thumbnail for this. Making a thumbnail for this particular fucking video is going to be hard. Like, what picture would you guys use for... If Azeroth isn't a Titan, what is she? In a lot of fiction, some sort of powerful, mysterious progenitor race to be able to handwave away a lot of the shit. Well, if you think about how hard some things are to do, it would be, like, it makes sense that they would, like, all fantasy worlds would have this sort of invisible hand that can sometimes move things around a little bit. Because if, yeah, sometimes there are just really cool stuff that you would like to do, but trying to do them with the information that, or with what you have available, is now impossible to do. Okay, so what picture do we use here? If Azeroth isn't a Titan, what is she? Oh, I think I have an idea, but this is going to be really scumbag. This might be very scumbag. Some of you might be already aware of where I'm going with this. Oh, shit. Ivanko, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You do this, right? And then a large red arrow that just says, not a Titan. Yeah, today's the wild time, Toby. Right after this, we just have to make this thumbnail, and then we're going. Thing is, will people catch that? That's the other question, right? Will people... So that will definitely grab people's attention. Might have to do a little bit more. What do you mean? Bring it in a little bit more. Just like that. I have an interesting question to you. How powerful do you think it is? Think is just a whisper of the old gods. What would happen if the new world tree would get whispered to or anything like this? As apparently there are rumors that the new world tree that Taranda has been given is already corrupted by the old gods. I think their whispers aren't powerful like at once. So if you just have one whisper come through, that's not the power. The power is the consistency of it. They drive you crazy, and then once you're crazy, you start seeing things, and this leads you down the road of sort of worshipping them due to the things that you see. Over it, to make it even more apparent, Alden, no. I don't think that would work. I think an arrow is fine, because people will immediately think to themselves, wait, what? What does he mean, not a Titan? I think an arrow there would just do fine. It is a scumbag move, though. Because this is an Azeroth, but I don't know what else to use here. Like, what else do you like? What other picture do I possibly use for Azeroth? We don't have any view, like we don't have any reference of what Azeroth looks like. So I don't know what else to use here. Dude, this is so annoying. Yeah, but I don't want to use other people's art because I don't always know if they allow that. Let's see what pictures we have. See, whenever you type in Azeroth, they just bring up the world. They don't really give you... The other option that we could do is just use a screenshot of Azeroth. Or we do this. Azeroth. You use this. So you use this picture, right? With Azeroth in the background. And not a Titan. So you use this picture. Yeah. The issue with this, the only issue with this picture is it might not be, like, people might not quite follow this. Like, people might not know what this is. And so they, because you also need it to be very obvious what it is they're looking at. Otherwise, they're going to be very sort of, okay, this might actually work. There's better pictures of this. There has to be, no? When Sargeras swirled himself around the planet, there has to be a better picture that makes you see the planet a little bit better than just seeing the swirl. Although I do like this. This is a little big, but this might work. Let's try this for a minute, shall we? So if we move this and we go like this, right? Put it there, flip it around like this. Then you can put an arrow here and go, not a Titan. What do you guys think? Would that not work? The problem is the cinematic doesn't actually have a good... So Mason is back. They might even bring Sargeras and even Thrall back. Maybe. You see, this is where I know there was whatever. Ben Sabubi, how you doing, bro? I know that there were pictures of Azeroth before she was this enveloped. The issue is I can't fucking... I don't know if people screenshotted this. It's a Azeroth Sargeras. Maybe that gives us a better image. I don't think we're gonna get it. Let's do Azeroth. Argus raid. Maybe that shows us something better. What was the raid called again? Antorus. No? Was it called Antorus? Yeah, Antorus the Burning Throne. Yeah. Azeroth Antorus. Okay, we need a picture of Azeroth as she gets enveloped, but not fully enveloped. I can't believe that people didn't take screenshots. I remember I took a screenshot at the time, but I've already deleted those screenshots. Why did no one make like any art of this or anything to that effect? I think this is the best we're gonna do, boys. Let's see what it looks like at the end, okay? And then we can always come back and sort of refidget with it if we're not happy with this, shall we? Okay, so we take this arrow. Move it there. And then the words. Not a Titan. Not a Titan. So these are the words of a madman. I don't know if I like the... It might have to be white. What do you guys think? White text or yellow text? We'll try it out in a minute and see. Yeah, okay, this does not work. Not a Titan. The A is not long enough. It looks strange and weird. You could probably center it, but would that work better? Send you a picture a long time ago of Azeroth with a Nathrezim behind it. Maybe you can use that Azeroth. Furious. Can you find that picture again? Because if you can find that picture again, that'd be great. Not a Titan. This might make people think. Like, people might actually wonder about this. So let's see if we start fucking around with it a little. If we can actually make it look good. Shall we? So if we do something like this. Not a Titan. Move the arrow above. Now the question becomes, would you click? Would you click on this? What about this? Not a Titan? I don't know if that would work. Don't know if that would work. It might, but it might also backfire. And it's definitely unique, I think. Maybe I could do that. The whole point is, do you, like, how do you want the, like, how will people click? What will people click on? I don't know. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, because I don't know if this will stand out. Plus, it's really small. What top one? I think it's about Sargeras. Yeah. Yeah, with incest is incest or wincest? No, I'm definitely fucking not doing that. I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. Pretty sure that's not allowed. There's Azeroth and all the other. Send me links, guys. If you find a picture that you think is really cool, please send me the link. See, I would have loved to use one of these pictures. The problem is just people might not fully comprehend what that is. And so those pictures are out of the question. These pictures won't work. Zoom in on Azeroth. Is there any picture here? Any picture that's worth using? Do other planets have old gods? Yeah. There's been a lot of planets that's actually been infected. In fact, we don't know how many planets have been infected, but the argument is lots. At least from what we know. What am I looking at on Discord? Alright, so this is just Azeroth. Oh shit, the black background is gonna make this a bitch to cut out. Let's try, shall we? See if there's a way for us to salvage this little fiasco. I don't think... Yeah, that's not working. Let's do a 10. See if that works. Nope. Does not work. See, now I have to cut away the light. That's so sad. This is a fucking bad job that I'm doing. I know I'm doing a bad job of this. I don't care. It's fine. We'll just let it be. A DM queue? I don't see a DM. Oh, there we go. Message requests. Hold up. Baines. I'm accepting it now. Oh yeah, that picture. We could use that picture as well. Again, though, not entirely sure what the significance would be if people clicked on it. I'm off to work. Later chat. Ferorius, take care of yourself, fam. Thanks so much for the suggestion, though. See, because that's the big question here is... Will it get clicks? So if you move this below the arrow, will this get clicks? Maybe make it a bit bigger. So if you were to put it there, Do you think people would know that this is Azeroth? You're actually correct there, Baines. That is a good point. Let's see if we can make it look good. Because that's... You see, no. This is not going to look good. I'll show you why. So we pull that in. We're now going to have to blow it up to fucking epic proportions. So we have to take it right up. See, this does not necessarily... I don't know. What do you guys think? Rosita, how are you doing? Observe why there are 6 places on top of the Tower of Eldraken. 3 of them are already used by Extraza, Kelegos, and Osdormu. The 2 missing aspects are obviously Ferorian and Marethra. But why such big sacrifice for bringing back Ysera just to fly around with her daughter? The new model of Ysera looks whiter than before, and that color we're still missing in the Aspect Council. They're also talking so often of something is missing, like cohesion. The thing that I think that is currently missing is Nalfarian. What's the point that you're making, though? Like, where do you want to go with that? Also, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Captain Cadillac, how you doing? Would you guys... So, just based on this picture, would this picture entice you if we did the following? So, let's say we did that. And then we moved this and this above it. Obviously, moving the arrow. Would this make you wonder? That's how big it would be on YouTube. Would this make you wonder about the video? Would you want to click the video? Or would you not have a fucking clue? I don't do thumbnails like that, but you are correct. That would almost definitely get more clicks. I won't lie, it might actually just get clicks. We make it nice and big, like that. Not a Titan. This tells all the story you need from it. Yeah, if you want real WoW hentai, that is the place to be. That's true. I think it looks good. Garmanj, how you doing, man? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I'll send you 2 more. If you don't like it, I leave it on you. Let's see what the other 2 looks like. Yeah, that one's too big. Well, I don't think that one will work. See, the thing is, this one works because most people understand this picture. Most people understand what this picture is. So they know instinctively that this is about World of Warcraft. You have to approach YouTube like you're dealing with a child. Because your audience makes their decision on whether or not to watch your video within 2 seconds. Don't know, I've become immune to clickbait. Yeah, the thing is, most people haven't, Brock. And so if you don't clickbait, no one's watching. That's the sad bit of it. You have to clickbait to... But this is where I think a lot of people... We need a new word for this. Because the actual term for it is good marketing. That's all it is. Because nothing about this is clickbait. The video is about Azeroth. It is about Azeroth not being a Titan. There's no clickbait in this. The thing that you need to do, though, is you have to make it look enticing enough that someone sees the thumbnail and thinks to themselves, I want to watch this. So they have to make that decision already by just seeing the thumbnail. I need to watch this. If they don't do that, well, you're fucked. Just, yeah. If they don't make the decision based on the thumbnail, they're not making that decision. It's as simple as that. I feel like I fucked this arrow a bit too much, though. Let's get a new arrow. Is there a better arrow that we could use? One that has a little bit less of a skew to it? This feels like a very clickbait arrow. Maybe, let's see. It's gonna go to black anyways. Oh, excuse me, chat. Fuck. See, this might be an even better arrow than the one I've been using up until now. Okay. Shit. How bad was that? Let's do a 50 on the tolerance over this. Okay, that removes everything that we wanted it to remove. Now, all we have to do is change... Whoa, shit, no. That's definitely not what I wanted to do. Change the arrow where it's pointing. Might be not good. Now that I'm looking at it, it might not be that good. Do you think the other arrow was better? Yeah, I agree with you guys. That arrow sucks. Fuck me. Alright, let's see. Can we find a better arrow than the other one we've used? This is the one we've used so far. Maybe this is the best arrow we're gonna get. So we'll just stick with it. Give it a bit of a backdrop. Maybe a bit of an outer glow. That's how large it will be on YouTube. I think that works. Okay, fuck it, chat. If it doesn't work, if I don't get any views, I don't get any views. It's as simple as that. It's as good as it's gonna be. So we may as well just accept that if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Well, clickbait in a larger sense to me is obvious exaggeration, photoshopping pictures, and involving female body parts that have nothing to do with the actual topic. What I mean to say, Akko, is I watch all your lore videos, no matter what's on display. Brock, I really appreciate that. And yes, that's the obvious clickbait, and that is also illegal. See, that's the thing that... Or not illegal, but it's not allowed on YouTube. It is against YouTube's TOS. You are not allowed to make a thumbnail that has nothing to do with the video. If your viewers really wanted to, they could report you and YouTube will eventually take action. I say eventually because it might take a long time for them to take action. But technically you're not allowed to do it. The reason they do it is because they know that no one reports videos like that. People click on those videos and then they just sort of click off if they, really get annoyed, or they just keep watching because maybe it is cool. But yeah. Did he go and put arrow on her boobas with... See, I would never want to do that. I like I like getting... The thing is also for me is I look at making thumbnails as an art that I have not yet mastered, but it's an art that I want to master. So hopefully with every single time I make a thumbnail, I get a little bit better at it. With every single time I make a thumbnail, I get a little bit cleaner at it. So for me, it's just part of that growth, because once you reach peak thumbnail, So once you reach the point where your thumbnails just hit every single time, that's when your channel starts exploding. Because then everyone's seeing every single one of your videos because your thumbnails are phenomenal. Fuck. Don't know, I don't remember the time that I clicked in video, not by title, but by miniature. You'd be surprised how many people only look at this. So the thing is, the first thing people see is the thumbnail. Okay, so it has to be brilliant because it already needs to convince the viewer about 70% that they want to watch the video. Because right after that, people look at the title and then they decide, do I want to watch this video or do I not want to watch this video? So you have to you have to sort of figure out how to get them enticed with your thumbnail, and then your title has to be very catchy so that they really want to watch. So the title is the final it has to do that final 30% convincing in order to get them really interested in watching the video. Azeroth is during World of Warcraft Dragonflight. We know during the days with Dragon Aspects, the Titans build Azeroth world engines. Man, let me just fucking... Okay, I think that's fine. I don't like the title though. Maybe the title isn't that good, considering the title just repeats what is already in the thumbnail. So I wonder if we shouldn't change the title. This is my first time watching you live. I normally watch your videos on YouTube. Don't even pay your darn fam. Welcome to the channel. I'm really happy to have you here. You've come during the YouTube maintenance section of our streams. This is where we get the videos for the day live. We're almost done though, and then we're gonna jump into the gameplay part of the stream, and then the Q&A part of the stream. So you've come at a good time, I think. Title: if Azeroth isn't a Titan, what is she? But the thumbnail already says not a Titan. But maybe that's it, because they see not a Titan, they think to themselves, wait, what's not a Titan? And then they see the title, and the title says, if Azeroth isn't a Titan, then what is she? And they go, wait, what? Azeroth isn't a Titan? What the fuck? I need to see. This is so interesting. So maybe the combination is good. Let's just go with that, right? Let's just go with that for now. When you can't do anything else, all you can do is put out the videos and hope that they fucking get some views. What catches me is an interesting title. I'm old school like that, and quite frankly, that's the only thing that still connects me to WoW, the lore and the discussion around it. Dude, the lore in Dragonflight at least is amazing. And do we actually know what Azeroth looks like? No. We have no idea what she looks like. We have no idea even what she is. There's some evidence to suggest that she isn't, in fact, a Titan. And that's sort of what this video is about. But no, truth be told, we have no idea. Very little is known about Azeroth. And what we do know comes through the lens of the Titans. Which, sure, you can trust that if you want to. But I would argue you do much better not trusting that. Is the first one? Titan's keeping her asleep? I don't think she's the first one. I think she's something completely different, something completely outside of the timeline. That's what I think, at least. I do think these videos that have no text does really well, considering. She looks like a dragon. Don't know. I have no idea. Maybe. Baines, you chose a great picture, so thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll just fucking do that. Wait, let's give Baines a little... Shout out to Baines. Baines Booby. For the... thumbnail pic. There you go. Thank you very much, bro. Really appreciate you. You will now forever be in this description. From now on, that's what I'm going to do. Whenever, whoever gives me the picture that I use for the thumbnail, their name goes into the description as a thank you. So we'll see. We'll see whose name gets into the thumbnails more, right? Yeah, we'll see whose name gets into the description more. Who chooses the best pictures. But there are videos that just, you look at the, like, there's videos where you look at the, you look at the thumbnail and you think to yourself, dude, how did this not do better? So if I take this, for example, what was this, right? If I take this thumbnail, it looks like a gorgeous thumbnail. It doesn't look like anything's wrong with it. Seems like it should work perfectly, and yet didn't really. Then you take this, which is literally just a picture that I changed the color of a little. Bam! 7,000 fucking views. There's no consistency. There's no fucking consistency whatsoever. Your eyes are too pretty. Lilith, this is true. But you would say that, wouldn't you? You are the mother of evil, after all. Yeah, I mean, you can't... The algorithm is just... The algorithm isn't really a thing. The algorithm is simply just... If you're not doing well in the algorithm, it's because you're not good enough. You're not doing it good enough. I've watched enough videos from Mr. Beast to know... Like, Mr. Beast says this straight up, and I have no reason not to believe him. When they asked him, do you think that being, like, how much luck versus skill do you think YouTube success is? And his straight up answer was 100% skill. Like, straight up answer. And then Mr. Beast worked with an unknown content creator. This guy was making... At the time that Mr. Beast started working with him, the guy was making like $10,000, maybe $11,000 a month on YouTube, which is an insane amount of money, but it's not as, you know, it's nothing compared to Mr. Beast. And all Mr. Beast would do is he would give him pointers on the thumbnails that he makes and pointers on the sort of titles and stuff. This guy within like a month went from making $11,000 a month to over $100,000 a month. Just with the help of Mr. Beast. So the truth is, it's an art. It's a science. You literally just have to figure out what it is that sells things to your audience. Now, do I think there are industries where that's not entirely possible? Yes, I think World of Warcraft is a good example of this. World of Warcraft is very niche. I mean, first of all, you're talking about a niche area called gaming, which is already very niche. If you compare content like what Mr. Beast does to World of Warcraft, There's far more people that's going to watch Mr. Beast than what will ever watch gaming content. So you're already sort of operating within a niche. But then you're operating with it in a niche within a niche. Because you've taken that gaming and you've actually condensed it even further into World of Warcraft. And I think that's where things go that's where things get really tough. There's a lot of competition in this market and there's only so many viewers. Like, let's look at this. Any given time that any of you go over to YouTube, let's do this, okay? Let's go over to YouTube. And we say, World of Warcraft. So these are all the videos that you have to contend with in World of Warcraft, right? Some of these people I've never even heard of. Some of these people I genuinely never even knew existed. Some of them I know, right? Some of them I know, some of them I don't. But all of this fights for views. They fight for your views. So you have to somehow exist within this ecosystem and you have to make yourself known. And that's where things get tough. Because all of the bigger content creators, you're talking about Balila, you're talking about Kalani, you're talking about Mr. GM, you're talking about Noble, all of these guys, Asmongold, all of them will Platinum WoW, all of them will automatically be higher than you. Like, that's just a given. Their views are gonna rank higher than yours because they get more views in the first hour than what you will ever get just on the nature of they have more viewers than you. So you have to compete against those guys, which is where it gets really, really fucking difficult. But even then, it's a science, and you have to figure out the fucking science. It doesn't help that you bitch and complain about it. You just have to go with it and, you know, make it happen. Oh, he said we're going to check out some Steam sale stuff. Now, are we... question time, chat. Are we going to find some games we want to buy, or should we give up now? The hell is this? Oh, Dota 2. I don't care about that. No, Donnie, I don't think it's ever too late to start a channel. I think you can start a channel whenever the fuck you feel like it and just go with it. You know, just start doing it. Oh, shit. Add to cart. No, don't purchase it now. Just add it to the fucking cart, bro. Like, just chill out. Endwalker is on special. I want to buy Endwalker. Now it's on special. Fuck yeah. Let's just buy it. Get done with it. Heathen History Gaming, how you doing, man? Okay, let's see. Satisfactory, The Hunter, Arma 3, don't care. Shadow of War, don't care. Left 4 Dead, don't care. Dread Hunger. No. Insurgency, Hunt. CDJ, how you doing, man? Hunt. Dude, I've heard some good things about Hunt Showdown. Has anyone here ever played Hunt Showdown? Nice, Heathen. I'm happy to hear that. There's a live later for it in like 40 minutes, so I'm excited. Yeah, I can't watch the live later, so no fucking point. No point in even knowing about it. You and King Julian must enjoy that, Lilith. I'll watch it as soon as I'm finished with the fucking game. One day. Feature franchises. So what are we fucking... Oh, shit. Kind of Warhammer stuff is available on special. Already have Darktide. I already have Chaos Gate. I have Warhammer Total War 3. I don't have Battle Sector, but it doesn't strike me as something that I want to begin with. I have Space Marine. I'm waiting for Space Marine 2. I'm waiting for Rogue Trader, so that's not something that matters right now. I have Space Marine 1 already. I've played Mechanicus. I did not like it, so there's no point to me even playing that. Okay, so there's no Warhammer games for us to even look at. Ooh. Franchise Tom Clancy, Monster Hunter, Dragon Ball Z, Halo, Resident Evil. Don't play that. Star Wars franchise. I've got the games that I want. Oh wait, there's some games that people have wanted me to play for a long time in this. KOTOR comes to mind, even though I have no idea what the fuck that game is about. It's this one, right? It's Knights of the Old Republic, the KOTOR that you guys want me to play. Is it a good game? Is it still a good game, though? Came out in 2012. It's very old. Have you read Dawn of the Aspects again recently with this new expansion? I have. Yes, Brock. I have. The next one I'm going to be reading is War of the Ancients. Oh, shit. Do you know Necromunda?
Do you know Necromunda?
Oh, the game. Yeah, I've seen them play it. Did not really enjoy it. Does that make sense? Like, the gameplay didn't look like my kind of game, but I've seen it. So you guys would say this is worth it? Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. The Sith Lords. Is this the entire game, or is this just an expansion of the game? Buy Star Wars Complete Collection Bundle. Whew. I don't think I want all of them, do I? No. Is this the full game? This is the sequel. I don't know if the first one is almost definitely not worth it. This one came out in 2012. The gameplay is already gonna look shit. The graphics gonna be shit. Like, I can already see, just look at those graphics. I'm already gonna struggle playing this fucking game. Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't have 1440p compatibility. It's probably not gonna work on my fucking laptop, on my monitor, the way that it's supposed to. Yeah. Do you like RTS games? Love RTS games. A good RTS game is always good. Graphics are a lot of tosh, but the story is true. Classic BioWare from before they went crap. There are some mods to make it look better. You see, I'm a huge fan of... Although, wait, no, this isn't by... Wait, what are you guys talking about? This isn't by BioWare. It's Obsidian Entertainment that made this. Here you go. Obsidian Entertainment. Yeah, it's Obsidian Entertainment. It's not BioWare. Not gonna lie though, Obsidian Entertainment ain't bad. What's the game that they made that they do Grounded, but there's another game that I actually played of them, I think. They did Fallout New Vegas, Pillars of Eternity they did. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic is their game. KOTOR 1 could have been BioWare. That makes sense. There was another game of theirs. I love Pillars of Eternity. That was such a good game. They did Pathfinders as well? Fuck me. Okay. Alright, for now, let's put this on the back burner. We might buy it, but I don't know if I want to buy it now. Just go down a bit. Days Gone. Is that worth it? Did it Outer Worlds? Days Gone, Frozenheim, State of Decay is such a shit game. I don't know why they keep making them. Astro Colony, Deathloop, Remnant, Stoneworks Control, Ark. Days Gone is amazing. Yeah, but it's a zombie survival game, no? It's like basically puzzles and stuff. It's basically just shooter. Just kill shit. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of zombie games. They scare the shit out of me. I don't like being scared. That's why I don't play Resident Evil games. I have that. I have that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I have Mass Effect Legendary Edition. By the way, if you've not played Mass Effect, now is the time to do so. It's super cheap. I mean, 75% off on the Legendary Edition. You cannot go wrong. I would absolutely suggest buying that right away. If you've ever wanted to play a great game, that is it. That is a fucking brilliant game. All three of them, really good. The third one, the ending is a bit but still, just such a good game. I should play that again. Fuck. I finished that game so many times already, but I want to do it again. See, the problem is I have so many games that is sitting in my library at the minute that I haven't picked up yet. It feels almost a little disgusting to add even more games to my library. That is just going to sit there again for such a long time before I actually get into it. Captain Cadillac, that's the thing. I have a couple of games that I keep playing, and then everything else I just sort of leave. Like, I don't play them, but I own them. But it's nice to buy games. It's really nice to buy games. I don't think we're gonna find another game to buy. I think that's the only one I want right now. Have you tried out Darktide? A little. I played like the first intro mission for Darktide. I haven't played the rest of it. As soon as we're finished with WoW, we'll play Darktide. Because I do actually want to play Darktide. I do want to finish Darktide. But I first have to finish WoW. And then we can jump into that. Because from next week, because we'll finish WoW today. And then I think from tomorrow, actually, we'll probably do like WoW. First thing, we'll play a bit of WoW while reacting to stuff, while I grind out Renown and stuff for the stories. And then we'll probably play something else. Like, we'll jump into a different game. And get back on track with playing all the games that we keep fucking missing. Wait, Half-Life is on sale? Where the fuck did you see that? Dude, it's been years since I've last played Half-Life. Let's search for it, shall we? It's so sad that Half-Life they never brought out a Half-Life. I mean, doesn't even need to be on sale. I mean, this is not even just a little cheap. This is by far the cheapest games out there. So Half-Life is $7. It's half the price of this 2-liter Coke Zero. Like half the price. Half-Life 2 is a little bit more than half the price of this 2-liter Coke Zero. I might buy it just to own it. Maybe we'll buy it just to own it. Because it has like all different episodes and stuff. It's got the complete thing. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just buy it and own it. Screw it. Yeah. Now we have it. That's good enough, I think. Twice the price or half the price? Half the price. It's half the price of this Coke Zero. So CDJ, the reason I switched to Coke Zero is... Can you read there? No sugar, no caffeine. I prefer Pepsi Max as well. I would much rather drink Pepsi Max. The problem is that Pepsi have not come out with a no caffeine version of their Pepsi. And I don't like caffeine. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, let's purchase this for myself. Let's do this. Yeah, purchase. Just buy it, fam. All right, we have the games now. It's been added. Look how beautiful that is, boys. Look how beautiful this is. All of them added. Gorgeous, no? So many Half-Life stuff. And then, of course, we bought Final Fantasy as well. Fuck, I have to buy Final Fantasy 16 still. Here we go. We've bought Final Fantasy. I'm very happy about that. It's been and will be installed along with the game. What do you mean will be installed along with the game? The game is installed. Gotcha. I have to be careful with decaf, as sometimes things they put in to replace the caffeine can make me have seizures. Fuck. Caffeine loves me. I'm an addict. The thing is, I like caffeine as well, but it fucks with your sleep schedule. Like, you don't even understand. Like, go off of caffeine for... Do it for a month. And then go back on it and see what happens to your sleep. It's insane, dude. It is absolutely insane. It fucking ruins your sleep. And we don't realize it, but it is a drug, and it is fucking addictive, man. It is stupidly addictive. Let's open WoW so long, because it's almost definitely going to have an update itself as well. Are you fixed for electric over Christmas? No, it's going to go off. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. It's going to go off. Wait, there's a fucking holiday sale here as well? Banani, how you doing? Get past the headache. So the headache tells you that you are indeed allergic or addicted to it. That's what the headache tells you. But more importantly, stay off it for a while and you'll see. Your sleep gets so much better. Dude, I have this burning sensation to buy Call of Duty 2. I know I shouldn't, but I wanna. Van Hunkerton, we can check it later. Oh my god, I should actually buy this. Because I never finished the last campaign. Like, I never finished the not the Terran, the Protoss campaign for StarCraft 2. See, the problem is just they're charging me $23. Are they keeping in mind that I already own the others, or is this just... Am I still paying €23 even though I already own the others? I should buy it because, yeah, this is a phenomenal game. But fuck it. Not gonna worry about that now. You see, this is StarCraft 2. I own the first two. The original, and then also the Heart of the Swarm, I think it was called. But I never bought the Protoss one. Some nights I have to take promethazine to help me sleep. Finish the main campaign yet? Parsing on progress? We're about to start. We'll be finishing it today. I know we've taken a long time to fucking do it, but this is the moment. This is the moment that you've all been waiting for. Isn't Infamous a scary game? CDJ? I have a feeling it's a scary fucking game. So, I won't play it. Alright, here we go. No superhero villain action game? Yeah, I have no idea then what the fuck that game is. We're doing the raid to see the ending to the story of the first patch? Yeah, we'll do the raid as soon as it comes. Like, when does it come to us plebs? Or maybe we'll do a normal raid one day. Like a raid with viewers? Maybe we should try that. That's going to be a fuck up. Did you seriously just ask me heroic or mythic? Like, bro. Neither. Is it just me or is it very janky? It's very janky, no? Okay, that's better. That's much better. Or LFR with viewers? Yeah, we could do LFR with viewers as well. It makes the story more impactful with the difficulty. Fuck that, bro. I don't care. I'm not doing that. Where we left off, I thought I missed it. No. No. We're gonna do it now. It's in Europe. Expect Dragons. We play in EU. Some South Africans play in NA, but yeah, EU is closer. Javellinaire, how you doing, bro? Alright, so all of you, literally all of you, have told me that this is the quest. This is the #1 quest and quest chain that we should do, because apparently we're going to be speculating our tits off. So I'm really looking forward to this. Let's see, we have to speak to Chromie. Alright, Chromie.
Take care of yourself out there.
Tell Chromie you're ready.
Why, hello. Okay, everyone. Get ready.
We're ready. Fuck, Eterna's got wrecked. Very angry.
Oh, no, you don't.
Did she just sacrifice herself?
My vision came too late. They have punched a tunnel through time and are tumbling endlessly amongst the infinite possibilities. You must find them and correct their course before the entire fabric of reality is torn asunder.
Right. Why did Chromie do that, though? It's interesting that both Eternus and Chromie are fighting for Nosdormu. Like, they both want to protect him. No one wants to kill him. He's not in any danger whatsoever. Because, yeah, the Twilight just wants him, or the Infinite just wants Morozond, and Chromie just wants Nosdormu.
Our final meeting.
Eternus and
or
Chromie
our
have
first?
fallen through space and time. We must retrieve them at all cost.
Another time.
We must retrieve
perhaps.
them. When the magic of Bronze and Infinite collided, it sent Chronormu and Eternus into an uncontrolled tumble through time. As they fall, they rip the fabric of time itself, sending out countless ripples across time and space. We must locate them and bring them back. Only then will we be able to stop any further damage. I see that you will be the one to stop Chronormu's fall. I would ask that you gather the allies you will need to save Chronormu, while I focus on her magic.
Focus on the now.
Speak with Soridormi. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Are these the allies that I'm sort of looking for? What the? Okay, so this, I need to speak to you.
Greetings,
Soridormi?
adventurer.
Nosdormu requests your presence.
I shall be there at once.
And you. Nosdormu
will do this together.
requests your presence.
Right. On it.
And you. Nosdormu
Yes,
needs you.
I have time.
Yeah.
Of course, hero.
Now, Nosdormu, what do you have for us? I'm right here, bro. I'm gonna do this.
You have a part
Everyone
to
is
play in
gathered.
this. I have located the moment in time where we may find Chronormu. Soridormi, I shall need you to hold the time portal open on the other side. My vision did not show me much. I could only see blurs of fire, ice, and chaos.
Do not worry, beloved. I shall handle it.
Oh shit!
Sarah,
it's his piece.
You are with me.
Yes, Commander.
Wow, Nosdormu has she's quite nice, isn't she? No wonder he's so anxious to get back to the rebuilding the Dragonflight shit. Like rebuilding the bronze dragons.
All that matters.
If we work quickly,
is
I
this
believe we may be
moment.
able to catch her.
Be mindful
To
of
the
which
future.
threads you
I have
pull on.
tracked Chronormu and Etanus to a potential future. I know not what you will find there, only that it is dark and chaotic. So the Dormi has taken some of our Time Walkers ahead to that future in order to hold our connection to that time stable. Her considerable power will be needed to keep the portal open, so she must rely on your talents. So the Dormi will be able to direct you to further once you meet her there. Hurry, Aklon, find Chronormu.
Certain events are inevitable.
Chronormu and Eternus are falling through time, but I sense them stop. I sense them stop every so often. Bro, did no one proofread this? There's so many quests like this where the writing is just completely wrong. These brief moments are our opportunity to find them. Nosdormu conjures a small chrono crystal. I've imbued this crystal with power as well as my own temporal resonance. They have gone to a troubling possible future. Find them and use it. Hopefully, you can fix their position in time before they slip away
The
again.
one path
I've got you,
must be
fam.
preserved.
How strong do you think evokers are on class lore power base? Probably quite. I don't know exactly how strong, but I would say among the top. I mean, they were literally created by Deathwing to be a fighting
Champion,
force to be
I
reckoned
sense that
with.
Chromie is nearby. We must act quickly.
But then again, they were also not created to fight any of the classes we have today. They were not created to fight things like Death Knights. They were not created to fight things like Demon Hunters. They were not created to fight things like Warlocks. They were created to fight Elementalists, Primalists, things like this. So it is possible that their power is only like seriously strong whenever they go up against things like Shamans and stuff like that. So I'm not entirely sure.
Is it time already?
We need to find Chromie and Etanus before more damage can be done to this time.
I will be here.
The temporal ripples have caused trouble for the people here. Enemies appear where they were not, or are far stronger than they should be. These changes are small, but they are disastrous. I ask you to help the resistance fighters here, heal their wounds so that they may fight once more, set their timeline back on its correct course, as if it had never interacted with our own. It is not much, but it is what we can do for them.
Ponder.
If you need help, call on me and I will be there.
Alright. Making time. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to find myself here. Bro, this is wild. This is so cool. But one of the reasons this is so cool is they didn't actually make him look like you, because this is a future. It's a different timeline. So obviously you are something different in this timeline than what you are in your own timeline. It's actually very cool. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to find myself here. This is not the Azeroth I wanted, but it is the one I have. We're fighting to preserve what's left and take the world back, but your arrival has caused some trouble. We use the essence of those elementals out there to fuel our protections and keep ourselves safe. See that shield? That's the only thing keeping us from discovery and annihilation. And you drained our resources. Bring back some of that essence and we may survive another day. Shit. Be discovered? Discovered by what? Who's looking for them? I'm gonna find that out, aren't I? Like, it's something scary that's looking for them. Holy shit. Wait, what? So the elements are completely nuts. They seem like jack of all trades because they draw power from all four aspects. Yeah, but that's obviously what they were designed to be. I mean, if you look at their creation, it makes sense to me that this is what Deathwing, like, Deathwing clearly had some kind of plan. What exactly that plan was, what exactly the enemy was that he was trying to defeat, I can't tell you. But there was something. There was something powerful that Deathwing needed an army for, and more specifically, an army designed to have almost no weakness. Now, did he succeed in that? No one knows, right? We have no idea. He may have succeeded in that. It's funny thinking about it, that literally the only things the Titans build are prisons, in all capacities. Yeah, but that's the nature of order, you know? That's the only thing that they can build, is things to stop things from getting out of control. I don't even know what the hell that is. Red Evoker, fun class to be fair, but I'm not sure. Should I feel like part of a furry community? I mean, Evokers are more dragonkin, so yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Plus, just play whatever the fuck you like, man. If you enjoy... Dude, what the hell is going on there? Chromie and Intanas is in a massive battle. It's not even a battle. They're just sort of chilling. I think I may have pulled a few too many here. Yeah, almost guaranteed I pulled a few too many here. Yeah, this is... I'm gonna die. There's no way that I fucking do this. They do so much damage. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Dude, how the fuck am I supposed to... Okay, this is not good. I'm gonna die long before this fight is over. If I can at least kill one of them, that will save me so much fucking time already. Just take one of them down. That will already help a ton. Yeah, I'm dying. There's no way that I'm doing this. That demon is not fucking withstanding this shit. And then I dropped some shit, and now I'm being attacked by even more things. Yep, okay. Chat, we have a problem. Chat, someone fucking help me. Oh my lord. Please, reset. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I will never do it again. Okay, those things cannot be killed. FYI. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Never mind these fucks. Why is everything OP? Almost landed a bit badly there. Non-elite mobs on the sides. Yeah, I'm going for the easy mobs now. This is too hard. We managed to go far, but yeah, we were running out of health fast. Okay, we're done. Now we just need this temporal position fixed. Okay. I'm here.
Just knew no Stormu would send you. Uh-oh.
Hurry, mortal. We do not have time to dally.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that did not go as planned, but it's interesting that even Eternus wanted us to help. And the reason that's weird, the Twilight or the Infinite Dragonflight, they don't really care for timelines. Like, they're more than happy to destroy timelines. But it might be that they want to destroy timelines in a very specific way. And this is not affording them that opportunity. This is too random. Don't fucking kill that thing. These guys hurt so much. Please don't pull. Please don't pull. Just stay there, fam. You know, do your thing. I'm not bothering you. I'm just eating some people. Does make you question if Eternus is the infinite version of Chromie? Yeah, but to be fair though, I think Eternus is the infinite version of Chromie. It would make so much sense. And it does seem like something that Blizzard would do. You know, the kind of put Eternus in there against Chromie. It just makes sense. Did you know this is his own name? Temporal Conflux. Or is it a different name? What? Is there a name that I'm missing here? The Primalist Future. Yeah. So this is... wait, before we leave, let's do a bit of discovery, shall we? So we have the Temple of Tyr, no arm, obviously. Let's see if we can discover things here, shall we, before we leave? I'm not saying this is actually the Temple of Tyr. Don't worry, guys. I'm just saying it looks like it because no arm. Fuck. This was a bad idea. Okay, let's look around. Where else can we go? I'm assuming we can't really leave. Like, we won't be able to leave. Doesn't seem to be much. What's in here? Man, don't tell me Blizzard didn't add anything else here. Do you think the other zones will be visitable as well in the future? Or do you think the only reason this zone, or like the other zones are just gone? Ravi G, how you doing? I'm not seeing... What the fuck? Oh, that was Pendragon. Let's make you question of Eternus. Is the infinite version of Chromie. Okay, let's go down. I think we've seen everything we can see. It would be so cool if they let us go back to the version of Nyalotha. I have not seen that yet, so we'll have to wait and see. There is something else to see. I'm not seeing it. Did you get to come back here in 10 Yes, yes, yes. I mean the other areas. So the ones that won't be available for us to come back to.
If you want something done, I am the one to see.
Awards 100 reputation with a Valdraken Accord. Yeah.
May time be kind to you.
And you? What do you have for me, you? You've given us some breathing room. It's weird to think I'm getting quests from myself. I'm not gonna lie. It's not the greatest feeling in the world.
What do you require?
This timeline is dark and chaotic. The disruption here has been severe. I shall remain in this timeline a moment more to help sort out what remaining ripples may appear. Return to Nostormu. He will want to know of our success, even if it was less complete than he would like.
Time reveals all.
Van Honkerton, yeah. That's the ultimate definition of a sandbox game. Since all the quests come from you, it is a sandbox game, because technically it is you handing out your own quests. Sure.
Seeing all of time is my fate
The process was not
and
finished,
my curse.
but I can more accurately track Chronormu now.
The future will unfold
Your journey did
as
not
it was
accomplish
meant
our
to.
goals, but it was a success nonetheless.
You balance upon the cusp
past,
of destiny.
It is regrettable that we could not stabilize Chronormu, but there is another potential location where we may be able to catch her and bring an end to her fall through time. The glimpses of this timeline past are strange, even among some of the visions I have witnessed in my life. Be on your guard, Akalon. I am uncertain what you will face, but it is powerful and oddly familiar.
Be mindful, Andante Normu. You shall hold the second portal open. It is a strange place. I imagine you will find it fascinating.
I will go at once, my lord.
A strange place? Like, what does he mean? I see. They are falling through possibilities as well as time. Hurry. I have located another point in the timeline where we might catch them. It is unusual, but do not let the strangeness of this world slow you down. Chronoma's fate is in your hands.
You balance upon the cusp of destiny.
Let's see. So what exactly is going on here? Oh, shit. Bro, is that Deathwing the Murloc? Deathwing Destroyer. Oh my god, just Murlocs. What the fuck?
So many books.
Whatever
so
I
little
expected,
time.
this is not it.
I'll be deep
An
in
alternate
my books.
timeline born from Murlocs? Forgive my selfishness, but would you obtain a few stray motes of temporal energy while you locate Ambassador Chronormu? Just walk into them and your staff should do the rest. I will examine the data later, when we are not in the middle of venturing through rips in Azeroth's varied realities.
We will find time.
Who's this? Thrall. Thrall Groll Gol Gol. Oh my god, Varian Ringr. Oh, this is so cool, bro. Binduin. Oh my god, just look at little Anduin just hanging out. Oh my god, this is fucking awesome, dude. Horde Foot Soldier. So the Horde of Murlocs. Wow. Alliance Foot Soldiers. Oh my god, this is so weird, bro. This is so weird. All right, Thrall, what have you got? What have you got for us? Alright, I don't know what the fuck he says. You aren't certain what's being said, but there are lots of stabbing motions. It seems like this Murloc wants you to kill something. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh, shit. Galakron is over there. But he called Grolakron. Griggrave. Ergbergles from Grol. Jesus. Wow. What a world, bro. What a world. What a world. Can we fly everywhere? Can we cover the entirety of the zone, or... We can't fly. Shit. They don't make us fly. Damn it. This is disgusting. But I want to go see... I want to go see something. Can we go to Galakron's Fall? Well, that's not really... Wait, let's see if we can get there. Look at how big this fuck is. Oh, no. Right, no, okay. We're not allowed to travel there. God damn it. Can't believe they don't let us travel there. Oh, you guys are too far away. Fuck me. It's good you put a Murloc in a time rift, otherwise we didn't have Asmerloth. Wait, are you talking about, is the entire world called... No. Because they didn't change the world's names. This is a bit of an oversight. Yeah, this is a little bit of an oversight, dude. No, come on, Blizzard. Come on, Blizzard. Really? Dude, what the fuck? Come here. Get that one, get that one. Fuck yeah. Bring them all, bring them all, bring them all, bring them all, bring them all. Long ago, the 5 flights lived in harmony, but then everything changed when the Murlocs attacked. Dude, I sincerely hope we never have an expansion with the Murloc Uprising. As much as I love Murlocs, the pure ridiculousness of Murlocs would just make that expansion... I wouldn't be able to take anything seriously.
I need to get closer.
Void Murloc expansion is fine. No, but you can see Blizzard didn't put a lot of effort, or Blizzard tried to make this clear that they're not very strong. Because these things just keel over. Even the big ones just die. Like there's nothing powerful about them whatsoever. Are we killing these, or are you just fucking standing around still? Because that stupid tractor that the Murloc threw, the timeline portal that was meant to be closed. You think that's why this happened? Because the Murloc managed to get through. Tricky Trickster, how you doing?
I'm out of range.
Here's a little big one. You know what I find really interesting is that of the soundtracks for Asmerloth Zone that you're in currently is called Stormwind N'Zoth, which is a weird name for a Murloc themed zone. Stormwind N'Zoth. I don't know why that. Like, how does that choice make any fucking sense? Yeah, I mean, that is actually a pretty good question. Why that name? Just a reused vision of Stormwind track? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can use a reused version of it, but why that version? What exactly... What's the importance of that version? Maybe in this world, N'Zoth won? Well, we can see it's not yet the end time, so I doubt it.
It's too far away.
I mean, this is just the build-up to the end time, but we're not in the end time yet, so maybe not. Okay, now we're done, boys. We just have to out-Chrome Normu, and then we can move on to the next one. I appreciate the... Wait, click on the fish. What fish? What are you talking about, Fairy? What fish? This one. He's just fucking running around. He's an Alliance foot soldier. Which fish? Further down, there was a fish. Oh, this. Gunfish shoes. These Asmerlothian kicks are perfect for getting around until they explode fish guts on everyone around you. Oh my god. Wait, I almost died? Bro. It actually did damage to me. It's sad that we couldn't go exploring. But okay, let's help Chromie because they seem to be freaking the fuck out.
The pet mortal found us again. Perhaps this time they will be successful. Hurry, mortal! We are being pulled away again!
Peace. It's weird that why would Eternus want our help? The Infinite don't like us. Or is it a kind of, well, my life is in danger, I'm about to die, fuck it, he'll do. Astounding work. Now, what do you imagine the Murlocs of this Murloc world are? I shudder to think.
You know where to find me.
Wait, was I supposed to leave now? I don't think I was supposed to leave yet. Can I go back in? Please tell me I can go back in. I can go back in. Fuck it. Man, that would have been so sad if I couldn't go back in. Here we go. Thrall wants to ask me a question. Deathwing girl, Grom. You don't need a translation to know that what they want you to bring down their Murloc version of Deathwing. Before you can agree or disagree, the roars of a machine engine make their way toward you. Get in the hopper and defeat Deathwing girl. Right. Let's defeat Deathwing, shall we? Gilvanas. Wait, where's Gilvanas? What? I didn't see that. What am I supposed to do? Call in your fellow flying Anurians with a coordinated fishbowl strike. And this is Murky Bubble, allows time to repair. See, the only thing I hate about quests like this is all you're really doing is pressing buttons. You know, you're not really... You're not doing anything else of special, like, of any special sort of nature. You're just pressing buttons. What's your theory, Tricky Trickster? Okay, we've won. Where's Finvanas? Sir Finny McGruntham. Dude, where's Fin... Oh my god, I'm here as well. They're very happy. Bane. Oh my god. Big Murloc. Elfin. Yeah, I'm looking. Finning Fury, Alliance Foot Soldier, Horde Foot Soldier. These are Horde guys, Alliance guys, Horde guys, Alliance guys. You would have thought Sylvanas would have been right there, you know? Like, easy for everyone to see. Captain Cookie, Gilvanas. All right, boys. Look at Gilvanas. Hey, Gilvanas, you're not as hot as your counterpart. Demon, fuck off, bro. Yeah, she's beautiful, isn't she? Like, this is the kind of thing you can make some Rule 34 shit out of. Necro, how you doing, man? Do you think it is possible that the Decay Gnolls could have relation to the Trust? They really give me a similar type of vibe, and the whole Decay subplot is totally out of nowhere too. Wait, is it out of nowhere? I mean, the Decay subplot, it would have been weird if it wasn't there. So, the entire story of the Primalists decay is a fundamental part of that. The very first primal incarnate that we know of was the primal incarnate of decay. It was Galakron. So it makes sense that that decay would be there. What I think that decay, the decay gnolls, because remember they discovered some sort of power that is turning them into this. There's some corruption that's turning them into these decay beings, and very interestingly, they also consume other gnolls. They eat, they cannibalize things, and this is how they turn into these decay beings. Which is exactly the same story as Galakron. I think we're gonna learn exactly what power turned Galakron into the primal incarnate of decay. Working with him though? No, but the power that corrupted Galakron is most likely something that they stumbled upon. So they weren't supposed to find it, but they did. And it's basically the power is doing what it does. And it will do that to any creature. It prefers to do it to dragons, but it will do that to any creature. Alright, so we are done here. We can leave now. We've said everything right. Ugh. No, wait, are we done? I don't think we are. I think I fucked up. I should have gone back in. There's a quest we have to hand in. Fucking hell, dude. Okay, this is the last one. Legends of Avantris. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, man. The Murlocs are celebrating. One more. Is it
that time already?
We were able to increase Ambassador Chronorma's connection to our time. I am certain when we find her again, we will be able to finish the ritual. For now, let's return to our present and a world with significantly fewer Murlocs.
It has been a time.
Akmergalon? Well, yeah, that would be my name if I was a Murloc. I like that I am there as a Murloc. Very interesting. Although this time I didn't give myself quests. So I think the sandbox game is over.
There is only one true timeline.
Who's the primal incarnate of Order? Is there one? No. No, so... let's quickly do this. I'll show you. Oh shit, Domago. 300 bits, dude. Really appreciate that.
Got my MA degree. Can I gift a sub?
Man, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the bets, man. And also for the gifted sub. It really is amazing. Wait, so you finished the degree now? Man, why did it change this? Oh shit. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? And also hearts in chat. The man just finished his degree. So come on. Let's get some fucking hearts. That's not how you spell that. Will it really not just fucking figure out that what I want is the Chronicle map? I'll just use this, fine. Okay, so what you want to look at here... Open image in a new tab. Okay, so what you want to look at here, when you look at the aspects, so the aspects that we know of, the aspects is sort of a collection of elemental magic. These are the elemental magics that we have over here. Okay, so if you look at the elemental magic here, these are the elements. It's spirit, fire, air, decay, earth, and water. Now, Maligos and the blue Dragonflight, they are in control of water. So they handle water. Earth comes from the black Dragonflight. Fire comes from Ysera's Dragonflight, the red Dragonflight. And then air comes from Ysera's Dragonflight. Now, the way we know this is before they turned into aspect. So if you go back to their proto-drakes, Maligos shot frost from his mouth. Deathwing had the ability to create tremors and earthquakes and things with his legs, and also when he roared using his breath attack, it could actually burst eardrums and things. So it was very, very, very strong connection to earthy things. Fire, Ysera, Alexstrasza breathed fire, and then air. This comes from Ysera. Her breath. I can't think of how to explain what her breath does. It's... It hurts, but not through an obvious way. It's weird. It's not obvious how it hurts or why it hurts. But for example, when she... It's probably something to do with rejuvenation, although not exactly rejuvenation. Not at the time when she was still a proto-drake. Because, for example, whenever they were mortally wounded, her breath did not heal them. They didn't get healed through her breath. But when she breathed into Galakron's open mouth, it caused Galakron immense pain. His mouth was on fire, like he stopped trying to fight them, and he tried to get the pain out of his mouth. So whatever her breath did, it hurt him, as he was the primal incarnate of decay. That's what he breathed. His breath attack was decay. He himself was turning into a creature of decay. Nosdormu breathed sand. So a little bit probably air, a little bit probably earth. If you listen to his colors as well, he wasn't just bronze. He had multiple colors. And then, of course, when they became aspects, the Titans chose very specifically the powers of the elements, but tied to other things. So, for example, Alexstrasza's attack remained fire, but it got interwoven with life. So this is where you sort of have to start zooming out. So as proto-drakes, the only power they had as proto-drakes were these, the elements. These are raw powers. These raw powers, they don't have the ability to impact time. They don't have the ability to impact life or anything like that. These are raw powers. They don't give life. They can take life away because they're a power source, but that's it, right? They don't do anything else. This is what that. When the proto-drakes got turned into aspects, the Titans did the following. They started to use some of the higher magics of our cosmos. So higher magics would be life, order, disorder, light, old god void stuff. They started to use those. Very particularly, they used life and order, which kind of makes sense because the Titans are of life and order. They wouldn't have used disorder in any way, shape, or form. They would probably not have used a lot of light, even though they don't necessarily distrust the light. They're not friends of the light. They're not of the light, so to speak. They wouldn't have used void, and they probably wouldn't have used death either. So this is where they took... So Alexstrasza, for example, still have fire attacks, but her fire attacks are now connected to life. So her fire can destroy, like it has always done. It is still fire, but it can also give life. So she got tied to life as well as remaining a fire dragon. For Deathwing, part of earth, but also order. Got tied to order, earth and order. Ysera, again, she had that wind attack. She had those air attacks, but her air attacks got tied to life once again. For the Emerald, for the Blue Dragons, the Maligos and Caligos and those guys, water attacks remained water attacks, but tied now to order. In other words, gaining control of Arcane, which of course is order. Spirit is gone. Spirit doesn't exist. Azeroth consumed all of the spirit on Azeroth, so we know that for a fact. And Decay was what Galakron was. He was the proto-drake of Decay. And obviously, as it makes sense, the Titans chose not to exalt or not to crown a dragon aspect of Decay for some reason. All right? So that hopefully makes a little bit of sense of what exactly, how exactly the proto-drakes, and then of course the dragon aspects came into being. We're on your game page. If you're showing us something, oh yeah, I forgot to fucking switch over. I apologize for that, guys. What I was referring to here is just the map. You guys know the Chronicles map. But is this kind of thing explained in Dawn of the Aspects? Yeah. Some of it from Dawn of the Aspects, some of it from other parts in the game, some of it from other books. But yeah, this is basically the gist of it you'd find in Dawn of the Aspects. There are 5 aspects and 4 primal incarnates. Then seems like 5th one was Galakron, and he is opposite of Asera and Life Decay. Yeah. Okay, so it's not obvious that Galakron was at the very start of it. So Galakron didn't start as a proto-drake of Decay. Because try as you might, you will not find the realm of the Decay elementals anywhere in Azeroth. You will find a realm for every single one of the other elements on Azeroth, but not for the one of Decay. At least, not that we know of. Instead, what appears to have happened is when Galakron started to consume his own. So when Galakron started to cannibalize his own, this led to Decay. Somehow this turned him into the aspect or the primal incarnate of Decay. Now, if you look at Razageth, if you look at Iridacron, if you look at the current primal incarnates, they are what the dragon aspects used to be. Each of them have power over one of the primal magics of the Great Beyond. Was Jedi controlling Galakron? We don't know that. Expect dragons. So yesterday I read a chapter out of Dawn of the Aspects for you guys. And in that chapter, Tyr explains that Galakron flew in some direction on Azeroth. We don't know which direction he flew in. We don't know exactly where he went, but Galakron went on a journey, and he found something. They don't say what he found. All Tyr says is that they should have stopped Galakron before he found what he found, but they didn't think that he would find what he found. He found something on Azeroth. And this something then gave him the truth of how to find this power, right? This something taught him to start consuming his own. And this is where his power comes from. There's a moment in the book where Galakron lies asleep. It's in between the battles that Galakron has with Tyr in the dragon aspect, or the future dragon aspect, where Galakron is lying sleeping, and there is a light next to him, and this light is just glowing and making him bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
At least they looked like it. Galakron found South Africa and got corrupted?
Don't go, that is entirely possible. I mean, the runes would just be runes to keep them locked up. It doesn't have to be domination runes. It could just be Titan runes or dragon runes to keep them locked up, right? Here's what I will venture a guess towards. It is possible. Not in... let's say it's plausible. Not sure how possible it is. When the Titans arrived on Azeroth, there were, in fact, a 5th elemental realm. The Realm of Decay. But unlike with the other elemental realms, where the primal, or where the Titans could at least see the necessity for those realms to exist, the Realm of Decay for the Titans was one that did not need to be there. It was one that was too bad. And the Titans made sure to lock that one up through very powerful magic, and then also throw away the fucking key. So they never wrote about it. They had no historical records of the Realm of Decay. What is interesting, Galakron becomes the aspect of Decay. His body starts growing tentacles, appendages, extra legs, extra arms, extra eyes. He has eyes running all the way from on the sides of his body, even on his tail. Extra eyes, extra spikes. He becomes old god-esque. What if the old gods are actually beings of decay? So much like with all of the other elemental realms having champions and lords and things, what if the old gods that we have just sort of assumed to be beings of the void, what if they are in fact beings of decay? No. So according to Tyr, they definitely did an experiment on Galakrond. So the keepers kind of got busy just tending to their own things, because each keeper has a job to do. And while their main job is to guard Azeroth, they have subsequent jobs, right? So they have other jobs that they have to partake in. And they got so busy with those other jobs that they stopped taking care of Azeroth. And this is in that time that Galakrond started to search for other things. And one of the reasons they didn't necessarily know that this was going to happen is because the proto-drakes became intelligent very quickly. Like, it happened almost from one generation to the next. Like, you had one generation that was still stupid primal proto-drake, and the very next generation had the ability to think, had the ability to speak, had the ability to plan. So it was a very quick transition. Not for all proto-drakes, most remained stupid, but some of them had this ability to think and plan and speak and shit like that. So it might have been that the Titans didn't think that it was important for them to keep an eye on the proto-drakes, because they're stupid. They're primal. They just hunt. They don't do anything else. There's nothing weird. So that could be it. Miko, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that.
They might be bent on the void in spirit, innocence. But maybe they couldn't manifest on their own, so they struck a deal with decay and manifested like this.
Also possible. The other option could be that the old gods, upon arriving on Azeroth, consumed the realms of decay first, and this is why they look so weird. They look so weird because of a corruption of decay itself. That's also possible.
Open your mind to
Back
what
to
is
reality.
yet to
Thank
come.
you for helping to uphold the timelines, odd as they may sometimes be.
Another time.
The process was not
perhaps.
finished, but I can more accurately track Chronorma now.
Certain events
Storm's
are
gaze is unfocused.
inevitable.
The further they fall, the faster they travel. They punch holes through the fabric of time, which send out great ripples. You will need to be swift to catch them. Oh, by the way, Rurikon, how you doing, fam? I will send my Time Walkers to help you navigate the timeways and speed your efforts. Avoid entangling with the temporal locals, and do not stop until you have found Chronormu. Go, we have precious
The
little
future time is of the essence, champion.
Alright, I'm off. Here we go. Oh, shit. Well, this is way back. Filthy fucking Alliance bastards.
I wish I could get back to my books.
We do not have much time. On your mark, get
I'll
set.
be deep in my
Are you
books.
ready, Akalon? Ready for
We will
what?
find
Race
time.
through time. Akalon, we must act quickly to catch up to Ambassador Chronormu, and I mean that quite literally. Zero and I will do what we can to speed our progress. But it is imperative we avoid entangling with this time period as much as possible. To do so will slow us down, and we may not be able to catch the Ambassador before she is lost to even Nostormu's magic. We haven't a moment to lose. Accepting this quest will begin a timer.
You know what? Zera and I will do what we can to speed our path through.
Dude, what the fuck, man? trees are seriously in the way, man. Alright, I've done it.
The war of the shifting sands. Take care to avoid the combatants.
Yeah. Fuck. You guys slowed me down. I was going fast, like fucking fast. Okay, so the war of the shifting sands. Alright. There we. Oh my god! Oh my god! I wanted to go even faster.
Authoritarian regime to the curb.
What? Dude, what the fuck is she saying? Oh god! Here we go. Well, this slowed me down. Did she just say authoritarian regime? Oh, this is the pandas versus the Mogu. I should probably have checked that. Pandas versus the Mogu. Put it like pulling themselves free. Love that.
Where are we?
I don't know.
Is this even Azeroth?
Oh shit.
It is Azeroth, though an exceptionally long time ago.
We should find Chromie and get out of here. This place is scary.
Oh my god, would you look at this? You have Ragnaros, you have all the fire elementals, the earth elementals, air, water, wind, earth, Pharazane. Fuck.
Your allies will leave you behind.
We're doing a couple of things, boys, before we can do anything else. I need some screenshots of this. This is too good.
All of your friends are dead.
Your courage will fail.
I'm listening. These are just words that N'Zoth said before, though. Although it does seem like multiple voices.
Your friends will abandon you.
Friends will abandon you. Where do they show what's actually being said? Oh, right, here we go. You will be alone in the end. Your courage will fail.
You will die.
Okay. Careful with what? See, this is where things are wild.
Your allies will leave you behind.
You see, the problem with this, we are told that the time of the Black Empire was a time of great suffering,
abandon you.
and a time of death and decay and destruction. But then you look at this, you have these giant temples.
You have already lost.
This does not seem like a time that had nothing. There was clearly something in this world. There was something. Just look at it. All of these temples being built. It was built by something. It was built for some reason. I don't know why he's neutral.
You have already lost.
I don't think we're being told the whole story. We know that the elementals were driven mad. This is why they're all attacking, just FYI. The first event that drove them mad was the consumption of all spirit. So with spirit disappearing, they were thrown out of whack. And then, of course, the second thing that drove them mad was the old gods. As the old gods and their corruption kept spreading, this drove the elements to war. This is why they continuously fought. Ritter, how you doing, man?
Yes, I have time.
Race through time. Mighty aspects. This is the Black Empire.
It has been a time.
This is the Black Empire. We have traveled very far into the past indeed. Look, I see Ambassador Krenormu and Atanus. We need to hurry and complete the ritual. Even my curiosity is not enough to wish to see where they might travel to next.
Abandon you.
Actually, no, I think I would like to see.
This is far in the past, right?
Yes, from before the Titan.
I know you. What you were.
All of your friends are dead.
What you were, what you will yet be. I know you. What you were, what you will yet be. All that you know will fade. I don't think we can find you.
Follow him to the deep places.
Your friends will abandon you.
The dark waters will flow in his wake. Okay, the old gods clearly have the ability to see all timelines. They know things that we are going to do, but we're talking about what? How many thousands of years into the past here? They were built by paid workers and by experts. Illiterate slaves doesn't do well with crafting. Shit. It's possible. I wonder if there's something to be gleaned from this.
Your allies will leave you behind.
Seems like elementals were trying to protect Azeroth before they felt corruption. I think I saw Ragnaros fighting Mithrax there. They were fighting the old gods because the old gods were driving them crazy. And the old gods did not mind because the old gods fought. It's basically what they did. They were fighting each other non-stop.
All of your friends are dead.
It's how they became stronger. You see, the problem is just this seems like a civilization. Yes, it's old god infested, but this is civilization. I don't think we can. I'm not gonna lie to you. Jumping down might not. How do you get past Therazane? You realize we have to get past Therazane here. It's not about it being civil. There's civilization. There's writings. There's temples. There's buildings. This is war. What you're seeing here is war. The earth elementals, the elementals are attacking. So this is why you see this. No. Leave me alone, bro. I've got it. More of Gorma. Oh, shit. Wait, how did falling kill me? It doesn't want to tell me what exactly killed me there. Think you can beat her in a fight? I wouldn't try. It's not even Civil War, this. Well, they were known to fight wars continuously. But this isn't even Civil War. This is just the old gods being attacked by the elements because the elements have been driven mad. That's the story of this time. Akir Harbinger. Can we see down this hall?
I am so glad you're here. We're definitely in a bit of a situation.
Should we jump down, guys?
An understatement.
No one is coming to save you.
Do you guys want to try and jump down and see what's down there? Alright, here we go.
Your friends will abandon you.
Fuck, it won't let us go in. It won't let us go in, bro. Can we see something here? Not really. We know it goes down, but we don't know what's in there. I should have, yeah, I should have soulstoned, but I think soulstone wouldn't have worked there. It's clear they don't want you to go in there. Whatever is in there, they do not want us to know that. Yeah, you can see the beings of the old gods are fighting beings of the elements because the elements are attacking the old gods for whatever sense, whatever reason, whatever purpose. We don't actually know. Unleash time magic against nearby enemies while healing and gaining increased haste and speed for a time. Oh, that's if I want to attack something, but let's just organize this.
You did it!
I am also relieved not to be stuck with you for an eternity.
Oh my god, here we go again. Wait, why are they... They're not attacking each other. Banes? Yes. Which is part of the reason they were driven insane. Because because of the elements' connection to Azeroth, the old gods had a very easy way into them. And so you had these different elements basically serving different old gods. And because the old gods... This is why I constantly said this is war, this is civil war. They're attacking each other. Just continuously attacking each other. So the question of why is Ragnaros the only one that is neutral might be that Ragnaros was enslaved by N'Zoth. Because N'Zoth is also the only old god that never actually wanted to kill us.
Until next time.
What's the bug, Goldseeker?
It's so nice to see
That feels
you.
much better. Don't worry about it, Turnus. We've come to a bit of a truce for the moment.
Haven't we?
We're not going to fall through time anymore, but we're far in the past. Way far in the past. The Titans haven't visited Azeroth yet. Far in the past. Getting home is going to be tricky, but we dragons can do it. We're going to need you to keep those Black Empire minions off our backs, though. It shouldn't take too long, I think. Probably. Don't worry about it. Just keep those creepy monsters away and we'll handle the rest. Easy. Alright.
I knew you'd turn up eventually.
Let's go.
We
might not see him at the moment.
Less chatter.
Because he was usually in the sea, and obviously not much sea going on here. At the minute, at least.
And here comes the Black Empire. Right on time.
If only your mortal was so timely as well.
What are you talking about? I fucking saved you.
I believe in you.
Use the staff. Remember your training.
I can't use the fucking staff. I'm waiting for the staff to like do things. I wonder if it can stack up. Probably not, no. Right. Come on. Come on. Ooh, here we go. Protest Bulwark. How does it feel to know an infinite dragon is on your side? I find it very interesting that the infinite dragon would be on our side.
Welcoming our end.
Deeper its roots will reach.
We'll be back
What?
soon.
Brace yourselves.
Wait, there's something I need to see. Something was said there that's very interesting. Yeah, go to it now. I'm gonna check now, but there was someone speaking there that was very interesting.
Stone, it's restored. Thank goodness. I never want to go so far into the past again. But I'm glad I had some help getting back.
You have aided Chronormu. For that, I am grateful and will spare you. But leave. Quickly.
We will bring you to your ultimate fate. You cannot deny what is to come. When we meet again, do not expect clemency for what has transpired.
Something wild about this, dude. Okay, wait, let's see. Our Oathstone is restored, but I need to go up. Okay, so so here's what the maddening presence says. The knowing presence, sorry, a knowing presence that says deeper. Deeper its roots will reach, welcoming our embrace. The knowing presence again says, with many eyes, they will see again. They will drink and be uplifted. The maddening presence says, trust is your weakness. Hope is an illusion. All that you know will fade. Hope is an illusion. Deeper its roots will reach, welcoming our embrace. All that you know will fade. Her dreams sing beneath the surface. Our dream. Our song. Are they speaking about... They're speaking about Azeroth there, right? Her dreams sing beneath the surface. Our dreams, our song. Very interesting. Yeah, no, it did play. We're gonna have to start thinking about those whispers, boys. They're gonna be important. Quietly ask Chromie if Nostorm is okay. Man's depressed as fuck, bro.
No, Stormo. Are you okay?
Eternus nearly succeeded. I thought I had more time.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I thought I was strong enough to defeat her.
Ah, Chronormu. You have done nothing wrong. You fought valiantly and well. But Eternus is right. My fate is inevitable.
What do you mean?
Each day that passes, the future flows into the present, which blurs into the past. Soon, it will merge into one, and that is when I will become my darkest self, Murazond. And when that day comes to pass, I look to you to do what must be done.
Yes, Timeless One. I will do exactly what you need me to. I will find another way.
There is none.
Time encompasses all possibilities. You taught me that. I will search every timeline, every moment, until I find a solution to save you.
Chronormu, in all timelines, please know, I am, and always have been, proud of you.
It's quite... fuck. It's quite an emotional bet. Do you know if we get a proper end, or will it end rushed like a lot of expansions? No, I think they're gonna go for a proper end. You can see the amount of effort they're putting into the story. They clearly have a story that they want to tell you. Goldseeker, yeah, probably. Remember, because we will see her now again, you know? Looking back, every single time we saw her, it's because she was there. She was there for a very specific reason. So yeah, that's definitely possible. That's why we saw her there in every single one of the timelines. But yeah, Nosdormu, I don't think she's gonna find a way to stop it. It's always been his fate, and we know that it happens because that is how Morazon dies. And it's already been moved there, retold. Holy shit, $10, bro.
Honestly,
Thank you.
I might be on massive copium, but I am so hyped for WoW right now, especially after seeing the roadmap. I feel like a 12-year-old once again copium.
Bro, I agree with you. Thanks for the $10, and yes, I think it's worth being on like a lot of hopium, a lot of copium at this point. It seems like Blizzard have finally figured out what we want as players and how to give it to us more specifically. And it feels like they're really paying attention to everything we want, insofar as, you know, as what we want as players, from a story perspective, those that want hardcore content, those that want social content, those that want something in between. It really feels like they're paying attention to every single one of the player base, which is always just amazing. I would not be surprised if Eternus is Chromie. It would not surprise me. It's a very ironical twist and a good move in storytelling. Chromie, as hard as she is fighting, because the thing is, when Nosdormu turns into Morazond, he takes all of his drakes with him. This is not the same as with Malygos. When Malygos fell to crazy, Malygos, some of the blue dragons remained. Nosdormu, at least according to what we know of the lore, when Morazond becomes Morazond in a specific timeline, he takes all of the bronze dragons in that timeline with him. They all become infinite dragons almost immediately, which kind of makes sense because his connection to his own dragons would be absolute. And so he would be able to twist all of them into these infinite dragons. What's very interesting, though, is listening to Eternus here. She's not raving mad. You know, the idea that you would get from the Infinite Dragonflight, the way that they've always been portrayed, is sort of like raving lunatics that just want to bring about the end of the world. But clearly that's not true. Eternus simply has a different view of what the world actually is and how the world actually functions. So this would suggest that Murozond himself has the same view. For Murozond, yes, Nosdormu views this as his darker self. But what if it isn't? Are all bronze dragons doomed to turn into the infinite dragons? Of a specific timeline, yes. Probably not of all timelines, but of specific timelines, yes.
Precious.
At least according to the reading of what we know now. But I don't think that's ever truly been answered.
Must be preserved.
The bronze Oathstone restored, Alexstrasza can proceed with her plan. Travel to Valdrak and Akalon. She will want to hear of your success.
Certain events are
inevitable. I think that's us. That's us done with the story of Dragonflight, no? Of course, now starts the main sort of... Yeah, that seems fine. I'll take that. Just a lot of intellect. Yeah, okay. So let's go find Alexstrasza quickly, and then... Is it better writing if there are plot twists, or if the character arc is predictable and well developed? Depends on what you're trying to... Like, the story that you're trying to tell. I don't think there's any one answer to that. Sometimes, even a predictable story can be really good. Other times, it's necessary to have a bit more of a, you know, hiding the truth, so to speak. So I think that depends. There's no one answer to that. Like with Murozond, for example, I imagine there will be some sort of plot twist at some point. I think... So, the way a good story is told, plot twists are amazing for good storytelling. But I think what ends up... What is required for a good story to work is a predictable storyline that the viewer knows ahead of time is going to happen, and then involving plot twists that changes direction at the last minute. I don't think you can have one without the other. If you look at Shadowlands, for example, there were many times in Shadowlands where it was sort of quote-unquote plot twist. But because the audience, us, didn't actually know what the fucking story was, it didn't matter. You know, those plot twists, we didn't even know where the story was going in the first place. So this plot twist may have been part of the plan, may not have been part of the plan, who the fuck knows? That would be my argument around that. All of the Oathstones have been restored. This is wonderful news, Akalon. With each activation, our flights have been renewed to their purpose once more. Now there is but one final step before our ancestral powers can be restored. I must activate the Mother Oathstone. It has been centuries since it has been seen, let alone used. I will require some time to prepare for the activation ritual. We are ever closer to being the protectors of Azeroth we were meant to be. I thank you, friend of Dragonkind. Your assistance has been a blessing to our flights.
Safeguard all life.
Akalon, please accept our most sincere gratitude for all you have done for us. I will let you know when the time comes to accompany me on this next step. Adventure mode. And back. Shit, I like this. I like this. For new players, this is great. You know, explaining world quests are unlocked. The Dragon Isles need your aid. Check your map for a range of new activities. Your future characters can do Dragon Isle zones in any order and access world quests immediately. Gain renown with the major factions of the Dragon Isles and prepare for the conflict ahead. I like it. We are done, ladies and gentlemen. We are done. Load shedding be damned. We have finally finished the fucking quest, man. We have finally finished this. So happy. There is still much that must be done to aid the Dragon Isles. I would ask you to speak with Therazol. He has much information regarding who needs help within this land. I will do so. See that Yu-Gi-Oh! Referencing side quest? What the fuck is Yu-Gi-Oh! Heatwave? I don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, man. Like, you're using words I don't know. But okay, we're gonna end it here for today because we have a Q&A to take care of. We need to do the Q&A. It's been almost a week. We need new Q&A stuff. I hope you guys have asked your questions. How long till battery echo? We phoned the guy again today, and he's coming out next week to like assess the amount of electricity that we use and how many like how big the batteries need to be and how big the inverters need to be. But when he said next week, I kind of got the idea that next week he's gonna let us know that it's gonna be the week after, just because it's between Christmas and New Year's. Very few people work between Christmas and New Year's. So I just got this feeling like this guy's just going to be like, never mind. We'll do it later. The nice thing about being done, finally, ladies and gentlemen, is... the nice thing about being done is that we can finally... we can finally get into world quests and stuff, which means I can play WoW while we react to things. This is going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to this. One question I got is the crafting materials we are able to acquire: Frost, Wind, Earth, Fire, Order, Chaos, and Decay. What are we missing? Could it be we are missing the others for a reason or simply patch related? What do you mean? Like, the ones you just mentioned there are pretty much all of them. What others would you want? Okay, so I'm going to jump into Discord so long. Remember, guys, the way this works, if you have questions, if you have things that you want to discuss, very specifically, if you want to discuss things, Morny, how you doing? You can jump into Discord. On Discord, you will find that there is a Q&A question section. In the Q&A question section, you can ask whatever question you have. I prefer when people jump into the Q&A lobby in the voice channel so we can actually speak, like actually have a conversation about your questions. But if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. Morny can ask your question and I will answer it. Morny, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I can't complain. I can't complain.
Congratulations on finishing the main quest line in Dragonflight.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm now looking forward to actually uncovering the real stories in the world quests and the renown campaigns and stuff, because apparently there's a shit ton of story there.
Oh, that is good to hear.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Do we have people already waiting? I see we have a
Not
shit
yet.
ton of questions.
Yeah, we've got quite a few in our backlog that we can do while we wait for people to jump on in.
Not even just backlog. I'm looking at, like, there's a crazy amount of new questions that's come in. So maybe stick to questions that is Dragonflight related.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the reason I have to sort of rush, remember guys, again, join the Discord if you haven't already. Ask your questions, jump into the voice channel if you want to have a conversation, or even if you just have a very intricate question. So if your question requires a little bit of explanation, it's almost always better for you to join the voice channel, because that way you can provide that explanation without relying on Morning to do so. And then I answer the question that's not exactly the answer you were looking for, because it's not exactly the question that you asked. So it's almost always better to just jump into the voice channel for that. But yeah, okay, so Morning, who is a first?
First, we've got a question from Captain Hungry Spy.
Oh, shit.
He had submitted, do you think we'll get a big bad out of Alexstrasza or another Drake of the Red Dragonflight? Going through Classic and BC again, they seem to have committed a lot of the same crimes as the Black Flight has. That last part, I'm not 100% on, but the premise of the question is interesting because every other flight we have some villainous aspect we can point to.
Well, I wouldn't say every other flight. There's been flights. So with the Black Flight, the Blue Flight, and the Bronze Flight. But Ysera, I don't believe have any sort of evil in her flight. Nor does Alexstrasza. The problem with that, like going back through time, Red Dragons that's been evil, I don't remember any of that. So I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I've ever seen that. The only moments in which I know that Red Dragons have been, shall we say, evil, so to speak, I think was when they were under the mind control of the Dragon Maw. So the Dragon Maw almost certainly had evil Red Dragons, but they were mind controlled. So it wasn't actually what the Red Dragonflight wanted to do. It was what they were forced to do. So in that sense, I would say probably not. But with that said, I mean, dragons are dragons. They can be corrupted. Anything is possible. So I wouldn't put it completely out of the realm of possibility for Red Dragons to be corrupted or for Red Dragons to fall. The thing that I've found when it comes to dragons is they are highly emotional creatures. This is usually why most of them fall. This is usually why most of them have this problem. It's because of something, like something hurts, something destroys their flight, or someone that they care about dies, and then this connection that they have to each other, to their own flights, and also to Azeroth can heighten the experience quite a lot more than it would necessarily for any other being. I'm just looking now, because I truly don't know the story of Aranicus. Was a green dragon of the Green Dragonflight consort to Ysera and was among the greatest of the green dragons. Ysera gave him the task of guarding the temple of Atal-Hakar in the Swamp of Sorrows. However, Aranicus went insane not long after he entered the temple. Since then, the trolls in the temple have dispatched their group. Wow. I completely forgot about that story.
Yeah, there's at least 4 green dragons that fell because we fight in the Emerald Nightmare. We fight the 4 drakes that guarded the portals, the various portals on Azeroth.
Yeah.
And then there's also the one that's guarding the main entrance to the Emerald Nightmare. That's the first boss.
Yeah,
but
that's true, actually.
It can be said they are twisted after the fact because they are canonically dead at that point.
Yeah, but it doesn't even matter. The thing is, it's quite easy to twist the dragons. For some reason, their connection to Azeroth makes it so easy for them to be influenced. And I don't think it's just their connection to Azeroth. I also think it's their origins as protodrakes. Protodrakes are incredibly easily influenced. This is why whenever there's any sort of corruption on Azeroth, be it foul, be it void, be it whatever, you will find protodrakes of that kind. They seem to be absorbent, or they seem to be incredibly sponge-like when it comes to different sources of magic. So this would be true for the dragon aspects as well. They have this immense ability to be subverted, to be corrupted, and to be turned and twisted into something, right? Into some kind of evil. Now, is that possible for the Red? Of course it is. Is it possible for every single one of the other dragon aspects? Of course it is. Is that what will happen here? Who knows? Blizzard have always been very careful with the raid Dragonflight. Thinking about it, all of the other Dragonflights have always been, shall we say, sort of almost anti-hero at times. Like, even Osdormu was a bit of a dick at times. Malygos was a massive dick. Nalfarian obviously was Nalfarian. Very arrogant and very dickish. Alexstrasza, on the other hand, have always been very intelligent, very caring, and very loyal, fiercely loyal. And it does appear as if almost all of the raid dragons have that exact same trait, is that fierce loyalty towards Clutch and Kind. So I don't know is the answer there. Anything is possible, especially if Blizzard really wants to, make a statement. Alexstrasza will not fall, though.
No, I don't think Alexstrasza is capable of falling just because of her aspect as the life binder. Like, I feel that she is as powerfully imbued with her aspect as Neltharion was with the very earth of Azeroth.
Yeah.
Which we know, of course, came with the problem of being the warden of the old gods.
Yeah. The biggest thing that we're going to see here, and I really hope that is what Blizzard focuses on here, is the aspects becoming the aspects again. Because I think it leads to a story that might blow us all away. The fact that we need because you have to think of this as a storytelling element, right? Why do they want to bring back the dragon aspects? Well, because there's something coming, and without the dragon aspects, we might be in trouble. We might be in serious trouble. So it's definitely something that I'm looking forward to wherever the story goes. I'm sorry I can't give you more of an answer to this, but your question is very difficult because the answer is we can guess, right? I could sit here and I could tell you, there's about 25 raid dragons that's going to fall, and it's going to be this epic war. But how would I know this? What I know is that dragons can be easily corrupted. It is possible. We already know that the raid dragons are very easily mind-controlled. Luckily for them, there is no dragon soul anymore. At least, we returned it to its moment in time, so we should not have too many trouble. Or they at least shouldn't have to be afraid of that. There's bigger fears, so bigger threats. But thanks for the question. Really appreciate you asking. And let me think on this. Let me sort of do a lot of research into the raid dragons and see what we can come up with. Maybe we can find some characters in the raid Dragonflight that may be less than stellar in their sort of representation. I'll let you know. Thanks for the question, man. Really appreciate that.
Before I go into the next one, I just want to mention that if you remember, there is a female dragon in the Nexus dungeon in Wrath of the Lich King, Kirastraza. Originally, it was thought that she was a red dragon that went mad because she became the forced consort of Malygos. And he was experimenting on her.
Yeah.
But later in Shadowlands, while we were fighting the two Dreadlords, it was revealed that one of them was just disguised as her. Like the Kirastraza that we fought in the Nexus was them in disguise, and she was already long since dead, having succumbed to Malygos's experiments.
Yeah. But I mean, this is at least according to the lore, this is a red dragon, right? So
Yep, and of course, I mean, how How much stock can you put in the words of the Dreadlords? I mean, they just breathe lies.
Yeah, but just to be clear, the moment you're talking about is where the Dreadlords were sort of shifting between different disguises. We already know from Blizzard's own explanation here, that's not canonical. The Dreadlords were pretty much just showing off all the ways in which they can show up.
Okay.
They weren't showing us ways in which they have shown up on Azeroth. So that just needs to be said there. But anyways, Moni, who is next?
Up next, we have Trix. They were writing their question as I was going through that first one, so I'm going to pull them in.
All right, cool stuff. Trix, how you doing? You're muted at the minute. I think you may have to switch. There we go. How you doing, Trix?
Yep. I am doing fantastic. So I have two pretty big questions for you.
All right.
First one is regarding the concept of the Drust. I'm a big fanatic of them. Do you think we will see their plotline evolve in the future? Since in Shadowlands, they had like a very big void theme, but similar to the Emerald Nightmare, their side of the void was very like deep blues, purples, that kind of stuff. And the portal that they had, the Maw of Thros, had animations of like this tentacle snake thing, and they talk of a master.
Yeah.
Do you think that could maybe relate to like a birth of a fifth old god, possibly?
Birth of fifth old god? I don't know. The thing with the Drust, what makes them very interesting, almost definitely their story will continue. Because you have, especially in this expansion, especially in Dragonflight, you have all of the elemental forces as well as the cosmological forces, sort of coming to the fore. And when you're talking cosmological forces and elemental forces, the Drust has to be mentioned. Because if you're gonna have life magic, anti-life is important. And that is sort of where the Drust comes in. They're death druids, as it were. But more importantly, and perhaps not entirely unexpected, they're almost decay druids. Now, remember, there's... Sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, that was like really interesting because if you looked in like Drustvar and everything, we saw like very early signs of like this decay vibe and everything.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the thing is, a death druid would simply channel the powers of death, right? And that would look very similar to a death knight. But that's not the powers that the Drust have. Their powers are literally the powers of decay, the anti-life side of things, which decay is. If life is the renewal of, existence, decay is the death of existence. And that seems to be what the Drust do. They are beings of decay. And we now have the Nulls that sort of, through no fault of their own, have been introduced to this great power of decay. And they're starting to cannibalize each other, and they're starting to grow more powerful. And this is literally the story of Galakron, because he discovered a power as well that led him down this incredibly dark path. Now, the fact that the Drust says master, this is where things get really wild. It is said that Galakron found a power. He went searching one day, and he just kept flying in some direction on Azeroth. We don't know which direction, but he chose a direction and he just flew. And then he discovered something. And it was the something that he discovered that eventually led him to the path of decay. And then, of course, he became the aspect of decay. Although, at that point, or he's never been referred to that officially in the lore, that's effectively what he was. The Drust, very similarly, used to be druids. And somehow, they discovered this other side power. There's this power of decay druidism, where they literally destroy life in their wake. Could their master be the same thing that Galakron found? Because we know it was a power. We know it was a thing that Galakron found. At one point, Galakrond lies sleeping, and he is growing in power and size through a light, an energy source that seems to be feeding him while he's sleeping. So almost as if something was preparing him for some kind of battle, some kind of absorption. Everything that Galakrond touches turns into decay. He breathes decay, and what's very interesting, he breathes this mist. And any dragon that's caught in this mist have their life literally pulled out of them. So they become completely disoriented, and they almost give up. They just sort of stay in one position. They don't move. They just wait for Galakrond to consume them. This is all part of decay. This is all part of like what Drust would do. So I do think that there's a storyline literally being prepared for them right now through the Gnolls. What that storyline is, though, could it be a fifth old god? I have always wondered about this for a couple of reasons. We now have indisputable proof that the Titans had lied to us. Right? We know that the Titans had lied to us on multiple occasions. We also have good reason to believe that the Titans had lied to us. As I discussed earlier in the stream, we have 6 elements. 2 of them completely missing. One of them, we know what happened to that element. Spirit. We know that Azeroth consumed it, at least according to the Chronicles. But where's decay? We know that there are fire elementals and a fire lord. We know that there are water elementals and a water lord. We know that there are earth elementals and an earth lord, and wind, the same thing. The spirit ones would have been consumed, but where's the decay one? It is a primal magic in the great cosmic, in the great cosmos. It's a primal magic. It has to be there, and yet it isn't. It has literally no representable or no representatives. And then we have these beings that are influenced by something that then turn into decay beings, the Drust being one of them, Galakrond being another. Could it be that the Titans arrived on Azeroth, saw decay, and said, no, we're not fucking with this. Close this down, destroy all records. They're not getting out. And somehow they have found a way out.
Yeah, that's a lot. You have to think that maybe the decay was imprisoned, kind of like how the Titans, air quote, imprisoned Azeroth, you know?
Yeah. Someone in chat literally just said that, and I completely forgot about this. Gahun has the same powers as Galakrond. Galakrond's powers comes from decay. So it is possible that the Titans locked up decay, but then used decay in their experiments, trying to figure out either how do you defeat it, or how does it operate and function. Because the thing with even Tyr had no idea why Galakrond was being infected the way that he was. They knew that he had found something, and they didn't think that he would find the thing that he found. So they knew what he found. They were well aware of what he found. They never said, but they were well aware of what he found. They just didn't know how he found it, suggesting that they had made sure that it would almost never be discovered. But then more importantly, Tyr had no idea why it was interacting and affecting Galakrond in the way that it had. It wasn't supposed to do so, which suggests that they had probably done experiments on other beings using this power, trying to figure out why. Why exactly is it affecting things the way that it is? And this might be where things like Gahun comes from, is because they locked it up, decay, and then used the essence of decay on multiple beings, trying to figure out, because if you can know how it infects, you can know how to stop it.
Right.
So before we move on to your second question, Trix, which you'll definitely get the chance. we actually have a follow-up question that a new member submitted that tacks on to your question about a fifth god.
Okay.
So Permafrost, just so you know, thanks for submitting that question. I wanted to just squeeze that in while we were on topic here.
Yeah.
They ask, to follow up on the question about the fifth old god, is it possible that this fifth old god is somehow connected to either Genhair, is the druid artifact weapon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Echo. Which for some weird reason has very old goddish name, or could this old god be connected to Kajamite and the goblins?
That's an interesting thought. To Genhair, not so much, because while yes, Genhair might sound a little old goddish, it also sounds a lot Azerothian. You know, if you listen to the name, if you look at the names of the world trees and stuff like that, Genhair makes sense in Azeroth. A lot of beings have those hyphenated names, so it doesn't just have to be old god-esque. What I would probably argue is the Kajamite might be a bigger hook into the story. So Kajamite is, if we listen to Kajamite, if we listen to the descriptions of Kajamite, it is very similar to the Blood of Azeroth. The problem is the location of it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Why it showed up when it did and then where it did seems to be rather awkward, especially considering it showed up nowhere else. Only there. We assume that we assumed that Anima is the Blood of Azeroth because we were told that it is the Blood of Azeroth. We've never actually had any, shall we say, confirmation of it. And here's why. When the Titans ripped Yisaraj out of Azeroth, the whole left behind, or the act itself, caused the very first cataclysm to take place. And then, of course, the whole left behind filled up, according to the Titans, with the blood of Azeroth. That blood, however, didn't do what the Azerite did. Not even close. Azerite crystallized. It almost became like a mineable material. Very similar to Kajamite. Whereas the hole left by Yisaraj became an actual dam, a lake. Running water. Like living waters. And yes, it was unstable, and then Arcane was introduced in order to stabilize it. And it led to incredible life forming around it. Now, what happened just before Azerite showed up on Azeroth? Sargeras stabbed a location where an old god, at least an old god corpse, was. Whether that old god is actually dead, we now don't really know, because when Denuzer was asked about this by Noble, Denuzer's answer was, the old gods are never really dead. So we don't actually know what happened to the old gods. Are they away or not? Right? No one knows. But it is interesting that sword stabs Azeroth literally where an old god would be, and then suddenly we see the same kind of blood that Kajamite was. Not the same as when Yisaraj was pulled out of the planet and, the blood of Azeroth filled the hole. No, we see Kajamite. Which is possible that as the Titans ripped Yisaraj out of the planet, his blood, the drops of his blood that fell near the goblins, that crystallized into Kajamite. And this is what they then used. Or, when they ripped Yisaraj out of the planet, whichever old god was buried there got hurt in the process, because they do seem to all be connected to one another in some way, shape, or form. I don't actually know what the answer there would be. It could be. Let's put it that way. What Trix? What's your take on the fifth old god? Before we get into your next question, what's your take on the fifth old god?
I really think that Blizzard is brewing something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it looks like they're attacking this at multiple different angles, like this kind of concept. You have the Drust, you have the decay nulls, you have all of these different elements occurring. You know, you have these whispers of roots and something underground.
Yes. Did you finished the Bronze Dragon storyline, right?
I've played through the storyline like 5 times.
There you go. Those whispers, its roots grow deeper, waiting for our embrace. It's like, what the fuck? That's a bit wild.
Yeah, there's definitely something coming, and whether it's fifth old god related or something more, I don't really know. But I'm really excited for it. So.
Same. Very same. Very fucking same, dude. When it comes to the old gods, I think arguably they're my favorite faction, quote unquote, in World of Warcraft. I love their whispers. I mean, the most speculation back in Legion, we did. Oh my god, guys. Back in Legion, we did a video a day speculation. Like, literally every single day, I made a new speculation video. Just based on the whispers and the stuff that the old gods were doing. Because there's so many possibilities when it comes to the old gods. So I am super excited for anything to do with the old gods. Yeah, they have to bring them back. And I think they know that they have to bring them back. The old gods are as a part of the story of Azeroth as, well, Azeroth. So, yeah, right. I'm pretty sure they're bringing them back.
And if you think about it, I forget where the image comes from. I believe it's from Chronicles itself. But there's a page where you have the different depictions of all the old gods. And in the top right corner, there's like a mysterious vine-like looking creature.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So it makes you wonder, where is that being?
There's a few reasons why. Oh, there's a few things that should make you wonder about the existence of a fifth old god. The first is the very earliest mentions we have of the old gods suggest that there are 5. And then, of course, Blizzard came around and they sort of changed it to 4 when World of Warcraft came out. And then we have, even in, I believe it's Grimoire of the Shadowlands, but don't quote me on this. It may actually have been a different book, but I think it was Grimoire of the Shadowlands, where there's a page with, like, old gods on it, and there's 5 old gods on that page. Now, at the time, Blizzard said, oh, it's just artwork. But it's interesting that it's 5. If it was just artwork, why not 2, or 3, or 6, or 9, or 20? Why 5? Literally one of the oldest speculations in World of Warcraft, and you go with that. As if that is not gonna drive all of us fucking nuts thinking about this. You know? So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing where the story actually goes for the old gods. Really looking forward to the story of the old gods.
And another interesting point that you'd have to kind of think about is if there's these other whispers, 5 keys, 5 torches, 5 old gods. Yeah, 5 seems to be a really, it seems to be Blizzard's favorite number. So
I just quickly on this, I need to fucking say this. 5 keys to open our way, 5 torches to light the path. And then it says, the follow-up whisper says, 5 lanterns now darkened, the flame they seek will open the master's way. This has been and has always been the Dragonflights. I say that it's the Dragonflights during Legion. I say that it's the Dragonflights during BFA. I say that it's the Dragonflight during Shadowlands. For a brief moment, I considered the idea of it being the Eternal Ones. And then problems started arising. How could it be the Eternal Ones? The old gods are not present in the Shadowlands. They may attack the Void, not the old gods. The Void may attack the the Shadowlands, but the old gods are not there. And it wasn't even flames that the Eternal Ones were seeking. They didn't have lanterns that were darkened or keys that were required outside of what Zuval wanted. But that's not what the Whisper says. The Whisper doesn't say that someone is looking for keys. It said that there are 5 keys to open the way, 5 torches to light the path. And then it says 5 lanterns now darkened. The flame they seek will open the Master's way. In other words, there's more than one being that is searching for these flames, that require these flames. And now we look at Dragonflight, and what are the aspects looking for? They're Oath Stones. They're trying to activate the Oath Stones. And it just so happens, coincidentally, that each one of the Oath Stones is a key to the Mother Stone. And once all of the Oath Stones have been unlocked, the Mother Stone can be unlocked, so as to make them the protectors of Azeroth again. And Khadgar is part of this expansion, lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen. And what is the whisper about Khadgar? It says that the Lord of Ravens shall turn the key.
You just have to wonder what happens after the key is turned.
Yeah. What exactly lies in it? Because the Titans were very clever. They had multiple sort of locks and keys and ways in which to do things. You know, and very often, whatever the Titans built served multiple purposes, not just singular. The Oathstones may have indeed been built that provide power to the aspects. It is possible that that power that is provided to the aspects is being tapped from an old god itself. So in order to empower the aspects, giving them the ability to protect Azeroth, they literally tapped into the life force of an old god through the Mother Stone and through the other Oath Stones. And that now that they need this back, they're going to make a mistake. They're going to do something that they're not supposed to do. And in that moment, they're going to unleash an old god. Perhaps the most powerful of all of the old gods. I don't know.
What if...
Yeah?
What if activating the Mother Stone makes it so the 5th old god is free? What if that's the key that binds it?
Yeah, that's...
Since you said it serves multiple purposes, the whole entire Dragon Isles is just a giant prison.
Yeah, that to me makes sense. The old gods, it could have been that... Oh, there's so many things that it could be, actually. It could just have been that an old god made their home there, and the Titans couldn't get rid of it. Not without destroying the very Dragon Isles that they had worked so hard to cultivate. And so the only answer they had was to just lock it away. Just ensure that it doesn't get out. Now you have to start asking yourself, the fact that they gave this place the ability to disappear from Azeroth, was that because they were afraid of something getting in? Or they were afraid of something getting out? That's the
very
question.
big... That is...
Yeah. I mean, if it is the latter, that's scary as shit. Because it means that all of the other old gods were fine. They just got normal prisons. Whatever the fuck is hidden below the Dragon Isles was so scary that they couldn't allow it any chance of ever escaping. It was just not possible. And then, of course, comes a much more interesting little tidbit. Nalfarian serves the old gods. He goes ahead and he creates a thing called the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul eventually leads to the stripping of the aspect's power. Because of how it's designed and because of what they require. What if all of this was done because the old gods, in order to get their power back, in order to truly reign, they required the aspects to lose their power so that the aspects would seek to reignite their power? Because there's no way the Titans could have known at the time, except for Amonthul maybe. But there's no way the other Titans could have known that Deathwing would ultimately betray his own brothers and sisters, and by doing so, would sap the aspects of all of their power. There's no way that he would have known that. And so when Deathwing did that, he was playing right into the hands of the old gods because they needed this. So I'm definitely excited for this. Very much so. So thank you for that question, bro. I really appreciate it. And then, of course, you said you had another question for me.
Yes. So my second question is a bit more cosmological. I know in previous videos you've mentioned like a mysterious, like 7th or 8th cosmological force.
Yeah.
And it really got me thinking, what if fate itself, the concept of fate, is that mysterious force? Because so many things seem to be rooted in WoW, like the Nordstorm storyline where he is fated to become Morazond.
Yeah.
That is nothing that can change.
Yeah.
What if fate supersedes first ones? What if it's like there's first ones, fate, and then Clockmaker?
I would actually say, what if it's fate, Clockmaker, first ones? What if fate supersedes everything? Because here's the funny thing. When you take our cosmos and you look at our cosmological map and you zoom out, there's other things there. Our cosmological map is just a small, tiny part of the actuality of the cosmos. It says the Clockmaker, and Ian was very specific, the Clockmaker made everything in our cosmos. It does not state that the Clockmaker made everything in the entirety of the cosmos. So when you zoom out, those other things may have been created by beings even more powerful than even the Clockmaker. Now, fate, to me, seems like a being that would almost be intertwined into the very fabric of any creation. Because everything you do will be fate. When the Clockmaker, whatever the original Clockmaker was, when he made the first planet, that was fate. Fate decided that that planet must exist. Without fate, how would you explain that planet existing? Right? So fate is sort of just, it's an underlying principle. It's a rule within the galaxy. In sort of modern day Hollywood Christianity, and when I say Hollywood Christianity, I mean the dramatic version, the theoretical version of Christianity almost. Death is one of the sort of fundamental parts of existence. Death is eternal. From the beginning to the end, you know, it's even claimed that death will one day claim God. So death will reap God himself, because death was there literally from the start with no other way around it. If you look at, I don't even want to call it Hollywood Christianity, because it's probably better just Hollywood religiosity, shall we say. if you look at that, fate goes by many names, but all of it plays into the exact same being. It's literally just one being. So for the Egyptians, it was the ferryman. The Romans had another, I can't remember what the Romans called it. The Greeks had a name for it. The Egyptians had, not the Egyptians, ones before the Egyptians, there's another name for it. Every single culture had a name for what ultimately would be fate, the one that decides where you go. But as it turns out, at least according to, modern day, the sort of coalescing of all faiths, it's the same being. It literally just, it gets used by the different major religions depending on which one is in power at that given time. But it's the same being, and this being predates all other creations. So death in this being is basically used to be the first and will always exist right up until the end. So I could see fate as that. We know that fate is an actual being in World of Warcraft. We know, or it's either beings or being. Not entirely sure. Sorry?
I remember in Shadowlands, I cannot remember exactly where, but I know there was a tidbit of dialogue where it mentioned, or it kind of alluded or hinted to the fact that fate might be a being.
Yeah.
I think it was in Zereth Mortis.
If I'm not mistaken, that would be the second time that it's been alluded to. In Legion, there was one of the bosses in, I want to say it was in Taurus, but it could actually have been the one before in Taurus. What was it called? The one where we fought the Avatar of Sargeras?
Tomb of Sargeras?
Tomb of Sargeras, yes. I believe inside Tomb of Sargeras. I would have to go back and check all the voice lines for all of the bosses in there. But they made mention of the Sisters of Fate. It's a voice line. It's a throwaway voice line that speaks about the Sisters of Fate. So that would then, if it happened in Zereth Mortis as well, that would be the second time that fate has been called an actual thing, something that you can actually point towards. And now the third time will be with Malfurion and Ysera. Malfurion says, "It is I." Ysera was not fated to die on that day. So if for Ysera to come back, I must take her place. Now, the argument there is kind of silly, because they know the Winter Queen. Just go to the Winter Queen and say, hey, can we get Ysera back, but also keep Malfurion? It's all good. The Winter Queen knows us. She will probably not deny us, so she'll be like, yeah, okay, fine, we can do without the anima. We have a lot of new anima coming in. We should be fine. The fact that Malfurion says that this cannot happen without this exchange suggests that this is even above the Winter Queen. Not even the Winter Queen gets to make this decision. Fate has decided that Malfurion will take that place. Or if Malfurion doesn't want to, Ysera stays. But there's no both gets out. Fate wants its pound of flesh. I wonder if we will ever see fate or discover fate. Just because I do think, again, we're starting to teeter on the brink of incredible sort of macro level cosmological things, which almost definitely will put a lot of people off. Especially not now. I think Blizzard should be very careful right now with going too deep into anything like this, because they might risk losing a lot of players. It's very clear that the player base of World of Warcraft had enough of the cosmic stuff. Look at how many people are having so much fun in Dragonflight. Because it's known, it's localized, it's simple. We know this lore.
Yeah.
We've been on this planet for so long. We understand what it is. We're happy with it. Blizzard should probably give it another, 2 or 3 expansions. That doesn't mean that they can't introduce it now. And they did. Malfurion is the first ever concrete notion of fate having an actual layout. So fate determines things, and it also gives us a way in how fate operates. Sorry, I know that's not exactly what you asked, but I'm on a tangent here, so give me a little bit of leeway here, please.
Worries.
It tells us what fate, how fate operates. If you remember, Noble asked Steve the Noozer, was all of this just going to happen? So we had no free will. In Zereth Mortis, they speak about how, you know, the prophecy said that we would arrive and all this would happen. And the Noozer says, no, not really. There were many prophecies. This just happened to be one of the prophecies that came true. Fate works similarly. You see, fate determined that Malfurion should die in Val-Shara. Due to the actions of Ysera, it shows us that fate does not directly interfere. If your actions change the direction of the future, fate will accept that. Fate will stand back and let it happen. But if you then want to go back and right a wrong, fate will require that that wrong is righted in the right way. So it tells us, basically confirms, we have absolute freedom in how things happen. And fate is perfectly happy as long as the pound of flesh is paid. So Malfurion was meant to die. Ysera died in his stead. It was an equal power exchange. So fate was like, well, at least one powerful being is off of Azeroth. It's not the one I wanted, but it is one. And that I'm happy with. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Are we going to become the god killers of Azeroth? Or are we just eventually going to fight fate and kill fate? Who knows? But it is interesting to think about. Did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I don't think fate will be killable because the concept is too deep. It's, you know, it's like the fabric. It's like teeters onto the fabric of existence and non-existence. It's like above creation levels.
Unless, of course, fate's fate is to die. In which case, fate could die.
That's a paradox. Yeah. That's a paradox and a half.
Yeah, because if fate dies, doesn't everything die with it? Since everything is tied to fate, and fate is tied to everything else.
But then here's the other issue. If fate is that far up, what does that mean for Azeroth? Since she is reality, the being of reality. Where, you know, does she abide by fate, or?
She might be the one that she might be the one being that is completely free of fate. Because she's reality. All of the other beings in our cosmos is tied to fate. They act only in accordance to how fate deems. Azeroth might be the one that is outside of that. I still believe that Azeroth, now more than ever, I believe that Azeroth is not of this cosmos. I believe that Azeroth is the other force. The brokers identify two forces, one that would eventually become the sixth, possibly seventh. Whereas they say the other force was left outside. They don't know what happened to that force, but it seems like that force may have been left outside. There's no mention that that force was ever left outside. So it is possible that rather than that force being outside, that force is inside. And so it would probably make that force immune to the fate that governs at least this cosmos. And that might be why the Titans believe Azeroth to be so super powerful, because she's not limited to the notions of fate. At least that's an opinion, I think. It's very difficult whenever you guys... I love answering questions like this, because it allows you to really think through the logic and rationality of the story and sort of push the boundaries of what that logic could be. But then you always arrive at the same place. I don't know. It could be. Which is so annoying. I hate having to say, I don't know.
I'll say one more thing.
Yeah.
You just opened up like 20 million questions I could ask you. I will save that for future Q&As. So.
Yeah, no, you're more than welcome to do so. Don't worry.
Oh, I have a massive list for you, so I'll be back.
Oh,
so.
I love that. I love that. Welcome to my world. Every single time I put out a fucking speculation theory, I leave going, fuck, I should have said this or this. I should have talked about this. This is actually something. What the fuck is this? How does this actually work? where does this fit into it? Always. Just more questions without answers. And then I find more answers, and then I have more questions. So, yeah, it's always good. It's always good. I'm looking forward to the future questions.
Would there be an off chance I could DM you a few of them?
On
Discord?
Yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, you're welcome to.
I would say submit them into the Q&A section.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're welcome to DM them me just so that I have them, so I can look over them and sort of think about them. But if you want them asked during Q&A, my DMs is a fucking mess. The chances of me losing those DMs, guaranteed. I currently have about 12 requests for DMs that I haven't even opened yet, because I don't know where the fuck to add them. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, I would almost definitely say better to just drop them in the Q&A, because at least they're the mods keep track of all of the Q&A questions, and I'll make sure to go through them. But you are welcome to send me a DM as well, and I will try to keep it somewhere safe, because I love lore questions.
Oh yeah, I have like a million, so.
That's
all right,
cool.
I will see. You have a wonderful day, night, I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank
No,
you for
it's
this.
day still. Almost nighttime, but still day for now.
I stayed up all night just to be here.
Oh shit, ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat for tricks? That's some dedication. I really appreciate that, bro. Sleep well. I hope you are.
I have
going
a
to
Christmas party to go to in 5 hours, so.
Shit. Okay. Well, enjoy your Christmas party.
Thanks.
I really appreciate that, bro. Take care of yourself, man.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Oh, that was so cool. That was fun. Fuck, I love discussions like that. Just opens so many fucking doors. Can I just say quickly, the Wafflenator for the four raid, really appreciate that, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind. And then, of course, to Lowball and Ferelius. Thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you. All right, Morny. Who is next?
Rito. I'm pulling them in right now.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
Rito, how you doing?
Not bad. How are you guys doing?
I can't complain, bro. Can't complain. We're talking about World of Warcraft and doing Q&A. And I just finished what can arguably be described as one of the best quest lines in World of Warcraft. So I am a very happy man. Right now.
Nice. Yeah, I also have two questions, but they are going to be much simpler than the previous topic, to be honest. But let's hope I can entertain you with it a little bit, okay? Right, cool. So let me start with the first one. So who do you think the strongest aspect currently is when it comes to like raw power? And who do you think will be after they get their proper aspect powers back? We know that, Deathwing was the strongest, even before the Void God corruption.
Yeah.
But I think it could be Kalagos, because obviously we have, Sibelian and Rathian, but I don't know if they can be as strong as him. Because in the Azul span, when Kalagos came in, he just fucking nuked everything there, basically. And I'm not sure if Rathian and Sibelian could come close to that in like raw power, but I don't know. We might see a shift in power there, but I'm not too sure. What do you think?
Okay, so in terms of raw power, you are correct. It used to be Deathwing. Also, just in terms of even before they became aspects, Deathwing was by far the more powerful fighter. And he also loved fighting. It's actually one of the things that I love about Nalfarian. Reading about Nalfarian before he became an aspect, he loved fighting. In fact, there's multiple times during Dawn of the Aspects where he gets angry at Malfurion because Malfurion doesn't want to fight and sort of wants to wait, and he gets impatient. He's like, let's just fight. Just fucking have a fight, So it's very interesting. He loved fighting. He was very good at it. He saved Maligos and Alexstrasza and Ysera's life on multiple occasions. And this is actually just to give you guys a sense of how powerful Malfurion was. Of all of the dragon aspects, before they became dragon aspects, so of all the future dragon aspects, Nalfarian was the first to do any sort of real damage to Galakrond. He landed on Galakron's head with such a force that it stunned Galakrond. He was the first to do any sort of real damage that made Galakrond actually startled. at what the fuck just happened. After that, multiple did it, but he was one of the first that just happened to do it. So he is very powerful. As for today, the question that you're asking really gets into, like you say, you promised that you were going to ask easy questions, and now you come with a very difficult one. Because here's the problem with your question. Where does the power of the dragon aspect come from? That's the big question. Is it something that is just nestled within them? Or is it something that comes from the flight as well as from them?
Well, if you think about it this way, obviously the Titans gave them their powers, so it depends on the Titan itself, which one they got it from.
Yeah.
So, wait, which one was... So the one that gave Malicos his power was the one that, look after Arcane itself. Which is Norgon... Oh, what's his name?
Norganon.
It wasn't Norganon. It wasn't. Yeah, it was Norganon. No. Was it Norganon?
Nope. I'm not quite sure actually right now.
Fuck. Dude, I literally... Oh my god, I can't... Was it Norganon? Yeah, it was Norganon. Yeah. It was definitely Norganon. Yes. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Norganon gave him the power of over Arcane. Yes.
Yeah, one of his titles is Keeper of Celestial Magics and Lore.
Yeah.
And like, here's my thinking, right? So, Azeroth itself, like, it works around Arcane as well, right? So with Arcane, you can do so much. Like, you can control the time. You can basically do anything. If you're like a mage like Khadgar, he can basically do almost anything. So yeah.
But again, so I'm gonna pose to you a bit of a paradox, but also a bit of a let's say an elaborate scheme. This is how I see the power of the dragon aspects. The aspects were given power by the Titans. They then proceeded to have children, right? Which would eventually become their flight. As the aspect had more and more children and more of their flight, or more and more members were added to their flight, their power grew. So I look at it as sort of like a concertina back and forth. The aspect provides power to the flight, but in turn the flight provides power to the aspect. So it's kind of like a back and forth, which would suggest that even if the dragon aspects were to get their power back now, they would not be at full strength, because almost none of them have an actual flight to speak of. Their flights are very diminished. Now, where this can be thrown out of whack is by the understanding of the ley lines, because the actual power of the blue dragons comes from the ley lines itself. And the ley lines, and this is actually, like, I wish Blizzard would give us a toy that allows us to see Azeroth and her ley lines.
Yeah, there's that huge artifact. What's his name? Fucking hell. Maliko said it, I think. It basically like describes all the ley lines on Azeroth as well. Because how mages work in World of Warcraft is that if they are closer to a ley line, they are more powerful. That is why I believe that the Sindorai and back in the day the Quel'Dorai were so fucking powerful in Quel'Thalas, because Sunwell was there, and Sunwell is sitting on one of the strongest ley lines in Azeroth. And that is why they are so powerful there. That they are like much more powerful than that's in Elven Forest.
The artifact you're talking about is the Arcanomicon.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. So the thing...
Yeah, because I think... Yeah. Go on, sorry.
No. Man, I love having discussions, so this is great. The thing with Malygos, and not just Malygos. Remember, Malygos is considered to be the warden of magic, so to speak. But mortals can do it too. This is one of the reasons we had to eventually kill Malygos, because Malygos wanted to kill, or at least control, all mortals that were using arcane magic at the time, because he believed that only dragons should have this ability, because mortals can't be trusted with it. That's where the massive fight came in. But mages and blue dragons see Azeroth very differently to the rest of us. They see ley lines. They see the power all around us. And the ley lines aren't just in Azeroth. It's literally everywhere around us. these ley lines run, and the way that magic works is the manipulation of these ley lines into different things. So I think in a pound for pound fight right now, I'd probably give it to Caligos, the same as you.
Yeah.
Because, sorry, yeah?
I was gonna say I have an unpopular opinion, but I'll wait till you finish that.
No. What's your opinion?
I was going to say I think the most powerful is actually Norsdamu. The problem being he is adhering to the one true timeline, and only by becoming Murazad is he able to actually free himself of his own personal restraints that allow him to tap into the power of all the timelines and basically just be able to pretty much undo or cause whatever he would want.
So
I think you're right. In the current mix-up, Caligos is probably the most powerful for raw, just raw magic. But I think if we took Norsdamu's one rule away about, protecting the one true timeline, he would be much stronger.
So here's where I will sort of, okay, let's go through this. Let's go through this logically. If you are correct, and it is the Titans that gave the aspects their power, and the aspects, once crowned, gained their full strength, then it is clear that whether Sibelian or Rathian becomes the aspect of the earth, they will once again have all of the power. Why? Because the ley lines come from Azeroth. It comes from the earth. Which means that, technically speaking, Rathian could have the ability to shut the ley lines around Caligos. He could literally shut Caligos off from those ley lines, because he does have the power of the earth. Azeroth fights for him, so to speak. So it would kind of be like fighting Thrall at his best or Malfurion at his best. Like, how the fuck are you going to do that? Malfurion can literally just open a hole in Azeroth and pull you into it. Good luck.
Yeah.
Right? Like, fuck.
I just want to make a comment on Mornis, because I really think that, Nozdormu could be the strongest, because I'm just trying to think, do you think it is possible for Nozdormu that, let's imagine there's like a huge battle, I don't know, between whatever evil we are going to face and all the flights, and they just can't defeat this enemy. And then Nozdormu is just going to be like, fuck it, turning into Morozond right there, right then. Do you think he has that ability to just snap and turn into Morozond, get that power boost?
Yeah, I do think so.
And then became Morozond that way?
No, the problem is the trigger for his transformation is
what is this?
rejecting his death.
Yeah, but remember, if, like he said, if they fight a powerful foe, that could be him rejecting his death, right? By giving up on the true timeline and instead accepting the fact that he needs to draw upon all of the timelines in order to defeat this foe, because the foe spells absolute legitimate death. He may actually turn into Morozond as a result of that. So we're never actually told that he's on his deathbed when he becomes Morozond, or how far along into death. It might just be like, for example, before they fought Galakrond, they knew that they were all going to die most likely. So imagine if Galakrond came again in full force, and they knew that they were most likely going to die as a result of this battle. If Nozdormu then decides, never mind, I'm gonna pull on the power of all of the timelines now, that turns him into Morozond. And yes, that was because he was trying to circumvent his own death, but because he started to embrace the other timelines, this turned him into Morozond, and we go down this list. I'm still not sure, because at the end of the day, Malygos was incredibly powerful, and here's the other thing that needs to be kept in mind. The blue dragons have above normal intelligence. They are incredibly intelligent, and they are planners. They're incredibly strategic. This is why, very interestingly, the Proto-Drakes did not look towards Alexstrasza when they were fighting Galakrond. They looked to Malygos. You see, because while Alexstrasza was brave and definitely headstrong, it was Malygos that even as a Proto-Drake, had the ability to think through multiple scenarios and come up with the one that would probably be best for them to follow. It would stand to reason that all blue dragons have this ability to think through things and be very strategic in how they attack things. So that makes them a very difficult opponent. The next one we have, obviously, the Black Dragonflight. They have power over Azeroth. They literally have all of the power of shamans and all of the power of druids. They have Azeroth herself as their weapon. And some of that might actually counter what the blue dragons may want to do, although we'd have to ask, are the ley lines part of Azeroth, the planet, or are the ley lines just part of Azeroth, the Titan? Then we can have an argument about that, right? Yeah, it's very difficult to say. What exactly...
Yeah, this topic here...
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go.
Yeah, no, the topic that you mentioned just perfectly leads into my next question, to be honest, is that...
Before you ask your next question, let's just run through this. I really want to work this question to its end. Okay, so we have the black and we have the blue. Then let's look at Nostormu. They have power over time. Now that makes them a very difficult combatant, because they, if truly embraced, they would be able to know what you're going to do before you do it. But we already know that Nostormu doesn't want to do that. And we also know that right now the Time Ways aren't really responding to Nostormu, so it becomes very difficult for him to know what will happen and how it will happen. So Nostormu is out. I believe him to be the weakest right now of all of them. Now, if we were to say Nostormu / Morazon, different fucking discussion. There he may actually be one of the more powerful ones, because Morazon has no qualms looking back and forth. So anything that you want to do to Morazon, he would already know that you're going to do it, and he would have already planned for what you're going to do and then do something different. But then, of course, one can very easily argue that now that he's done something different, he would once again have to look into the future to see what you will do once he's done something different. So it's going to be a constant back and forth, but never mind. Let's leave the paradoxes out of this. Let's just say that he, right now, Nostormu is out of the question. The next one we have is Alexstrasza. Alexstrasza breathes fire that can either harm or save. She has power over life, which automatically then also gives her power over death, and I do believe that if she needed to, she could snuff out your life with a thought, considering that she could literally just stop life from flowing through you, as that is the power that she's been given. A very powerful ability indeed, although to what extent that would work remains to be seen. So Alexstrasza may actually be... She may actually be the most powerful. And then you have Ysera, which I actually think might be the scariest of them all. See, because unlike...
I think people are sleeping on the green flight a little bit.
Well, the thing with Ysera is, she could literally induce a dream. And she could kill you without even touching you. She could literally just leave you to wither in the dream. That's it. She makes you fall asleep and you just never eat again. You never do anything again. You just die while dreaming.
This is so interesting. Like, all of the flights have like such a powerful abilities, but they stick so close to their characters that they are just not exploring that. Like, for example, like Stars, as you mentioned, I could never see her do anything like that, because that's just not her. Which is kind of interesting.
It's interesting to see Alexstrasza physically feels the death. That's, by the way, that's her curse. We spoke about this before. Every single one of the aspects has a benefit, a gift, and a curse. Her curse is she feels the death of every single being on Azeroth. Everyone.
Yeah.
Anyone that gets killed, Alexstrasza feels that death. She experiences it herself, as if it's happening to her.
I think a big death will happen in this expansion. I don't know why, I just have this feeling, because if you look at the narrative, it's very emotional. Like, especially like Kalagos's, it's, dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, when we were questing to Azure Span and we had those cinematics, I literally almost cried at every Kalagos cinematic. They were so good. And same
Yeah.
goes for Nosdorm, really. Is that I just feel like that something is there gonna happen. Like someone's gonna die there. It's
Yeah.
either like Nosdormu or
You
I'm
see,
not sure.
I had,
Kalagos probably not. but
I
yeah.
had the benefit of rereading Dawn of the Aspects. Now, the first time ever that I read Dawn of the Aspects, I did not like it. I've never been, full disclosure, I've never been a fan of Dragon lore. Never. I've never cared about Dragon lore. It's always been sort of, who gives a shit? There's cooler things in the universe. Not that I hated it, I just didn't think it was that cool. Then I played Dragonflight, and I sort of went, you know what? I think let's reread this and see if things have changed for me. And I started reading it literally a couple of days after Dragonflight came out, and I devoured it. Because suddenly so many new things started jumping out at me. Things that I read it and I just didn't give a shit about it. And now I'm reading it and now I'm playing the game. It hits so much harder, bro. If it's been a while since you've read Dawn of the Aspects, everyone in chat, everyone that's watching this on YouTube, do yourself a fucking favor. Go read it. Go read it again. Brush
I can
up
say
on it.
that you are absolutely right, because before I went to Azure Span, there was a battle lore video about Kalagos, and I looked up some other lore stuff about the Blue Flight, and their story is just so sad in a way, and it hits so much harder to see Kalagos there trying his best to reclaim his flight, to revive it. It's just so good. I love them. I'm so obsessed with the Blue Flight. It's funny.
Oh yeah, very true. And Mew, just want to say, it's not that she does do it, it's that she can do it. That's what I said. I never said she does do that. Ysera takes the dream incredibly seriously. But we know that the green dragons have the ability to induce sleep. They can put you in a dream, and they can fuck with you in that dream. It is possible for them to do so. They don't do it because they take it very seriously. The dream is an important place, but that doesn't mean that she can't. So if her life is truly in danger, that's exactly what she will do. But yeah, I believe I'm right there with you. There's gonna be a death. If you look at how the story is being built up, everyone has their very emotional time in the everyone has their moment in the spotlight, and it's very deeply emotional every single time. Yeah, someone important's dying this expansion, and I fucking
100%.
hate that. It's going to be a fan favorite. It's going to be someone that we really care about, and it's going to hit every one of us right in the fucking nuts as it happens. And it's just going to suck so badly. But hopefully they do it well, because, yeah, I would really love to fucking see it.
Yeah, if Kalagos die, I'm going to cry so much. But I just want to throw this out there. Like, what I can see happening is, this is like total, it's just a theory, is that in, what is it going to be, 10.1, when we will have the next raid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say that we will fight all the other three, big primalists, and that we spoke about, that Nosdormu stuff, Murozond stuff will happen there.
Yeah.
And then the last boss of Dragonflight will be Murozond himself, because he gave us that, that jump that we can kill those three.
Yeah.
But in the end, we have to face him now as the last one. And that's just gonna suck so much. That would be a really good story for Kuromi as well. As much as I don't like her too much, I can see a really good character progression there for her.
It feels like, especially the fact. So here's my. I agree with you that it's going to be something with a bronze Dragonflight. The reason being, they're the only one that doesn't have their own zone. They have a sub-zone within the zone, but it's also telling that their story is the final story. And it's clearly also the one that Blizzard put the most effort into. Like, Blizzard really pulled out all the stops with the bronze Dragonflight and their story. I can see their story being the one that we need to pay attention to here. So I want to thank you for the question, by the way. And I know that you have a second question for me, so we'll get to that one in a second. Just give me a moment here. Rotio. 5 community subs, you bastard. Can I get some love in chat? I don't see any hearts. Like, someone gifts 5 community subs, and you guys are just like, yeah, fuck him. You know? He grows the DJ Nation, and everyone in chat's like, yeah, screw it. Who cares? No. Let's get some hearts here. For the love of God, man. What are you guys doing? Anyways, Rito. Let's hear that second question of yours, bro.
Right, so I have one of my two favorite storylines in World of Warcraft as a whole is one of the Nexus Wars and one of the Day of the Dragon. So, like, Varys is my favorite character, but that's a total different discussion here.
Yeah.
So, who do you think? So, we know how strong Malygos was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially after he had the focusing iris and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think that Kalecgos can get that powerful, if not more powerful? Because we know that Kalecgos is really, really young compared to the other aspects and everyone else.
Yeah.
But do you think he has that, how should I say this, that chance to be as powerful as Malygos was and do it the right way?
Yes, I think so. You see, the thing with Kalecgos is he's not just powerful because he's the aspect. He also searches. He's constantly on the lookout for answers. He's constantly on the lookout for new artifacts, new things. So what he lacks in age, he makes up for in curiosity. And perhaps because he isn't as old, he is a hell of a lot more curious about things and how things happen.
Yeah, I think he has more of a connection. He understands mortals way better than the rest of the aspects. But that's just me.
No, absolutely.
Because obviously, he's dating Jaina. I don't know how is that possible, but okay, he's doing that. But also, he was the leader of the Council of Six. I believe he's still the leader of Dalaran right now.
No. Jaina is the leader. No, isn't Jaina the leader of the Kirin Tor?
No, he left at the start of Legion, and Kalecgos take over. No.
Did Kalecgos? No, Kalecgos wouldn't have taken over. Most members of the Kirin Tor, or a lot of members, not most, but a lot of members of the Kirin Tor don't quite trust Kalecgos because he is a blue dragon.
So the main leader of the Kirin Tor is the Council of Six, and at the head of that is Khadgar.
Oh, Khadgar sits. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Jaina. It was Ronan, then it was Jaina, and then it was Khadgar. Okay.
Yeah, Khadgar
that
took
makes sense.
over after Jaina went pretty.
Yeah, she lost her shit. A little, just a tad.
I love her.
A wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, she overreacted. She almost fucking overreacted a little. But, okay, so Khadgar is the current ruler. It makes sense. The Kirin Tor, it's not that they hate dragons. It's just that a lot of them distrust dragons, especially considering what Malygos did. And so, there's not always going to be that much trust. He used to be part of the Kirin Tor, but he left exactly because he wasn't that trusted by members of the Kirin Tor. Now, that could have gotten better thanks to Khadgar, because Khadgar is a friend of the dragons. But yeah, the dragons the other dragons don't necessarily view us as friends. They care about us insofar as we are beings of Azeroth, and they have to protect us. And obviously we help. But they don't necessarily have that connection to us the same way that Kalecgos has. Kalecgos truly cares for mortals. There's clearly it's more than just a charge. For Alexstrasza, she cares about mortals because it's her charge to do so. We are life, and for that, she has to protect us. Whereas for Kalecgos, there's a caring there that I think is much deeper than any of the others. With that said, also, his heart is very different. He truly does have a warrior's heart. He is the kind of guy that he doesn't say no. He doesn't stand back. He doesn't just accept that, it's over. He's constantly pushing and trying to be more than what he needs to be. And I do think that, I think that is going to play a role, especially in the future of the story.
I can't wait to see it.
I wanted to bring something up about the ley lines that we were discussing. Before Malygos redirected them, do you know where all the ley lines on Azeroth pointed to?
Karazhan.
Yeah, it was Karazhan first, and that's why. That's one of the reasons why it was.
It's been slowly reversed. The Kirin Tor has spent years after the war with Malagos to reverse the damage done and restoring them to their former power. So effectively, they'd been like off-site redirecting the ley lines from the from where the focusing iris was in Malagos' sanctum back to Karazhan.
Yeah, for whatever reason, although I think it may be with the blessing of Caligos, because
yes, it was.
Yeah, the thing is, Malagos wanted to make sure that no one could gain access to the ley lines except for the blue dragons, and Caligos obviously has no such qualms. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he was hoping to use the focusing iris to basically lock them all away from everyone but the blue dragons.
Yeah. Well, one might say, looking back at the history of Azeroth, he had a point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We have used our ability in Magic to cause great devastation and destruction. So he may have had a point that humans can't actually be trusted with the amount of power that ley lines grant us. But, you know, fuck him. We won it, and he can go fuck himself. We spanked him good as a result of his bullshit.
I'm just trying to theorize that if let's say Malagos succeeded, like what he could have done with the focusing iris. I'm like pretty sure he could have nuked Azeroth itself with it. Like holy shit, that was so powerful. It's unbelievable.
No, Malagos, but I mean at that point also we have to understand Malagos was pretty close to completely crazy, right? He had lost.
Yeah, he was.
He had lost almost all of his flight. It has been devastating for him. So yeah, he reached the point where he no longer saw a way out. And it's interesting to me that the two protodrakes that were ridiculously arrogant, both Malagos and Nalfarian, were arrogant even as protodrakes. So they thought themselves more intelligent than most, stronger than most, better than most. And both of those were the ones who fell. Both of those were the ones who fell first, actually. They couldn't handle the power that was given to them as aspects. So, who's next to fall? Will it be... definitely, almost definitely wouldn't be Ysera, because of all the protodrakes that became aspects, she was the only one that had not an inkling even of hatred or arrogance or anything like that. So... she's the only one that my money is on that will not fall. The others is sort of up in the air, I think. But yeah, did you have anything else that you wanted to add to that question, Rito, or was that it?
Yeah, I think just the fact that I'm not sure how are you with this, but like Azurspan and especially around Sindragosa's place, I had such a like Kodara vibes there, and just the Nexus Wars came back, and all the Purge of Dalara and all that stuff. It's just so cool that almost every story in Dragon Isles is just ties back into what we've done before or what we've seen before. And it almost feels like questing through Dragon Isles, it feels like almost we are in a time capsule, but not at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's just so cool. I love it.
You see, the thing is, it feels like Dragonflight feels like a love letter to World of Warcraft.
Exactly.
It really feels like the modern day writers wanted to give the old Warcraft a beautiful send-off. A kind of thing of saying, thank you for bringing us to this point. We'll celebrate what you brought, and then we're moving it forward into new directions. And I do think as a love letter to old Warcraft, it serves its purpose beautifully well. Because you're correct. I had, while questing, so many different vibes from older zones in World of Warcraft. I remember when I first ran into, I think it was actually the Azurspan, Grizzly Hills vibes. Just, fuck. I felt like I was back in the Grizzly Hills. And then, Caldera vibes, you reach the place of the Blue Dragons. It's phenomenal. It is such a cool expansion. And it is celebrating what made World of Warcraft World of Warcraft. It's celebrating the history, 18 years of World of Warcraft, you know. And I think that's why so many people love it. I think that's why so many of us look forward to playing it every day and want to see more, because we're back home. It feels like coming home after a long time of not being home, you know. And if we want to say long time, we are talking since WoD. Like, if we really want to talk about, because Legion was great, but I think this is better than Legion, at least so far for me. This feels better than Legion because, again, it feels like coming home. It feels like this is what WoW used to be. This is what I want when I think about World of Warcraft. And in that sense, I think it's incredible. So I'm really looking forward to
This makes me think of
seeing.
another question, but I don't know if I have time for more.
Hold up. Let me just quickly start recording here again. What's your next question? Yeah, you can ask as many as you want, bro.
Like we were talking about, how old Warcraft was good and stuff like that you mentioned. Is there someone that you really, really love as a character and you think they deserve more spotlight, especially from like back in the day, or if you have a character who just you think that got left behind? Is there someone like that?
Yeah,
you think should deserve more?
I'm gonna piss everyone off in this chat because all of my favorite characters are characters that have received more than enough spotlight, but I'm always gonna believe that they need more, and that is very simply Sargeras, Gul'dan, and Sylvanas. Let's get more of those, and I'll be happy. Even though Sylvanas have gotten plenty of spotlight, I can do with more Sylvanas. No, more specifically,
that's fair.
Gul'dan. Gul'dan is one of those characters that I feel, even though he's been at the forefront for so much of World of Warcraft, I don't think he's ever really been at the forefront of World of Warcraft. He's been made a plot device so many times where he leads to a lot of other story, but his own story, I feel like have almost always been criminally underserved. So, and Gul'dan is in my top 3. My top 3 favorite characters in World of Warcraft is in no particular order, because I can't actually decide which order, is Sargeras, Gul'dan, and Sylvanas. And then the next character that I think a lot of people will agree with me here on, but it would be my firm 4th favorite character in World of Warcraft, is Malfurion. And that would actually be, I think, the character that I would want to see more clearly represented in the story than any of my top 3 characters, because my top 3 characters at least had some story. Malfurion is the only character in World of Warcraft that has never actually gotten any real fucking story. Not in the way that he deserves. He's always been... Yeah?
I was going to say, the problem with Malfurion, and we talked about that last podcast, and I think also touched on it in the last Q&A as well, is that he is effectively a god as far as like his power goes. So any kind of character development is almost I shouldn't say not possible. It definitely is.
Yeah.
It's just the issue is, what do we do to threaten someone who, just like you said moments before, could literally rip a hole in Azeroth and drop you in it?
Yeah. I mean,
the merest thought.
Yeah, he could literally crush you inside the earth. So, yeah, but it's still... Oh my god. I think I should just say this because it triggered the fuck out of me. I had someone in my comment section this week that told me that people should stop asking about Malfurion. He's a little bitch, and it's good that he's finally going away. He's really not as powerful as people claim him to be. And my only question was, have you read War of the Ancients at all?
Right.
Like, have you tried at least to go and look at where he is actually prominently displayed? The man's a beast. The man's fucking scary. I would go so far as to say he might be one of the only people that could take on Madan. I don't think he'd win, but he could probably take him. At least for a couple of rounds before Madan ripped him to fucking pieces, if Madan was actually canonically a character. But yeah, it triggers me because people who haven't read the books really do have this thing that Malfurion is a little bitch, and that Malfurion is just, you know, who gives a shit? It's not a crazy, it's not a good character. The fact is, Malfurion is arguably probably one of the most powerful creatures on Azeroth. Now, is he a demigod? No. Is he as powerful as a demigod? Probably. Probably. He is super powerful. There's a reason why he is the druid. Now for those,
I agree.
I just want to, because I see people in chat going, "Who is Madan?" Madan is a book. I think it's from the comic books. Madan is a character that was developed inside in the WoW comic books. But think of Madan as all superheroes that you have ever seen in the history of any universe ever. Literally a character that cannot be beaten by anyone. Like, Madan is just that he walks in, Sargeras wants to stab the planet, he grabs Sargeras' sword and spanks him with it. That's Madan. Man doesn't give a fuck. Like, he does whatever the fuck he wants, whenever the fuck he wants. And Blizzard confirmed years ago already that Madan does not canonically exist. Reason being, he wouldn't work, because we would have no threats on Azeroth. Like, here comes the Burning Legion. Hey, Madan, the Burning Legion's on his way. Can you quickly take care of this? No problem, fam. Give me 10 minutes. Okay, by the way, guys, the expansion's over. The Burning Legion has been taken care of. Go collect your loot. Great. Fine. Next expansion comes. Deathwing is here. Hey, Madan, there's a big dragon. He's trying to destroy Azeroth. On it, 5 minutes later, expansion over. Madan has taken care of Deathwing. Everyone get back to their lives. So, yeah, you can't have Madan in the story. He's too fucking powerful. But yeah, that's the sort of, Malfurion could probably take Madan just due to the fact that he has complete control over all of Azeroth. And that's the character, to get back to your question. That's who I want to see, but I want to ask you now, what character do you want to see?
Ooh, I got a couple. I could totally agree with a few that you mentioned, but it's I want to pick someone that is wasn't really in the spotlight for a very long time. And not just her, but especially her group as well. I really want to see Vereza again and the Quel'Drai, because we haven't seen them in such a long time, and I just want to see more of the elves as well. I don't know.
I could actually, yeah, I could see that.
Especially with the Blue Flight now. I think there's a little connection there between the Quel'Drai and the Blue Flight as well, because they are so similar in a way. If you look at the Blue Flight, most of them take up the form as a Quel'Drai.
Yeah.
And I think that's just, I just want to see more of them, really. Because when in Legion, the new Dalaran came in, right? I was so pissed off. Because there is no Silver Covenant people in Dalaran. Even their fucking Enclave got renamed and everything. And I just want to see more of them. I want to see them. This is this is just fucking a Christmas wish, that I just hope that at some point the Sindarai and the Quel'Drai will make up. And Vereza will go back to Quel'Thalas with the Silver Covenant, and they help them, clear up the Ghostlands and all of that stuff. And I just hope that everything will become perfect once again. I'm not talking about, Thalassian Supremacy here or anything like that, but I just want to see more of the Quel'Drai and Vereza especially, because I think she's at the moment, she's the least of a Windrunner we've seen so far. She was such an important character back in the day.
Yeah, I could actually see
in the books and everything.
That would be such a cool storyline.
Yeah, because she's so emotional, but at the same time, you know what? She reminds me of Galadriel a little bit. She's so regal. She's so proud and everything, but at the same time, she's so emotional and touching. Yeah. But at the same time, she's so fucking intimidating as well. If she wants to be. If you think back to the times when she went back to Quel'Thalas to help the current leader of the Far Striders, fucking hell, she was intimidating as fuck.
Yeah.
Just with her presence. And I love that. I love that.
I could see that. I would love to play through that story. Uniting the elves
Yeah.
under a single banner, getting their city back up and running. Maybe a full overhaul of Silvermoon
Dude.
City to an actual
Yes.
flyable fucking zone for the first time ever.
Because
That'd be so cool.
I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that obviously we saw how Suramar looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a couple descriptions about Zinaraj. What was the name of the highborn city where Ashara was?
Oh, Zinazari.
Yeah, we had a couple descriptions of that, and obviously Suramar as well. But I read somewhere, I'm not sure where, that Silvermoon City was supposed to be so much more beautiful than either of those two, and the Sunwell is such a special thing. And I just, I don't know, I think it just deserves more.
I think so too. I think Blizzard should do that at some point. Like it would be so, because you could do so much with that storyline. You have that entire half of Silvermoon that's completely destroyed, that you could very easily like do a sort of rebuild by the player base. You know, so the player
one
base.
half for the Cinderai, one half for the Quaderai. Perfect.
Yeah, and they
we get the
rebuilt
Quaderai
the
as an allied
fucking
race. we get the Quaderai as an allied race to the Alliance. Everyone is gonna be happy. I'm gonna be happy.
Yeah, I can see that as a really cool a really cool storyline that I think a lot of people will be very excited for. If whether or not Blizzard will make that happen, we'll have to wait and see, I think. But you just mentioned something that I would love to see. At some point in this expansion, the Bronze Dragonflight needs to take us back to Zinazari when it was still a proper city. Just to see what it looked like. Because, I mean, that was a giant city. And it was literally the pride of Elven culture. It was everything. And it would also show us what the actual Well of Eternity looked like before it got fucked. You know? So, definitely, I think, incredibly interesting stuff that we could get there. But anyways, thanks for the question, bro. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. I took up an hour of yours, so sorry for that.
No, that's perfectly fine, man. Don't even worry about it. I really appreciate the question, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for the discussion, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Right. Thanks. Have a nice one.
Peace out, bro. Take care of yourself.
Bye.
Yankee Papa Bravo. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Morny. Let me just quickly see here. I think we'll take one more question for the day. And then we have to quickly go do the podcast because my power is going out in a bit. So I don't have a lot of time.
Yep, I've got one from Chaos J.
All right.
He says that I was thinking about the idea that the primalists are involved with the old gods. So primal dragons, the proto-drakes are from the elements of Azeroth. And in the beginning, the elemental forces were at war with the old gods. So if the primalists are corrupted by the old gods, would they view them as the same as the Titan influence on the aspects?
So, I guess my initial thought, my immediate thought, was that the primalists served the old gods. That was my immediate thought. And the reason I had that thought was Galakrond. If you look at the sort of changes and the transformations that happened with Galakrond's body, it's very old god-esque. You know, extra eyes everywhere, extra limbs everywhere, even eyes on his tail. And when you think of old god monsters, that's usually what we see, right? A lot of these eyes and shit. But then, of course, we had we literally just played through the final moments of the Bronze Dragonflight questline, and then I sort of asked the question: what if the old gods are actually based on the realms of decay? So the old gods are not actually of the void, but rather of the elemental planes of decay. And what we saw, because we know that Galakrond was the primal incarnate of decay, that's why he resembled so closely the old gods, because, you know, the old gods resemble so closely the realm for which he was the champion. with that being said, if we want to talk about cool stories, so if we want to talk about what I would like to see, I kind of like the idea of the primal incarnates and the primalists not being beholden to any of the cosmological forces. If you think about what Razageth says, what Iridikron says, what all of these primal incarnates and the primalists say, they speak about the Titans and the corruption of the Titans, the way in which the Titans destroyed Azeroth, destroyed Dragonkind. Now, if it turns out that the only reason they believe that is because they happen to serve the old gods, fuck. Right? Because who cares? Yeah. Okay, so in other words, the Titans didn't actually do anything wrong. It's just that you happen to serve the opposite of the Titans, and that's why you think the Titans did something wrong. Whereas it becomes a lot more impactful if they don't serve the old gods. In fact, they hate the old gods as much as they hate the Titans. Their problem is far more ideologically driven. So it's far more a problem of the Titans interfered with who we should be. That would be such a cool story. Now, it's not entirely obvious to me that that is the case, purely because of how easily proto-drakes can be corrupted. Something that stood out to me and that has sort of bugged me for quite a while. Why did the old gods not interfere with the proto-drakes before they became aspects? The proto-drakes are they're connected to Azeroth in the same way that the elemental lords were. And if you don't remember, because of the connection the elemental lords had to Azeroth, the old gods had no problem infecting the minds of the elemental lords and the elements. They drove the elements mad because they could. Because like Deathwing, the elements were connected to Azeroth. But all proto-drakes are very closely connected to Azeroth, because all of the proto-drakes come from the elemental planes. They're literally the children of the elements. And so why did the old gods not interfere with the proto-drakes before? But then, of course, we get into the discussion of Galakrond, and what exactly led Galakrond down this very dark path of him finally deciding to absorb and consume his own kin, something that the proto-drakes themselves didn't even do. You know, even the most, and this is actually made very clear in the lore, even the most primal of proto-drakes, we're talking about the different levels of proto-drake intelligence. You had the ones that basically primal, instinct-driven, do whatever the hell their instincts tell them to do. Then you had the ones that could speak and they could kind of plan, but they had no concept of loyalty and sort of the greater good, the greater viewpoint of things. They only cared about themselves, a little bit about their clutch, and nothing for Dragonkind as a whole. And then, of course, you had the aspects and Galakrond. These were the dragons that they understood the concept of speaking, they understood the concept of language, they understood the concept of loyalty, they understood the concept of the greater good, or at least the greater vision, and they fall into that category. But even the primal, instinct-driven proto-drakes never consumed each other. Like, they would fight, and they would sometimes fight to the death, but they would never eat each other. Cannibalism was completely against their rule, their base rule set. And yet, Galakrond discovers some kind of hidden power and then gets sort of driven to eating and consuming his own kind, and through that grows big and strong.
Yeah.
What was that?
What if the reason that they didn't attempt to manipulate the proto-drakes was kind of maybe twofold? They were able to, they saw bigger fish in the elemental lords and thought if they could get to the elemental lords, they would get the entire elemental planes. Like, if you get the leader, the whole force will follow with them. So perhaps the thought process was, we'll infect the big four elemental lords, And then with that, the proto-drakes from those respective realms will come along with them.
Well, this
The
is where
other
things,
one-
just before you continue, this is where things get really interesting. The proto-drakes were born within the elemental planes, but they are not connected to them. They do not serve the elemental lords. This is something I got completely wrong. I did a little bit of research on this the last few days. There is no evidence that any proto-dragon ever served one of the elemental lords. They could do so if it benefited them, but they weren't compelled to. They weren't connected to the elemental lords. They were connected to the elemental plane from which they were born. So they would use the magic of the elemental plane that they were born in, but they weren't connected to it. It's not like the elements. So whenever you're running around and you see these elements sort of floating about, they are connected to the lord of their elemental plane. You know, so when you see wind elements, they're connected to the lords of I think Alakir is dead. Who's the new?
Thundaris.
Yeah, so they're connected to Thundaris, right? But the proto-drakes, while they have the ability to use wind element, or the element of wind, they're not connected to the elemental plane or to the lord of the elemental plane. So that would probably not have worked, I think.
Yeah, which is what I was leading to the second point, is once they did gain the allegiance of the elemental lords, and found out that the proto-drakes didn't come with that, they may have turned their attention to Galakrond, seeing how his hunger was just steadily growing, and perhaps they took a very passive approach to it and just maybe nudged him further into becoming the incarnate, the first incarnate we've ever encountered, the incarnate of decay. And because of that, if the old gods are in fact part of the essence of decay, their thought process would have been, we are older than him, we are smarter than him. Once we get a some kind of connection to him, we can yoke the father of dragons to our will. And then maybe they were thinking that it follows the same logic, that if you get the leader, the rest of the dragons will follow. Like, maybe they didn't have this concept that the proto-drakes were individuals and would be similar in function to the elements,
So
how they
there's-
are tied to their lord.
There's a couple of problems there. Just quickly want to say, Rito, $10, dude, really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the questions. You absolutely rock, bro. There's a couple of problems with your theory there. First and foremost, Galakrond wasn't hungry until after he met with whatever power turned him on to consuming corpses. So Galakrond's hunger only started once he met with this power. He wasn't just from the beginning consuming shit tons. In fact, he used to be known by a lot of the other proto-dragons. Malfurion knew him quite well. Not Malfurion. Malygos knew him quite well. Nosdormu at some point, I think, speaks about him as well. They knew him. And he was actually considered to be quite benevolent. He was actually considered to be quite a nice dragon. As nice as proto-dragons could be, but he wasn't considered to be like an asshole or whatever the case might be. And then, of course, he meets with some mysterious force, and now he starts consuming things. And it's sort of like the problem with his consumption was that his consumption was driven twofold. The first is proto-dragons have this innate power to grow more powerful based on what they eat and how much they eat of it. So the more they eat, the more powerful they grow. He then, of course, starts eating other dragons, and this makes him grow tremendously fast. But it has to be sustained. So if he ever stops eating, he actually starts losing power. So he sort of has a push and a pull effect that's taking place. Something is pushing him to eat more, but he's also being pulled to eat more. The other thing is that Galakrond wasn't the father of dragons because he was the father of dragons. He wasn't the leader of the Protodrakes. Galakrond is considered, or at least the aspects, lied about Galakrond. The aspects, this is something that a lot of people might not know, but the vast majority of dragons alive today do not know of the war between the Protodrakes and Galakrond. They don't know the story of Galakrond. The aspects decided to tell Dragonkind only that Galakrond is the father of Dragonkind. They never told them why. The reason Galakrond is considered to be the father of Dragonkind is because after the fight against Galakrond, dragons were born. Since Protodrakes are not dragons, they're not considered dragons. So yeah, that's the only reason. So it's not obvious that the old gods would have looked to Galakrond as the one to corrupt in order to corrupt anyone else. It makes it very it makes it questionable at best, I guess.
Yeah, in that case, it's interesting that they couldn't get a hold on any of the proto-drakes. Like, did they even attempt to do so? As you had mentioned, proto-drakes are extremely malleable. I mean, just give them a source of power near them, and they basically just get infused with it almost by osmosis.
Yeah.
Like,
They'll just accept the power,
it's
whatever the fuck the power
insane.
is. It will just infect them. The other option that it could be is that they were freshly inside their prisons, and so at that point the prisons were still so strong that the old gods just didn't really have the ability to do so. That's one of them. And yes, I know about the water, but the water doesn't actually explain everything, because the water itself isn't enough of an explanation. It gives us a place. It still doesn't give us a why and a who, more specifically, which is the main question. But yeah, we went through it. We had a whole video where we went through Tyr's report. And also it comes from Tyr, which immediately makes you question, is this even real? Because it was Tyr and the other keepers that told the dragons not to tell anyone else about the fight with Galakrond, but to instead just say that Galakrond is the father of all dragons. This, by the way, is why when all dragons die, they head to Dragonflight. They lie down next to Galakrond's corpse, and there they die. Because Galakrond is the father of dragons. They don't know of the war. They don't know why there is a war. So we don't know anything. This is why I question everything. It's the most fun ever to be a WoW speculator these days, because there's so many question marks and so few answers to those question marks. But all in all, I think fun. I'm having fun, at least. I hope the rest of you are too. Yeah, that's it, I think. And that's it for the Q&A today. So I really appreciate all of you for asking questions, everyone that came out. Remember, if you want your questions answered in the next episode of the Q&A, you can do so by going to Discord, ask your question in the Q&A section, and I'd be happy to answer it. Hopefully more of you join the voice channel so we can get some actual discussions going, because those are the ones that are truly phenomenal. And then, of course, Time Bandits. I want to say, Time Bandits says, could Blizzard bring back Deathwing? We are in the Dragonlands, and they did bring Galakrond. Wait, have they brought back Galakrond? Aren't they trying to bring him back? I don't think they've brought him back yet. There might be those who's trying to bring him back, but I'm pretty sure he's not back yet. Galakrond being back would be a massive fucking event. I don't think he's back yet. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyways, can we get hearts in chat for Morny that goes through all of your questions and make sure that these Q&As are done as professionally as humanly possible? Thank you so much, Moni. Really appreciate that, bro.
My pleasure.
I'm trying to see here if... who am I dropping you guys off with today? I think we'll raid Annie again. I see she's live, so we'll raid Annie. Saying Moni filters the questions. Yes, Moni makes sure that you guys have no freedom of speech whatsoever. You make sure that freedom of speech does not reign on this channel. If you ask questions that is too difficult to answer, he just deletes them. We only take the low-hanging fruit here, boys. We only take the ones that will make good money on YouTube. No, ladies and gentlemen, me and the other mods are going to go live now to patrons as well as YouTube members for the podcast. So if you are a YouTube member or a patron, the podcast is going to go live in about 10 minutes from now. It's going to be an hour maybe for podcast. So head over there if you want to be a part of that. If not, I might be live tomorrow. I'm going to try my best, even if it is just for a couple of hours. So we can do, a little bit of reaction, a little bit of hanging out, Christmas time coming up. For those of you that I do not see again, have a very Merry Christmas. Enjoy yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy your family time. Enjoy whatever you have planned for this Christmas. I appreciate all of you for the support, the continued support, and everything that you guys do. I love you all. Take care of yourselves. Peace out, fam.